Chapter 1835. Before becoming an immortal, one would not be considered an immortal, even if one had an immortal root. Those with an immortal root could only be called an immortal embryo. They had a great opportunity to step onto the immortal path and become an immortal. The strength of the immortal root represented the chances of becoming an immortal. Not everyone could become an immortal just because they had an immortal root. After Yang Wu established the 13 suns, his entire body was branded with the immortal path. The power of the immortal root and the 13 suns combined to form a dazzling immortal bridge. This was definitely something that many beings in the past had not been able to do. Entering the immortal realm from the true God realm was the process of transforming the martial path in the 9 Yang divine palace into the immortal path. Then, the 9 suns would combine to form an immortal embryo, nurture an immortal root, and enter the immortal realm in one go. Now, Yang Wu was born with an immortal root. He had only established 1 substantial divine palace and 12 illusory divine palaces for a total of 13 divine palaces. He had created an unprecedented feat. The immortal root had turned into an immortal bridge, forming a direct path to immortality. As long as he accumulated enough power, the immortal path would continue to transform, and he would easily enter the immortal realm. It would be completely different from the former's path to immortality. Currently, this could only be considered as his personal creation. It would not be so easy to push it out. Not everyone had a constitution like his. He had to perfect it before he could create a new cultivation system. When that time came, he would be called the God of Creation, an existence similar to the founding ancestor. Completing this step would trigger a phenomenon of heaven and earth, enough to alarm the entire God realm. The power of the moon supporting immortal pagoda kept falling on Yang Wu, but it did not cause any harm to him. He stood up and murmured, "It's time to avenge Wu Shuang and the geniuses." All these years, he had been clearing away all distracting thoughts and completing his cultivation. How could he not remember the pain of losing his children in the depths of his heart? Bang! The moon supporting immortal pagoda was sent flying by Yang Wu's punch. This was an immortal weapon, and it was supported by an immortal formation. Even Yang Wu himself didn't know how powerful he was. It was as if the power of heaven and earth was in his grasp. He was the supreme god of this world, and no one could match him. This was the spirit of invincibility. The 2 sub-immortals were sent flying. Looking at Yang Wu, who was enveloped by his aura, they could not help but exclaim, "Immortal realm." Only immortals could unleash such terrifying power, and only then could they feel fear in their hearts. Activate the formation. The 2 of them didn't dare to be careless at all. They fiercely used the broken immortal palace's celestial formation to draw out a crazy amount of power to attack Yang Wu. Whether Yang Wu was an immortal or not, they would only know after the battle. They were once immortals as well, so there was no way they would retreat without a fight. A sub-immortal wielding a scimitar slashed out a moon-like attack. Another sub-immortal wielded a spear, which transformed into a serpent as it stabbed forward. These were all damaged, immortal weapons. They were even stronger than ordinary sovereign weapons. Under the support of the array, boundless light shone out, and overbearing attacks furiously blasted towards Yang Wu. The moon-supporting pagoda that was sent flying was suppressed once more. Xian Tianfeng was controlling it. She shouted loudly, "Yang Wu, you are really lucky. Die." In the face of these attacks, Yang Wu was incomparably calm. His eyes seemed to have the sun and moon revolving as he took in all of these attacks. He actually didn't block them, allowing these forces to fall on his body. Hong long. The earth-shattering power exploded, stirring up a cloud of dust on the ground. Everything in the vicinity was flattened. Luckily, this location was quite far from the broken immortal palace's main hall. Otherwise, it would have been flattened. They didn't stop there and continued to attack. Yang Wu could come out of the moon supporting pagoda, so his strength was probably increasing. If they didn't use more strength, they wouldn't be able to hurt him. What made them feel weird was that no matter how they attacked, Yang Wu didn't move at all. Was he just an empty shell? After a while, They retracted their powers. After the dust settled, a person could be seen standing there unscathed. He held the moon, supporting a mortal pagoda with one hand, as if he was not injured at all. The power on his body crisscrossed to form a battle armor, blocking all attacks. Back to you. Yang Wu looked up at Xian Tianfeng. He tossed the moon, supporting pagoda back to Xian Tianfeng. Xian Tianfeng's eyes constricted. She looked at the moon, supporting pagoda, and felt like she couldn't dodge it. The pagoda arrived in the blink of an eye, and she screamed, "No!" Bang! A bunch of flowers exploded. Xian Tianfeng died. The two sub-immortals were scared out of their wits. They used all their strength just now and couldn't hurt Yang Wu. Yang Wu killed Xian Tianfeng with a raise of his hand. From this, it could be seen that Yang Wu's strength had become much stronger. It was beyond their ability to deal with. They didn't even think and turned to run. They had been suppressed for many years. It was already lucky that they didn't die. They didn't want to die here. "Can you escape?" Yang Wu said and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on top of a person's head. He directly grabbed that person's head in his hand, which scared that person half to death. This speed was too fast. The other person couldn't escape either. Yang Wu stretched out a palm across the air and directly grabbed him. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape. "Yang Wu, don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender and follow you," a sub-immortal said hurriedly. The other sub-immortal also said, "Please let me go. I won't be your enemy anymore. I'm willing to serve you." Yang Wu didn't care about them at all. He grabbed them and descended into the sky above the remnant immortal hall. He shouted coldly, "Those below the Saint Realm, I'll give you 8 minutes to leave. Otherwise, you could die together." At the same time, the two sub-immortals in his hand had their heads broken. He used his strength and turned their heads into dust. 2 sub-immortals died. The people of the remnant immortal hall were all scared out of their wits. He's Yang Wu, who was suppressed under the moon, supporting immortal pagoda. Isn't he dead? How did he come out alive? It's over. His aura is so scary. He even captured our Grand Guardian. Who else can take him down? Quickly call the Hall Master. Only the Hall Master can deal with him. We have more people. Let's work together and exhaust him to death. I don't believe that he is invincible. Over 10 true god experts who weren't afraid of death rose into the air. At the same time, they used their strongest combat strength to envelop Yang Wu. They had to work together to kill Yang Wu. Yang Wu's gaze swept over them. They instantly felt as if an ancient life form had appeared, looking down on them, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. The energy they were activating retracted, and a formless energy flew out. Those were the netherworld ice wing blades, slicing them apart at the waist. Even if they wore true divinity-level armor, they couldn't block it. There's also an extreme underworld cold chi, instantly killing them. At this moment, the people of the remnant immortal hall were all panicking. Yang Wu was invincible. Who else could be his opponent? A person walked out. It was Mingzi. However, this wasn't his true body and was just a clone. He stared at Yang Wu and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to break free. Did you gather all the celestial Tao and merge the 9 suns into one? Did you use the power of the celestial foundation to enter the celestial realm? There are many things that you can't imagine. I will allow you to disperse everyone below Saint Realm. The others will be buried with my children." Yang Wu said coldly, "It is best if you don't be rash. Your children aren't completely dead, and there is still a portion of their soul source with me. If you wipe out my remnant immortal hall, they will be finished." Mingzi said calmly. Yang Wu was overjoyed, but he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of joy. Instead, he asked, "What do you want? If you don't make a move against my remnant immortal hall, this matter will be over. You guys will mind your own business, and I will return your children's soul source." Mingzi said, "Even though I have been suppressed for over 10 years, I know the situation in the outside world. Your remnant immortal hall has already conquered half of the god realm. My Martial Marquis gang has suffered heavy losses. You want to let this matter go just because of your words? Don't you want your children to come back to life? How about this? I will give up 10 states to your Martial Marquis gang. How about that? Nothing. Your remnant immortal hall has done too many evil things. It cannot be tolerated in this world." Yang Wu said, He directly slapped out and wiped out Kuan-Mingzi's clone. In the next moment, his divine sense swept through the main hall of the remnant immortal hall and locked onto Ruan Dongni, who was preparing to flee. A giant palm slammed down, smashing that majestic divine hall into dust. Many living beings died on the spot. Ruan Dongni, who escaped, was slapped onto the ground by Yang Wu. Before she could react, Yang Wu had already rushed over and sent a strand of soul energy into her divine hall. Yang Wu, you are too rude. Ruan Dongni was an emperor. How could it be so easy to enter her divine hall? However, Yang Wu entered just like that. She couldn't even resist at all. She felt that her most mysterious place had been intruded upon. How humiliating was this? Yang Wu didn't want to waste words with her at all. Under the powerful impact of his soul energy, her soul was almost scattered. He then used a secret soul-controlling curse to control her. He wanted to know the situation of his children's souls. Was it like what Kuan-Mingzi said? After he controlled her, as expected, he discovered that his children's source souls were still there. Moreover, they were with Ruan Dongni. Kuan-Mingzi didn't even bother to bring them with him. He left them for her to threaten Yang Wu. However, Yang Wu was too strong and didn't give her any chance to threaten him at all. Yang Wu obtained a soul lamp from Ruan Dongni. It locked the souls of his children. When his soul energy entered, even a true god item couldn't block it. Unparalleled genius. Yang Wu's voice trembled when he saw the souls of his children. Father, the two of them were pleasantly surprised. Then they frowned. Were you captured by the remnant immortal hall too? Yang Wu walked up and hugged them. Father is so strong. How could I be captured by them? I have already taken back your souls. You are safe now. Not long later, you will be able to see the light of day again. Chapter 1836. The ruined immortal hall was in complete chaos. Those god-level experts also wanted to escape, but Yang Wu's will was everywhere, completely enveloping the entire area. Any god-level expert that dashed out would be directly killed. No one could escape. Only those of the Saint Realm could escape. Yang Wu did this not because he was soft-hearted, but because at his level, he would always give any living being a chance to live. He wouldn't kill them all. As for those above the god level, he didn't plan to let them go. These people were all stained with the blood of Wuho Gang and their allies. They had to be wiped out. Yang Wu didn't kill Ruan Dongni. She was Kuan-Mingzi's wife. Currently, Kuan-Mingzi was looking for a place to cultivate and break through to the immortal realm. No matter if he succeeded or not, it was still good to have Ruan Dongni as a hostage. When the living beings below the Saint Realm frantically escaped from the ruined immortal hall, Yang Wu soared into the air, holding the moon propping immortal pagoda in his hand. He was like a true immortal descending to the mortal realm, incomparably majestic. His power entered the moon propping immortal pagoda, intimidating the pagoda spirit. Even if the ruined sky wasn't wiped out, this pagoda spirit was still controlled by Yang Wu's powerful methods. He said with a majestic aura, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for helping the evildoer. Reincarnate as a good person in your next life. No, please let us go. We are willing to submit to Wuho Gang. I was forced. Please let me go. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and no longer do evil things. You bastard, if you dare to destroy us. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. You are the true devil, the devil." The living beings of the ruined immortal hall kept cursing. There were even some who didn't care about anything to escape. Unfortunately, no one could escape. They were destined to die. The moon propping immortal pagoda turned into a crescent moon, descending from the sky. Boundless immortal energy exploded, instantly smashing the area within a few hundred miles of the ruined immortal hall into a huge crater. Tens of thousands of living beings were directly wiped out. No one was able to escape. There was no chance of luck at all. The entire Luo prefecture felt the commotion and was greatly shocked. When they discovered that the ruined immortal hall was wiped out, they couldn't use words to describe their feelings. That was the publicly acknowledged #1 power in the God realm. How could it be destroyed in a single day? Very quickly. The news of the destruction of the ruined Immortal Hall spread. It turned out that Divine Lord Wu Ho had escaped and destroyed the ruined Immortal Hall a day ago. It was said that he had already ascended to the immortal position and would become the #1 person in the divine realm. All of the living beings in the Luo province sighed endlessly. As for those in the Luo manor who hadn't been completely annihilated, they clapped their hands in joy. Their Luo manor was destroyed by the damaged Immortal Hall. Now that they saw it being destroyed, the resentment in their hearts was finally released. Furthermore, they rapidly rushed towards the Wuho gang. They wanted to join the Wuho gang as they might have a chance to rebuild the Luo manor in the future. Before the news reached Wuho Bang, Yangwu had already returned to Wuho Bang. Right now, Martial Marquis gang was only guarding one area and no one dared to expand outwards. They just had to stop Broken Immortal Hall's attacks. In these few years, Yangwen came up with plans and strategies to stop Broken Immortal Hall's waves of attacks, stabilizing the position of Wuho gang and their allies. However, it wasn't that easy to counterattack Broken Immortal Hall. They had many experts with potential here. For example, Yang Zixing, Yang Qinkuan, and the others. As long as they entered the Emperor realm, they would possess powerful strength. What they lacked was top-notch, sub-immortal battle prowess. Only Ziyu Yu and Yang were able to face sub-immortals head-on, but it was still not enough. If they were given another 100 years, Yang Qinkuan might be able to challenge Kuan Mingzi. However, would Broken Immortal Hall give them that much time? From a true god to an immortal realm living being, it was a huge transformation. It wasn't something that anyone could easily achieve. Other than condensing every type of immortal Dao, they also needed the nourishment of immortal Qi. In these few years, other than obtaining some limited immortal crystals from the Immortal River, they hadn't been able to obtain immortal crystals from other places. Therefore, even if their talent was astonishing, they still needed time to accumulate and stabilize. When Yang Wu returned to Wuho gang, Little He immediately rushed up and shouted excitedly, "Master, you're finally back. I missed you so much." In these few years, Little He had been guarding Wuho gang's important area, preventing the people of Broken Immortal Hall from launching sneak attacks. When Yang Wu returned, it immediately sensed it. Yang Wu hugged Little He and patted it. "It's been hard on you these few years." "It's not hard at all. It's just that Wu Shuang and the geniuses. I'll let you down, Master," Little He said with incomparable guilt. "Is everyone all right?" Yang Wu asked. "Everyone is fine. We didn't directly clash with Broken Immortal Hall. With Yang Wen's help, everyone has calmed down. If Master still didn't come out of seclusion, he might be in trouble. It's rumored that Kuan Mingzi obtained a huge opportunity and found an ancient immortal ruins. He's almost become an immortal," Little He replied. "Even if I become an immortal, I'll still beat him up," Yang Wu replied forcefully. On this day, Yang Wu announced his return. The entire Wuho gang was in an uproar. Medicine God Palace and other allies were the same. Yang Wu was too important. He was the backbone of these people. With him and without him, the situation was completely different. Ziyu Yu and Yang, when both returned from outside and reunited with him. When Shu Yujun and Wan Lanxin learned that the souls of their children were still there, and that there was still a possibility of recovery, their expressions became better. These few years they had suffered too much. After Yang Wu met everyone, he brought his family to Taishan Mountain Range. This place had become his backyard, and he had opened up a place for cultivation. There was a divine spring, which was guarded by the golden crab. A large amount of divine spring and divine lotus that he had obtained from the divine river were placed here. The 3 divine lotuses were still there. Yang Wu went over in person and released the original souls of the peerless proud sons and daughters, placing them on 2 divine lotuses. He said faintly, "Your physical bodies have been destroyed. Even if I become an immortal and rebuild your bodies for you, there will inevitably be some flaws. But these divine lotuses are different. You can borrow the divine Qi here and use the divine lotuses as your physical bodies to cultivate the lotus divine body. Your physical bodies will be stronger than before, and your achievements will be higher in the future. So you don't need to worry about anything. It just takes some time, maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000 years. You have to bear with it. Once you achieve the divine lotus divine body, even if you don't reach the immortal realm, you will reach the subimmortal realm. Yes, Father, we will work hard. Peerless proud sons and daughters said in unison. You have to listen to your father. He never says things randomly. Shu Yujun said with tears in her eyes. In the future, when you all become immortals, you will be able to live forever. Work hard. Wan Lanxin encouraged them. Mother, sorry for making you worry. Yang Wushuang said. Yang Tianjiao said, don't worry. If we can live well, who would want to die? Father is so powerful, so we can't embarrass him. The two of them had lost half of their souls. Luckily, these were their original souls. With the nourishment of the celestial lotus, the situation was obviously much better. Yang Wu took out the celestial liquid and poured it on their souls to help them recover. The celestial liquid's grade was really high, and it was a complete immortal jade wine. It was really beneficial for them. After the two of them absorbed the celestial liquid, their souls became more condensed. In the future, they would be able to merge with the celestial lotus and refine their celestial lotus divine bodies. Yang Wu taught them the soul refining technique as well as the secret technique to merge with the celestial lotus. Only then did he set up restrictions to isolate them. Only then did Shu Yujun and Wan Lanxin relax. He hugged the two of them and said, don't worry, they will recover soon and even improve. You have to take care of your bodies and cultivate diligently. When the children become immortals, you will still be in the same place. What's wrong? Do you think we're holding you back? Shu Yujun asked. Wan Lanxin pretended to cry and said, you definitely think we are old and want to find prettier girls. You're thinking too much. How am I that kind of person? Yang Wu smiled bitterly. He then said, it is time to deal with the ruined immortal hall matter. Husband, did you become an immortal? Shu Yujun asked. Yang Wu's aura became completely different. It felt too perfect, making her feel like it wasn't real. Only immortals would have such a perfect physique, right? Not yet, but it won't take long. Yang Wu replied. I feel like you're like a sun right now. The power you contain is so divine and powerful. Wan Lanxin said. After dealing with the ruined immortal hall matter, I will tell you what is going on. Right now, let's gather everyone to discuss. Yang Wu smiled and replied. His current state could be said to be unrivaled. Very quickly, everyone gathered together. There were familiar faces and unfamiliar faces, but all of them were at the true deity realm. Many of them even reached the emperor realm. Yang Wu swept his gaze around. His aura towered into the sky, like an invincible overlord, causing the hearts of all living beings to tremble. They felt that the Yang Wu in front of them was someone they could only look up to and lower their heads in submission. The ruined immortal hall has already been wiped out by me. I believe this news will spread out very soon. Kuan Mingzi's wife Ruan Dongni has also been captured by me. Next, our martial marquee gang will wipe out all the powers of the ruined immortal hall and return the god realm to its former glory. Yang Wu said. He paused for a moment and then continued. The reason why the ruined immortal hall is so rampant is because they have the strength of a quasi-immortal, causing everyone to be helpless against them. I will find them and kill them one by one. As for the other matters, I will leave it to everyone to deal with. Gang leader, are you 100% confident? A quasi-emperor asked. He was still worried that Yang Wu's strength wasn't enough to wipe out those fellows. They had emperors who fought against the quasi-immortal hall, but they weren't able to gain an advantage and were instead heavily injured. Even if they attacked together, I have the confidence to wipe them all out. Yang Wu said confidently. Gang leader is mighty. The ruined immortal hall will definitely be wiped out. Sun Do shouted. The others also echoed. Gang leader is mighty. The ruined immortal hall will definitely be wiped out. Don't be in a hurry to shout such slogans. The ruined immortal hall has gone against the flow, causing the god realm to be in turmoil. What our martial marquee gang needs to do is to eradicate evil and return peace to the god realm. Chapter 1837. Yang Wu's powerful return shocked the entire god realm. News of him destroying Remnant Immortal Hall had already spread throughout the various provinces. Godlord Wu Ho has returned. Remnant Immortal Hall is destined to be destroyed. What did he do alone? Remnant Immortal Hall has many Emperor Realm experts and many subimmortals. They are extremely powerful and have even taken over a large amount of land. Martial Marquis Gang can only protect themselves. He wiped out the nest of the ruined Immortal Hall. Between the two powers, only one is destined to survive. I actually hope that the Martial Marquis Gang can win. During these years, the Martial Marquis Gang has been defending their territory, but their reputation is extremely good. They treat the local commoners well and recruit talents. They don't stick to one pattern and expand their power. They aren't like the ruined Immortal Hall, who tyrannically rules the various provinces. Well said. If Martial Marquis Gang wants to become the #1 overlord of God Realm, I am willing to support them. The attitudes of the various provinces were different, but most of them hoped that Martial Marquis Gang could win against Remnant Immortal Hall. In these past few years, wherever the Remnant Immortal Hall passed, they would rob all the powers. If they resisted, they would basically cause chaos, and a large amount of resentment would be accumulated. Yang Wu's return was like giving them a ray of light, causing them to be filled with hope. Remnant Immortal Hall's people also knew that Yang Wu had escaped. Those Remnant Immortals gathered around Tsang, all of them feeling uneasy. Boss, where did Lord Immortal King go? If he doesn't return soon, we won't be able to hold on. A sub-immortal asked Tsang. Yang Wu has broken free, and his strength has most likely improved by another level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill us two brothers. Indeed, only celestial kings can deal with him. However, I don't know where he is. I'm afraid that he has gone to a few of the most dangerous places in the divine realm to seek an opportunity to become an immortal. Tsang's expression turned serious. He paused for a moment before continuing. We can't move alone anymore. We will be defeated by him one by one. If we don't split up, we might be defeated by him. I feel that it is time to find a secret realm and lay down the heaven-earth mystic yellow formation. Another person said, That's right. We've gathered enough divine items over the years, as well as some celestial materials. We just need to lay down the heaven-earth mystic yellow formation to help us regain our celestial strength. It's fine if we don't fight in this world. We're just putting on a show to make the other forces submit. We have been trapped for many years. Our immortal roots have been destroyed, and our immortal bodies have been destroyed. However, in order to return to the immortal world, the Immortal King is no longer around. We have chosen a place to set up the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow Formation to receive the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow Chi and rebuild our immortal roots and immortal bodies. Over the years, many remnant immortals have been killed by Yang Wu. There were only 11 remnant immortals here. They had the intention to retreat and started to plan their retreat. You won't have such a chance anymore. A voice that was like a bolt from the blue landed in their ears, causing their hearts to tremble. A huge face appeared in the sky above them, looking down at the world with disdain. Yang Wu. When everyone saw this huge face, their hearts sank to the bottom. They didn't expect that Yang Wu would rush over so quickly. He didn't give them any leeway at all. Do we still have room for discussion? Tsang looked at the huge face and asked, We can follow you and pledge our loyalty to you. Another person said, That's right. Although we're crippled, we're still the top existences in the God Realm. We can help you become the only emperor of the God Realm and rule the world. Another person said, While they were talking, they were already prepared to escape. Yang Wu walked over in the air. There was no one beside him. There was a little hay dog on his shoulder. One man and one dog, giving off a proud and aloof aura. What's the use of trash like you? When my master returned to the celestial world, he waved his arm, and many celestial soldiers and generals submitted to him. Little Hay said, So there's no room for discussion? Tsang narrowed his eyes and asked, You can kill yourselves. Yang Wu said indifferently, Are you sure you want to kill us? Could it be that you've forgotten what you've caused in the Forbidden Grounds? Tsang said fiercely, So what? Yang Wu didn't care. Then I'll let you know that we have the support of an immortal sovereign. You'll pay the price for this, Song Song said. Then he shouted, "Brothers, there's no need to hide anymore. Let's summon the immortal sovereign." In the next moment, a strand of energy flew out from between his eyebrows. There was also a dense amount of heart blood. At the same time, it formed different hand seals. There was also the power of the immortal Tao floating, carrying out some kind of ritual summoning. The others all did the same, several blasts of heart blood flying together. The power between everyone's brows gathered, and then they produced an ancient immortal Tao imprint. Immediately, the essence, energy, and heart blood merged together, as if forming a bloody vortex. It was extremely strange. "Master, they're doing the immortal sacrifice. Should we stop them?" Little Hay asked anxiously. "No need. I also want to know who's behind all this. Even my brother Jinwu is forced into a corner." Yang Wu waved his hand. Soon, the sky changed color. It attracted the attention of existences in the distance. A power broke through the sky. "Haha, Yang Wu, it's time for you to die." Song Song laughed wildly. Their immortal Tao power was completely sucked dry. They fell from the subimmortal realm back to the Emperor realm. The price was definitely not low. Yang Wu calmly looked at the surging immortal Tao power in the sky. A voice rang out. "Ming Song, what else do you want?" This emotionless voice of the great Tao was majestic. Ming Song was Song Song's real name. He replied respectfully, "Lord Immortal Sovereign, this person is the reincarnation of true Lord Erlang. He's also the brother of great Emperor Jinwu. Now, he has awakened the memories of his past life. Lord, please kill him quickly. Otherwise, he will become a hidden danger. Lord Immortal Sovereign, please kill him." The many immortals present all said in unison. Who doesn't know the number one war, God, Erlang True Lord? Two gazes pierced through the sky and thousands of miles of stars, landing directly on Yang Wu. Those were two shocking immortal lights, causing people to be subdued. Yang Wu raised his head and looked at the floating immortal qi. He opened his soul, eye, and all the immortal qi gathered in his soul eye. He could see through all obstacles. Before he could see clearly, a palm strike came from afar. This palm strike was like the collapse of heaven and earth. It was enough to shatter heaven and earth into powder. This palm strike didn't come from the immortal realm far away. It was the supreme will of the great immortal sovereign that gathered the power of the immortal realm to form the immortal Tao. This palm strike didn't just envelop Yang Wu, it also enveloped Song Song and the others. "Lord Immortal Sovereign, you, please be careful. Don't hurt us." The immortals were terrified. That Lord Immortal Sovereign acted as if he didn't hear anything. The shocking giant palm continued to descend from the sky. Nothing within 1,000 miles could escape the threat of this palm strike. "Woof woof, who dares to attack my lord?" Little Hay shouted. The divine palace in Yang Wu's body surged. The divine palace in his dantian and the divine palace in his 5 viscera and 6 bowels erupted at the same time. The divine palace also had the support of the majestic will, forming the power of 13 suns. Boundless power surged madly. The supreme 9 mysteries formula circulated at an extremely fast speed. He looked up to the sky and roared, daring to kill me. When I return to the immortal realm, you will die. The power of 13 suns erupted. The sun and the moon both reversed. The immortal Tao surged out, forming a giant imprint that struck forward. Immortal vanquishing imprint. It could destroy heaven, destroy earth, and destroy immortals. Who could stop it? This imprint didn't have the power of an immortal realm, but already had the power to destroy immortals. It fiercely struck forward. Song Song and the others all felt the terrifying power that erupted from Yang Wu. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They felt that Yang Wu seemed to have become an immortal. But why was the power that erupted still divine power, and not the complete immortal Tao power? Could it be that before becoming an immortal, he already had the power to kill an immortal? Since ancient times, how many heroes and how many talented people could not counterattack and kill an immortal with the true God realm? This was an iron law. There was an incomparably huge gap between the two. Even if Yang Wu didn't comprehend the 13 suns realm and condensed 9 suns, or even stepped into the half-immortal realm, he still couldn't kill an immortal. An immortal realm creature, whether it was the physical body or the soul, had a qualitative leap. They had a completely different transcendence, achieving an immortal and indestructible body. How could a true God realm creature compare to them? However, after Yang Wu created the 13 Suns realm, he felt that whether it was the physical strength or the soul power, they weren't inferior to the immortal realm. He was completely comparable to an immortal realm creature. Once he stepped into the immortal realm, he would probably become even more extraordinary. Now, he just wanted to use this immortal realm creature to practice. When the two forces collided, it formed a terrifying storm. The clouds within 10,000 miles were swept away, leaving behind only the void. It kept on collapsing, scaring all the creatures on this continent out of their wits. Song Song and the others took the opportunity to escape. However, they didn't get far before they were swept up by the power. They all spat out blood and rolled on the ground, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The power was still surging, not stopping. The immortal Tao power intertwined, each of them destroying the other's immortal Tao power. Facing such pressure, Yang Wu still felt that he couldn't pass through it. He thought to himself, this is the void immortal Tao power. It really is that insect that has achieved the Tao. I can't use all my trump cards. I'll surprise him when I reach the immortal realm. Immediately after, the Champagne shield flew out and supported him. It blocked all the surging power, but he still retained some of his strength. After a while, the surging power all disappeared. Only the two eyes still hung high in the sky. The immortal realm creature said faintly, as expected of true Lord Erlang, you haven't even entered the immortal realm, yet you can block my immortal Tao power. Unfortunately, you're too weak. If you want to return to the immortal realm, you still have a long way to go. Once you return, you'll hear the news of me personally killing True Marshal. Haha, if you have the ability, then stay in the lower realm forever. Chapter 1838. An immortal level battle was rarely seen even in 1,000 years. Every time an immortal level battle occurred, it would cause a huge impact. Yang Wu had caused it a few times. Now, he could finally rely on his own strength to resist an immortal level battle. He felt extremely good. The power of an immortal venerable can only be used in the immortal realm here. My 13 Suns realm can resist it. It is indeed extraordinary. When my 13 suns were covered by the power of the immortal Tao and the power of the immortal foundation nourished my body, I entered the immortal realm in one go and became unparalleled in the world. Yang Wu muttered to himself with incomparable satisfaction. Under the impact of such a level of power, he was still safe and sound. Moreover, he still had energy left. This was extraordinary. He didn't have time to lament here. He asked Little Hay attentively, where are they? Over here. Little Hay replied from another direction. When Song Song and the others were fleeing, Little Hay had already rushed over. Little Hay's tracking technique was unparalleled in the world. How could Song Song and the others escape? Yang Wu shuttled through the void and quickly chased after Song Song and the others. Before he arrived in front of them, a huge palm flipped over and declared, you should have died long ago. You were left to bring disaster to the immortal realm. Let me send you on your way. Yang Wu, you dare to kill us? You will not have a good death. Song Song shouted. We have already surrendered. Why do you still want to kill us? Another person shouted unwillingly. We are willing to do anything for you. Let's go. Another person roared. Their immortal foundation had been completely destroyed. Their immortal bodies had long been destroyed. It was already a miracle that they were still alive. They wanted to return to the immortal realm. Now, before they could do so, they were facing death. How unwilling were they? Yang Wu's power enveloped them. They activated the immortal weapons in their hands and unleashed their best counterattack. Even if they died, they had to give it a try. A broken immortal spear stabbed towards Yang Wu's palm like a flood dragon. The majestic power it contained was extraordinary. However, when it came into contact with the palm, it was directly repelled. The other immortal weapon even self-detonated to block the power of Yang Wu's palm. "How many attacks can you block?" Yang Wu said as he slammed his palm down again. He felt as if the entire world was under his control. "Whoever dared to go against his will would die. You gone too far. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Song Song roared and gave up on escaping. He drew out the last of his immortal Dao strength and concentrated his energy to unleash his strongest attack. The 9-section whip turned into a huge python that broke through layers of space and attacked Yang Wu. Song Song was indeed the leader of these broken immortals. He was much stronger than the others, and even stronger than the previous God Emperors. "Final struggle," Yang Wu said disdainfully as he faced this attack. He turned his palm into a fist, and the power of the 13 suns pressed down. The power of the 9-section whip continuously exploded. The fist broke through the 9-section whip and directly penetrated Song Song's body. "Puff! I didn't expect that after living for so many years, I still have to die." Song Song roared unwillingly. What awaited him was still Yang Wu's merciless oppression. His crippled immortal body was instantly torn into pieces. The others were already scared out of their wits. They detonated their immortal weapons and immortal diagrams. They didn't care about the price and wanted to break through Yang Wu again to fight for a chance to escape. Yang Wu was like the only god of war in this world, controlling the power of heaven and earth. The black tortoise armor was used to the extreme, and no power could touch his body. It was all washed away. He killed through the air, and like flies, he swatted them to death one by one. "I hate it. I also want to reincarnate. I will definitely step on you. I don't know how many years I cultivated before I became an immortal. In the end, I still died in the God world. I don't accept this. I don't accept this." It didn't matter if they accepted it or not. They were completely dead. They didn't die in the past because of their immortal roots and immortal bodies. After countless years, they were no longer immortal. It was reasonable that they were killed one by Yang Wu. Those broken immortals who escaped from the forbidden area were finally completely wiped out. Not a single one survived. However, Kunmingzi was still alive. No one knew where he and the immortal crane went. From Ruan Dongni's testimony, she didn't know where her husband went. She only vaguely knew that the immortal crane brought him there. It wasn't easy for Yang Wu to find him. Even if the little hay hound had an unparalleled sense of smell, it couldn't conduct such a large search. Now, he could only wait for Kunmingzi to show himself. After Yang Wu destroyed Kinsong and the other remnant immortals, the forces of Remnant Immortal Palace were defeated like a landslide. Martial Marquis Gang was like a tiger that was released from its cage and started to devour everything. Those forces that were once oppressed by Remnant Immortal Palace also started to resist. In a short half a month, a wave of rebellion against Remnant Immortal Palace started. Even Void Palace was affected. Yang Wu also had a grudge against the Void Palace. Now that the broken Immortal Palace was destroyed, would the Void Palace still dare to be arrogant? After the Void Palace found out about this, the upper echelons were shocked. They all reported the situation to the Void Emperor and the Emperor of Grand Peace. The two emperors had already entered the subimmortal realm. This was thanks to the immortal cultivation manual that Kunmingzi gave them. They took the most important step and also comprehended the immortal Tao in the immortal river. Their strength increased greatly. However, compared to Kinsong and the others, they were only about the same. How could they be compared to Yang Wu? After the two received news about Yang Wu, they dismissed their attendance and discussed in private. Now that Yang Wu is powerful, he might attack the Void Palace. "We need to make arrangements," the Void Emperor said faintly. This was only his clone, and the Emperor of Grand Harmony was also a clone. His main body had already gone somewhere in search of a fortuitous opportunity. "All these years, we've been defending our territory. Occasionally, we'll harass the Wuho gang. We haven't done anything too out of line. I'm sure he won't attack for no reason, unless he wants to be the #1 person in the God realm." "You're right. He wants to be #1. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wiped out the broken Immortal Palace." The Void Emperor said, "How are the preparations for your disciple?" If it's about time, we can't wait any longer. The Emperor of Grand Peace said, there's already some progress. If we rush over now, it should be about time. Good. You promised me that we'll split the fate of the human world. Don't disappoint me. How is it possible for me to control the world spirit of the human world alone? If we work together, we might have a chance. Good. Let's not delay. Let's go. The Void Palace shrunk their territory and prepared for battle. They were afraid that Yangwu would kill his way to their door. In the end, Yangwu didn't come. The one he feared the most was Ku and Mingzi. They were both reincarnated and had many tricks up their sleeves. Moreover, Ku and Mingzi's opportunities weren't any worse than his. If he was the first to become an immortal, he would be a great threat to the Wuhou gang. Yang Wu went to several famous places that could be called immortal realms, but he couldn't find Ku and Mingzi's whereabouts. Only then did he return home. He returned to the Medicine God Palace and met with the 9 Hall Masters. He was prepared to leave behind some inheritances as a contribution to the Medicine God Palace. All these years, because of his relationship with the Medicine God Palace, the Medicine God Palace had been targeted by the ruined Immortal Palace. The situation was deteriorating day by day, and many alchemists didn't dare to join. Previously, he had passed down some alchemy techniques and some pill formulas to the Medicine God Palace, but there were still many unique skills that he hadn't contributed. All these years, the Medicine Emperor hadn't returned. Originally, he wanted to wait for the Medicine Emperor to return before giving it to them. Now, he didn't want to wait any longer. After he broke through to the 13 Suns, he had to find the last type of profound essence Qi to complete the supreme 9 Mysteries formula and break through to the immortal realm. After returning to the Wuhou Divine Palace, he immediately summoned the 9 Hall Masters back. All these years, the ruined Immortal Palace had been pressuring them step by step. They didn't dare to leave their own territory. At least there was an immortal formation protecting this place. The people of the ruined Immortal Palace didn't dare to rashly send themselves to their deaths. When all the Hall Masters arrived, they all sighed to Yang Wu, telling him how difficult it had been for them all these years. Now that Yang Wu had returned, it was time for the Medicine God Palace to prepare to make a big fuss and restore their prestige. After Yang Wu heard their words, he briefly explained his plan to them. He even completely delegated the authority to the 9 Hall Masters and no longer asked about the Medicine God Palace. Divine Lord, why did you make such a decision? The Medicine God Palace Hall Master asked in surprise. After pausing for a moment, he added, we don't have the slightest bit of disloyalty. We are completely convinced by you. Ever since Yang Wu refined the Imperial Palace Pill and left the Imperial Palace Pill formula in the Medicine God Palace, they were completely convinced. That's right. Did we do something wrong to make the Divine Lord make such a decision? The Myriad Palace Hall Master said. The Wonderful Life Palace Hall Master Qiao Yinyun said, do you think that our support for the Martial Marquis Association is not enough? Her words were very interesting. In these years, the Martial Marquis Association had grown rapidly. It felt as if they had overshadowed the Medicine God Palace. Moreover, the people who dealt with the ruined Immortal Palace were all from the Martial Marquis Association. Most of the people in the Medicine God Palace were alchemists. Although they had a large number of warriors supporting them, they were basically protecting the Medicine God Palace. They didn't provide much support to the Martial Marquis Association. She was afraid that Yang Wu would feel uncomfortable, so she decided to quit. Yang Wu waved his hand and said, you don't have to think too much. Now that my strength has made a new breakthrough, I'm afraid that it won't be long before I leave this place. So I'm just making some preparations. After pausing for a moment, he said, I will hand over the Martial Marquis Association's current territory as soon as possible. It's not that I'm afraid of anyone's opinions, but that if we continue to mix together, it's inevitable that some unpleasant things will happen. I will move the territory. In the future, after I leave, the two of us will still be allies. We can rely on each other and advance and retreat together. It seems that you have already made plans in your heart. It's useless for us to object. However, I hope that you can nurture a successor. With the support of the 9 halls, we can continue to unite and become stronger. The All-Life Palace Hall Master suggested. His suggestion immediately received the approval of the other hall masters. After all, the alchemy emperor had already stopped caring about worldly affairs for many years. Moreover, the 9 hall masters didn't have any greater ambitions. It was better to choose someone else. Chapter 1839. What they meant was for Yang Wu to choose a disciple to cultivate. Over the years, Yang Wu had taken in a few disciples, and they were all successful now. However, there were only 2 disciples who could refine medicine. One was Dan Zi, who stayed in the transcendental realm and did not go to the divine realm. Now, she was the top alchemist in the transcendental realm. The other was Jiang Lu from the Jiang clan in the transcendental realm. At that time, he was still a child. Now that many years had passed, no one knew how he was. Yang Wu did not immediately respond to them. He felt that they just wanted to find another talented prodigy to continue his legacy. He was not stingy with the legacy of alchemy. They just wanted him to find and cultivate a disciple like that. He did not have such plans. If possible, it would be better to find Jiang Lu and consider it. Yang Wu temporarily put this matter aside. When he returned to the transcendental realm, he would go to the Jiang clan to take a look before making a decision. After Yang Wu finished with the matters, he returned to Wuhou Gang. In the end, the 9 hall masters decided to cede the Taishan Mountains and the Divine Pass residence to Wuhou Gang, leaving the Medicine God Hall's jurisdiction. This way, Wuhou Gang did not need to move for the time being. But the Divine Pass residence was still too small. Yang Wu still had to find a good place to rebuild Wuhou Gang. Now, Wuhou Gang's people were all going to destroy the remaining forces of the remnant Immortal Palace. They had not completely returned. Yang Wu was not in a hurry to do this. After he finished with the matters, he went into seclusion again to consolidate his 13 sons' realm. He also checked if there were any hidden dangers to prevent accidents when he tried to break through to the immortal realm. During this time, Wuhou Gang further expanded their achievements. After hunting down many emperor and boundary emperors of the remnant Immortal Palace, the remnant Immortal Palace was finished. But Kuan Mingzi's son, Kuan Lingxian, was amazing. He escaped in the chaos and disappeared. The war gradually subsided. Only the small battles in the various provinces continued. They had passed a difficult period, and the one who changed all this was Yang Wu. Many forces in the immortal realm respectfully called him the most powerful person in the immortal realm. No one had any objections. Kensong and Emperor God had both died at his hands. The Void Emperor and Emperor Tai, he were definitely no match for him. Yang Wu was first, Kuan Mingzi was second, the Void Emperor was third, the Emperor of Grand Harmony was fourth, Yi was fifth, Sun Do was sixth after the Monarch Board was established. It immediately caused a new change in the structure of the Divine Realm. More and more people joined the Martial Marquis Association, and more people were willing to send their young heirs to the Martial Marquis Association to cultivate. This pushed the Martial Marquis Association's reputation to the peak. Because joining the Martial Marquis sect, he knew that he had a chance to become an emperor in the future. At the same time, various powerhouses also entered a new war of independence and went through a new shuffle. There were many capable people. The new Real God ranking list and Martial God ranking list reappeared. The various provinces welcomed a new ranking. Winter passed and spring came. Year after year, the immortal realm finally returned to its original state. The Marquis Gang was the strongest, and the Medicine God Palace and the Void Temple were still monarch-level divine palaces. There were also 1 or 2 other forces that had people who had become great emperors, but they could not be compared to these forces. In the galaxy outside the human realm, after many years of preparation, Sakura finally set up the sky, peaking immortal array, and began to peek at the fate of the human realm. Originally, he wanted to peek at the fate of the human realm alone and quietly enter it. However, the Void Emperor and Emperor Tai he had arrived at the same time, and his fantasy was dashed. Master, Lord Tai he. Sakura bowed and greeted the two when he saw them. Sakura was now great emperor level, but compared to his master and Emperor Tai he was still much weaker. Naturally, he did not dare to be impudent. Looks like the immortal array is completed. You did very well. The Void Emperor was very satisfied. Not bad. Although we can only peak at a small amount of fate, we can accumulate a lot. As long as the human realm spirit does not reject us, we can enter and seize all of its power. Emperor Tai, his eyes glowed. Sakura felt a chill in his heart. It was not easy for him to complete this task, but before he could even peek at a strand of fate, he was going to work for someone else. Although he was the Void Emperor's disciple, he was still very ambitious. However, he did not show it. Instead, he told them how to operate the array. He thought to himself, since you want to steal my fruits of labor, don't blame me for peeking at your cultivation. After the Void Emperor and Emperor Tai, he entered the array. They activated the array's power and began to peek at the fate of the human realm. They were both fantasizing that they could enter the human realm and seize the power of the realm spirit. It was also at this time that the immortal array suddenly surged and sealed the two of them. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Sure, Tian, you did this? The Void Emperor shouted in a low voice. His entire body's power surged, blocking the array's restraint. Emperor Tai, he also shouted, "Oh no, this array has seeped in my body. Get out of here." These two were subimmortals, so the array could not do anything to them immediately. However, it was not easy for them to escape. They both activated their powerful trump cards, wanting to rush out of the array. Stop struggling. This sky-peaking immortal array can not only peek at fate, but also your strength for my use. Accept your fate obediently. Sakura finally showed a smug expression. I didn't expect to have such an ingrate by my side. But do you think you can lock me up like this? You're too naive. The Void Emperor shouted, and a black cauldron appeared above his head. The powerful black cauldron released an endless amount of immortal chi, which swallowed the power of the formation. Then, the Void Emperor turned into a shadow and disappeared into the formation. Emperor Tai, he was not so easily taken down. An immortal armor appeared on his body, blocking the immortal array's power. A golden saber appeared, forcefully breaking open the immortal array, wanting to force his way out. It's useless. Both of you stay here. Sakura roared. He commanded the living beings around him to activate the formation, increasing the power of the formation. This immortal-ranked formation started to operate frenziedly. Numerous void runes actually started to absorb the energy of the mortal world, sealing the two quasi-immortals. Even if they were using immortal weapons, they were still restricted. The power of the formation runes continued to expand as large amounts of energy converged, enveloping a huge area. Void Emperor used the immortal cauldron to attack, and used the void travel technique to escape. However, he realized that even the void was sealed. He could not travel at all. Moreover, the power in his body was leaking out uncontrollably. He shouted angrily, "Sakura, don't be stubborn. Stop the array immediately, and I can let bygones be bygones. If you continue to be stubborn, you will not have a good ending." He poured his power into the immortal cauldron. His body also sank into the immortal cauldron to stop the power from leaking out. Emperor Tai, his immortal robe, was ethereal, and his battle aura was shocking. After he broke through an area, even more array's power surged over. It was like a spider web that could not be cut or broken. He shouted, "When I escape today, I will tear you into pieces." Haha, you won't have the chance. Sakura laughed wildly as he directly occupied the position of the master of the formation, and then he started to activate the formation and absorb the chi in the surroundings. It wasn't just the energy of the two emperors that were absorbed by him. Even the karmic luck of the mortal dimension was absorbed by him. The so-called heaven-prying immortal formation wasn't as simple as simply prying into the heavens, and he'd studied this formation deeply since a long time ago. He'd even personally participated in setting up the formation to guard against other formation grandmasters, and even directly made a move against his master, and he could be said to be extremely sinister. The two great emperors were furious. They continuously used their methods to break this immortal array. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. It was not that they were not strong enough, but that Sakura had prepared this array for many years. He even used immortal materials to set up a corner of the immortal array. It was enough to kill a subimmortal. Its ability was to peek into fate, the chi of heaven and earth, and their martial power. As long as the array was not broken, they would be weakened and eventually become crippled. Sakura would continue to grow stronger and eventually surpass them. Even if he did not become an immortal, he would become a peak subimmortal. At that time, he would obtain the fate of the mortal world and reach the land of the world spirit. He would then obtain the world spirit and become an immortal spirit. He would definitely be stronger. One had to admit that Sakura had planned this for a long time. It caused the Void Emperor and Emperor Tai He to be defeated. In the end, who would win and who would lose would depend on who could persevere to the end. At the same time, Kuan Mingzi had just broken out of seclusion in a forbidden area of the immortal realm. His strength had improved, and his immortal chi had become denser. Riding on an immortal crane, he was like an immortal descending. His temperament was astonishing. He did not go to find trouble with Yang Wu. Instead, he went to look for a void array to return to the mortal world. Many places have void arrays to return to the mortal world. The best place is none other than the forces that are related to the mortal world. The Purple Firmament Palace, the War Tribe, and other places are the best. Let's go to the Purple Firmament Palace, Kuan Mingzi muttered and headed in the direction of the Purple Firmament Palace. Although the immortal crane was old, it had the power of a subimmortal. It was so fast that no one could discover its existence. The reason why he chose Kuan Mingzi as his master was that Kuan Mingzi had fate. Moreover, Kuan Mingzi had already told him that he was the reincarnation of an immortal king. In the future, when he brought him back to the immortal world, he would help him regain his vitality and ascend to the immortal position. Otherwise, why would he follow Kuan Mingzi? The Purple Firmament Palace had been sealed for 100 years because of the matter with Yang Wu. Now that 100 years had passed, the people of the Purple Firmament Palace gradually reappeared in the world and returned to their former glory. When Kuan Mingzi descended, they could not sense him. Only when he entered the Purple Firmament Palace did the true gods of the Purple Firmament Palace discover his existence. "Who are you?" asked the Purple Firmament Palace's great protector. "Kuan Mingzi, I wish to use the Void Array," Kuan Mingzi replied in a straightforward manner. "The master of the ruined, immortal palace." The people of the Purple Firmament Palace were greatly shocked. No one dared to act rashly. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Even if they all rushed forward, they would only be dead souls in his hands. The Purple Firmament Palace's old ancestor appeared and could only respectfully bring Kuan Mingzi to the Void Array. He said, "Activating the Void Array isn't difficult. The difficult part is avoiding the suppression of the mortal world. Are you sure you want to use it? Go ahead." Chapter 1840. By the time Yang Wu found out that Kuan Mingzi had left for the human world, it was already a month later. Purple Firmament Hall had been destroyed by Kuan Mingzi. Some people from Purple Firmament Hall had escaped and came to Wuho Gang to save the gang leader's wife, Yu Yu. Only then did they find out that Kuan Mingzi had gone to the human world through Purple Firmament Hall. Yang Wu was not in seclusion. After Ziyu brought this news to him, he was shocked. Kuan Mingzi has returned to the transcendent world. He could not figure out what else in the transcendent world could attract Kuan Mingzi. Ziyu pondered. Could it be that the transcendent world has some method to become an immortal? She also knew that Kuan Mingzi was a reincarnated body. If the transcendent world did not have a method to become an immortal, why would he return? Could he have gone back to destroy the Yang family? To take revenge on our husband for destroying the ruined immortal hall? Wan Lanxin said worriedly. "I think that is possible," Shu Yujun agreed. Yang Wu pondered for a moment before saying, "Our people have basically all reached the divine world or the divine firmament battlefield. Although the people from the transcendent world are related to us, they are not enough to threaten me. I believe that it is, as you said. He wants to become an immortal, so he returned." He paused for a moment before saying, "He is not the son of Providence, but that does not mean that he does not have the ability to seize the providence of the human world. You must not let him succeed. He is a sinister and despicable person." Once he becomes an immortal, it will be difficult to get rid of him. He will become a hidden danger, Zuu said solemnly. Of course, I will also return to the transcendent world and see what he wants, Yang Wu replied. That guy knows that his wife is in our hands, yet he did not come to save her. He is really heartless. Shu Yujun sighed. Who cares? It's fine as long as our husband isn't heartless. Ever since Yang Wu had returned to the transcendent world the last time, he had ordered Little He to open up the void array connecting the divine firmament battlefield and the divine firmament battlefield. Then, he had opened up the void array connecting the divine firmament battlefield and the divine firmament battlefield. The 3 points were connected. If one wanted to return to the transcendent world, they would have to go through the divine firmament battlefield first. This time, Yang Wu only brought along Zuu and Little He. He did not bring anyone else. He first went to the divine firmament battlefield, then rushed back to the transcendence without stopping. If it were anyone else who had reached this level of strength, they would not be able to approach the human realm. They would be automatically rejected by the human realm and unable to return to the human realm. However, Yang Wu had the sun of popularity, and he had also given a portion of his providence to Yu Yu. Bringing her along was not a problem at all. As for the black mark, it was still in the sealing stage and had not been completely unsealed. It was a special existence. Xie Tian and Yang Zhenan also returned to the transcendent world. Over the years, they had traveled through the 81 worlds of the human realm. Xie Tian had slaughtered the strongest expert of the 80 worlds and seized the providence of the 80 worlds, becoming the strongest person in the human realm. After reaching this step, he felt the importance of providence. Now, he was missing the last batch of providence. Over the past several hundred years, many experts had appeared in the transcendent world. There were some who had broken through to the true God realm and become the strongest person in the transcendent world. That person was the Tao Old Two of the Eternal Life Hall. Since he had lost to Yang Wu, he had become brave and broke through to the true God realm, becoming the strongest person in the transcendent world once again. After Xie Tian returned to the transcendent world, he directly went to the Eternal Life Hall to challenge the Tao Old Two and killed him in one fell swoop. In the past, the Eternal Life Hall had a grudge with him. Not only did he kill the Tao Old Two, he also killed many experts of the Eternal Life Hall, causing the Eternal Life Hall to become a second-rate power. But he did not have the same providence as before, so he went to find the strongest old monk of the heavenly bamboo temple. Regardless of whether the other side agreed or not, he directly fought him, which was very overbearing. That old monk was very strong, but he was around the same level as the Tao Old Two. He was not Xie Tian's match and was directly killed by Xie Tian. Xie Tian still did not have a way to obtain providence, which made him incomparably angry as he said, "Why is it that the so-called strongest experts have all been killed by me and the providence still hasn't appeared?" In the 80 worlds he had traveled over the years, he had obtained providence after killing the strongest expert. Now he only needed the final bit of providence to gather the providence of the 81 worlds. When the time came, he could go to the human realm to see the realm spirit and help his mother come back to life. It was a pity that he couldn't obtain any providence right now. His heart was filled with incomparable anxiety and anger. A voice rang out. The final bit of providence is with Yang Wu. This voice was faint, and no one knew where it came from. Stop speaking nonsense. Yang Zhenan loudly shouted. Master, isn't he in the divine realm? Why is the providence with him? Xie Tian asked in a confused voice. Since the beginning, Xie Tian had always known that his master had been following him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cross worlds. It couldn't be separated from his master's help. Even if he knew that he was being used as a chess piece, when he thought of his mother, he could only follow his master's orders. He was the child of providence in the human realm. He has seen the realm spirit and obtained the recognition of this world. Even if he leaves the transcendent realm, he still has a large influence here. Unless he falls, the providence will not return to the people of the transcendent realm. That voice replied again. Who are you and why are you making the father and son turn against each other? That voice did not avoid Yang Zhenan at all. He could clearly hear it and there was no reason for his heart to be filled with rage. Over these years, he had always been willing to follow his grandson because he didn't want him to walk down the wrong path. He wanted to move him back onto the right path, but it was a pity that this hidden fellow was everywhere, always instructing Xietian to do something. Now he wanted Xietian and Yang Wu to turn against each other. How sinister were his intentions. All right, I'll go to the divine realm to find him, Xietian said without any hesitation. No need. He will return to the transcendent realm soon. You could just ask him for it when the time comes. That voice replied. After pausing for a bit, he then said, Your strength has surpassed your imagination. You are not his match. So what? I have to give the providence to me, Xietian said in an incomparably certain voice. If he doesn't give it to me, then I'll die for him to see. Ha ha, good. With this kind of determination, you're not afraid that he won't give it to you. Your mother will definitely come back from the dead. After Kuan Mingzi returned to the transcendent realm, he did not go to deal with the powers related to Yang Wu. To him, the most important thing was to become an immortal. Logically speaking, with his strength, he shouldn't be able to return to the transcendent realm. However, he had a heaven-defying opportunity. When he became the Kunlun sect master, he obtained a portion of providence in the Kunlun forbidden area that could help him travel between the two realms. Moreover, that forbidden area could be an immortal graveyard. Kunlun had always been the most mysterious place in the human realm. There were too many ancient ruins that no one had explored. There was a rumor that an old man riding a bull had ascended to immortality from Kunlun. Whether it was true or not, it was worth paying attention to. According to Kuan Mingzi's speculations, as well as the many opportunities he had obtained, Kunlun had a mysterious passage that could reach the center of the human realm in a single step. This was also the reason why he returned to the transcendent realm. Currently, Kunlun was still the overlord of the transcendent realm. They occupied the best cultivation ground, which was not something that other powers could compare to. Even without Kuan Mingzi, they still had many outstanding geniuses. As a transcendent realm recovered the profound qi of heaven and earth, they all benefited. After Kuan Mingzi returned riding on a crane, he really gave the people of Kunlun a big fright. Who didn't know that the old sect master had already gone to the divine realm? Now that he had returned, they didn't know why. The people of Kunlun didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly gathered to greet the old sect master. Who didn't know that the old sect master was once the #1 person in the transcendent realm? Yang Wu. Even though he lost to Yang Wu, he was still an incomparably powerful existence. Kuan Mingzi didn't have the time to care about the matters of Kunlun. He only showed his face to make things easier. An old man who had broken through to the true God realm revealed a trace of disdain towards Kuan Mingzi's return. He said, Kuan Mingzi, why did you return from the divine realm? Could it be that you didn't have a good time in the divine realm and want to return to Kunlun to be the gangmaster? Everyone present knew that this old ancestor who had broken through to the true God realm was the #1 person in Kunlun. If it wasn't for the fact that Dao Lao Heir was the #1 person, he would also dare to call himself the #1 person. He didn't say this because he had any enmity towards Kuan Mingzi. It was just that after entering the true God realm, he was a little too pleased with himself. Kuan Mingzi glanced at him. His eyes were filled with a strange light. In an instant, 2 sharp blades pierced into the internal organs of this true God. This true God's figure was forced to retreat. He immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground. He almost died. Who do you think you are? How dare you make a fuss in front of me? Kuan Mingzi said coldly. Immediately, everyone in Kunlun trembled. They didn't dare to make a noise. Meanwhile, that true God crawled up and prostrated himself on the ground. He cried, I didn't mean to offend Sect Master. I deserve to die 10,000 deaths. I beg Sect Master to forgive me. At this moment, he finally understood that his cultivation was far inferior to the people of the divine realm. He really shouldn't have provoked Kuan Mingzi like this. Get out. Kuan Mingzi looked at this true God with disgust and directly reprimanded him. It was already benevolent of him not to kill him. That true God didn't dare to refute. He rolled and crawled out of the main hall. From then on, his reputation in Kunlun plummeted. It was unknown how long it would take for him to recover. After this person left, Kuan Mingzi reported the situation of Kunlun to everyone. Even this generation's sect master could only obediently serve as a foil, not daring to complain at all. Kuan Mingzi was very surprised to hear a piece of news related to Yang Wu. The news of Yang Wu's son Xie Tian killing the second brother was known by the entire world. Of course, Kunlun also knew about it. Very good. Where is Xie Tian? I'll go meet him. Kuan Mingzi said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Even if he was an emotionless person, his wife had been taken away by Yang Wu. His faction had been destroyed by Yang Wu, so he still bore a grudge in his heart. I heard that he went to the Heavenly Bamboo Temple not long ago. I'm afraid he went to challenge the monks of the Heavenly Bamboo Temple. Someone replied, All right, I'll go, Kuan Mingzi said. He left the main hall and headed in the direction of the Heavenly Bamboo Temple. His speed was shockingly fast. Even the people of Kunlun couldn't catch up to him. Chapter 1841. When Kuan Mingzi found Xie Tian, it was when Xie Tian was heading to the Yang family. If Xie Tian wanted to see Yang Wu, he had to return to the Yang family. Kuan Mingzi's perception was shocking, quickly finding his whereabouts and directly chasing after him. Yang Jinan recognized Kuan Mingzi and said in a surprised voice, It's you. Kuan Mingzi also recognized Yang Jinan and said with a long laugh, Yang Wu's father and son. If I take you down, Yang Wu should be worried. Xie Tian flicked his long hair and said with a serious expression, Where did this fellow come from? His tone is so big. Over the years, it was always him finding trouble with others, and no one dared to find trouble with him. If he was called the second strongest person in the human world, no one dared to call themselves first. He had already built 3 divine palaces, and his battle strength could compare to a 5 sons or even a 6 sons true god. This was also the reason why he had won all his battles over the years. Other than this, he was also hiding a strength that no one knew about. As for whether he could fight Kuan Mingzi or not, he would only know after fighting. Kuan Mingzi could see through Xie Tian's strength with a single glance, so naturally he did not place Xie Tian in his eyes. However, he was surprised by Yang Jinan. He actually had the strength of a half-emperor. After all, on the surface, he only displayed the strength of a true god. Even Xie Tian did not know that Yang Jinan was this strong. He is Kuan Mingzi, your father's old enemy. He has already gone to the god realm and has returned now. I'm afraid his strength is very high. You can't be careless. Yang Jinan said to Xie Tian in a voice transmission. Then he said to Kuan Mingzi, You want to take us down? I'm afraid you're not qualified. Whether or not I am qualified, you will soon understand. Kuan Mingzi laughed and said to the red-crowned crane, Capture them. I want them alive. The red-crowned crane maintained its original form and did not take human form. When it heard Kuan Mingzi's order, it released a powerful energy that suppressed Yang Jinan and Xie Tian. It did not dare to release all of its power because it was afraid of being suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. This power was enough to make any true god tremble in fear, but to Yang Jinan and Xie Tian, it did not feel that much pressure. Especially Xie Tian, he had obtained a large amount of destiny from the human world and had almost obtained the recognition of the realm spirit. He ignored this pressure and threw the demon ring at the red-crowned crane. He shouted, I don't care where you come from. I'm the true emperor in the human world. During these years, he already developed a type of domineering aura. He became one with heaven and earth. Demonic energy was deep, and the ring of light was astonishing. He wanted to kill the red-crowned crane. The red-crowned crane roared, Trivial beings from the lower realms, you're just frogs in a well. You dare speak such arrogant words, prepare to die. It spread its wings, and countless feather blades flew out, sending the demon ring flying and flying at Xie Tian. Xie Tian knew that this red-crowned crane was strong, even stronger than the people he had defeated on the way here. When he was about to make another move, Yang Jinan stabbed out with his spear. An incomparably overbearing spear glow turned into a rainbow that blocked the red-crowned crane's attack. Hong Long. A shocking explosion rang out, and the heaven and earth instantly collapsed. Grandfather is this strong. Xietian couldn't help crying out in shock. During these years, Yang Jinan had followed him and solved many problems for him. He knew that Yang Jinan was not weak, but he never thought that he would be this strong. Xietian, leave immediately. I'm afraid they have the strength of a Nine Suns realm expert. Yang Jinan said. Xietian did not leave. He did not believe that his hidden master would not know his situation. Not to mention that during these years, he had never lost a battle and was filled with confidence. He would not be scared away that easily. The red-crowned crane was suppressed by the world and could not use its strength, but it still forced Yang Jinan back step by step. Yang Jinan felt that Xietian had not left and became even more anxious. He reprimanded, "Forget it. I'll let you see how strong I am today." In the next moment, the blood in his body began to boil, and a boundless battle chi exploded out. It was like a mountain flood. It was very strong. Even if he only had the strength of a half-emperor, his battle strength was not inferior to any emperor-level life forms because he cultivated an immortal art. This was also the reason why he had improved so quickly over the years. Not to mention that he had gone through the 81 worlds with Xietian, gaining insights from each world and obtaining many opportunities. Every time Xietian fought, he would cultivate for a period of time, and he would cultivate with him. His strength increased faster than Xietian's, not because his innate talent was higher, but rather because his immortal art was too high level. It was even stronger than Xietian's demonic art. Fusing the power of the 81 worlds and reaching the half-emperor realm, he was the only one. Yang Jinan raised his battle spear and was like a black tortoise being born. The pure black tortoise Tao was released, fighting on par with a red-crowned crane. Every move was huge, and the clouds within 10,000 miles were scattered. The space continued to collapse. The spear waves blasted out wave after wave, blocking the thousands of sharp blades. Even if there were sharp blades that broke through the attack, they were mostly neutralized by the dissipating force in front of him. Kuan Mingzi saw how strong Yang Jinan was, and his heart was filled with discomfort. He knit his brows and roared, "Don't stall for time. Suppress him." "You!" With the cry of a crane, an immortal seal came out of his mouth, suppressing Yang Jinan. "Go!" A 7-floored pagoda appeared in Yang Jinan's hand. The pagoda was covered in sparkling light as it slammed into the immortal seal. Xietian knew that Yang Jinan had this 7-floored pagoda when they were in the Heavenly King realm. When he was attacked by the Heavenly King, there was an expert who interfered, and it was Yang Jinan who came out to help, blocking the fatal attack for him. That sneak attacker was killed by Yang Jinan, and this 7-floored pagoda was his spoils of war. At that time, Yang Jinan wanted to give this 7-floored pagoda to Xietian, but Xietian didn't want it. He had gone through the 81 worlds and obtained quite a few good things, but this grandfather always gave the best to him. He had already accepted this grandfather in his heart, so how could he take everything? The 7-floored pagoda was without a doubt an immortal item. After blocking the immortal seal, the red-crowned crane was finally enraged. He roared out, "I'll tear you apart alive." He activated the power of the immortal Tao, wanting to kill Yang Jinan completely. If it wasn't for the fact that he was too old, he wouldn't have been forced to this step by Yang Jinan. When the immortal energy was released, the energy of the world surged, suppressing the red-crowned crane. This was the Transcendent Realm's will. It didn't allow anyone to surpass it, as it would destroy the laws of the world. Large amounts of immortal energy was suppressed, but there was still a wisp of immortal energy that fell onto Yang Jinan. It almost caused Yang Jinan's body to explode, and he spat out blood. "Cheap thing, forcing me to this step, you should be proud." The red-crowned crane cursed. Ignoring the pressure, he charged at Yang Jinan again. Xietian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he roared out, "You feathered beast, you deserve to die." In his heart, Yang Jinan's position was very high. It was just that he was not good at expressing himself. Seeing Yang Jinan injured, he was completely enraged. Demonic chi erupted, as if he had turned into a demon god. He erupted with 3 heads and 6 arms, each of his arms holding a divine weapon, displaying an extremely terrifying killing power. In these years, Xietian had been able to win every battle. This invincible divine ability had played a large role. Even if he didn't obtain the destiny of the Transcendent Realm, the destiny of the other 80 realms was connected to the Transcendent Realm. Their paths were connected, so when he used his full strength, he wasn't any weaker than Yang Jinan. It was no wonder he could obtain the destiny of the other 80 realms. He didn't have an undeserved reputation. Boundless demonic energy slammed down with heavy weapons. There were hammers that smashed the sky, blades that broke the sea, swords that pierced the moon. The demonic arts had reached perfection as they all fell onto the red-crowned crane. The red-crowned crane could only use 10% of its strength. Even if it was a half immortal, after being weakened like this, it could only block Xietian's wild attacks. However, what made it hard for the red-crowned crane to block was that Xietian seemed to control the Tao of space. There was a hidden power that cut through space that could almost injure its body. If Xietian was a bit stronger, it might not have been able to block it. I never thought that you would have this kind of strength in the human realm. It seems like your encounters in these years aren't bad, so I should take you down. Kuan Mingzi said as he threw out the immortal weapon, charging at Yang Jinan. The immortal weapon was not suppressed by the Transcendent Realm's will. When it turned into a rainbow, Yang Jinan raised the 7-floored pagoda to block it, but he still spat out blood and was sent flying. He felt immortal energy enter his body and wreak havoc in his divine palace. Xietian, quickly leave. Don't worry about me. Yang Jinan knew that it was hard to win this battle, so he didn't want anything to happen to Xietian. He forcefully endured his injuries and erupted with all his strength. He entered the 7-floored pagoda and charged at the red-crowned crane and Kuan Mingzi. With this attack, Yang Jinan wanted to perish together with Kuan Mingzi and the red-crowned crane. Xietian felt Yang Jinan's determination and loudly shouted, "Grandfather, you can't." In the next moment, he also activated a demonic-grade immortal weapon, which was a demonic dragon whip. When he whipped it, there seemed to be a terrifying demonic dragon that charged at Kuan Mingzi and the red-crowned crane. Since he was born, he only had a single relative, which was his mother. As for his master, he could not be considered a relative. He was only a tool to use him. He was more clear on this than anyone else. After that, he met Yang Wu and knew that Yang Wu was his father, but he didn't feel like he was related to him at all. However, it was different for Yang Jinan. The two of them had been inseparable for many years, traveling all over the place. Their relationship had grown day by day, and they exploded at this moment, not hiding anything at all. The red-crowned crane faced this kind of attack and the suppression of the Transcendent Realm's will. It was forced back bit by bit. Kuan Mingzi took a step forward, and a single hand was covered in immortal energy, stopping their attacks. He was like a god of this world, ignoring the Transcendent Realm's will. He charged at Yang Jinan and Xietian at the same time. Xietian roared out, "Master, if you don't make a move now, when will you?" At this time, only his master would be able to save them. Even if the heavens came, they wouldn't be able to save you. Kuan Mingzi said this. His hand kept becoming bigger, and there were immortal Tao laws revolving around it. He grabbed a large space with one hand and trapped Yang Jinan and Xietian inside, not letting them escape even if they wanted to. Chapter 1842. Yang Wu, Ziyu Yu, and Little He returned to the Transcendent Realm. The Divine Firmament battlefield led directly to the Yang family. When they returned to the Yang family, many of the Yang family members were shocked. Yang Wu's statue was placed in the Yang family's important area. All the Yang family members looked up to it and remembered Yang Wu's appearance. Yang Wu's appearance naturally caused a commotion. Yang Wu was relieved to see that the Yang family was fine for the time being. He did not stay in the Yang family for long. When he was about to go out to look for Kuan Mingzi, a voice rang out. "Your father, Yang Jinan, and your son, Xietian, have become Kuan Mingzi's hostages. If you don't save them in time, the consequences will be unimaginable." "Who is it?" Yang Wu was shocked. He opened his soul eye and looked in a direction. He saw a black figure floating in the void and instantly disappearing before his eyes. He could not see who it was. Now, he was so powerful that no living being below the immortal realm could escape his eyes and ears. Just now, a living being had escaped in front of his eyes. He was shocked. However, he did not have time to think. He was more worried about the safety of his father and son. His expression sank. Kuan Mingzi, if I let you escape this time, I will write my name backwards. Then, he brought Ziyu and Little Hay and rushed in the direction of Kunlun. Not only that, he also communicated with the transcendent realm's will and tried his best to find Kuan Mingzi's whereabouts. He had not returned to the transcendent realm for many years, so his connection with the transcendent realms was getting weaker and weaker. However, he could still sense it, so it was not a problem. Tell me, where is he? Yang Wu roared with his will. He was so powerful that even the willpower of the transcendent realm could not suppress him. Furthermore, it could sense the complete will of the great Tao from him, so it naturally became much closer to him. It quickly locked onto Kuan Mingzi's location. In the depths of the Kunlun Mountains, there was a ruin of the immortal world. There were a large number of monsters, fierce beasts, and creatures of other races living there. They were all very powerful. Yang had been here before, but he didn't know about the existence of the immortal world. Even with his transcendental willpower, he couldn't sense its existence. Right now, Kuan Mingzi had brought Yang Jinan and Xie Tian to the entrance of the immortal graveyard. They were prepared to enter the center of the human world and find the realm spirit. He didn't kill Yang Jinan and Xie Tian because he wanted to threaten Yang Wu. He was certain that Yang Wu would catch up soon. The news of him returning to the human world from the Purple Firmament Palace couldn't be hidden for long. Sure enough, Yang Wu had appeared, so he wasn't surprised. After all, Yang Wu had once become the #1 martial saint in the human world and had obtained a unique destiny. Kuan Mingzi, Yang Wu roared with rage. His 13 sons' power erupted and locked onto the world. His aura was shocking, not giving Kuan Mingzi any chance to escape. Kuan Mingzi calmly looked at Yang Wu and said, "Don't make a move. Even if you're stronger than me, I can still kill them before you make a move." At this time, Yang Jinan and Xie Tian were tied up by the immortal rope. They looked dispirited, and it was clear that some forbidden technique had been used on them. "Let them go, and I'll return your wife unharmed." Yang Wu suppressed his anger and replied, "I don't care about her life or death. I'm not as sentimental as you." Kuan Mingzi calmly replied, "Then what do you want? Let's put our grudges aside for now and break through this place with me. Why should I believe you? Can you not believe me?" Yang Wu looked at his father and son and decided to compromise. Kuan Mingzi didn't care about Ruan Dongni's life or death, but he could not care about his father and son's lives. Even if he had awakened the memories of his past life, the experiences of this life were real, and the bloodline in his body was real. He didn't completely forget the memories of his past life because he had awakened them. "What is this place that even you can't do anything to it?" Yang Wu asked Kuan Mingzi. When a human world was complete, there should have been immortals who entered the immortal world from here. I suspect that this is the path back to the immortal world, Kuan Mingzi said with a trace of longing. In front of him, a waterfall-like sacred light enveloped the canyon. It was incomparably quiet and isolated the world, making it impossible to peek inside. The human world used to be a complete world with a complete Tao and had produced peerless experts. It wasn't impossible to ascend to immortality from here. There was clearly a restriction here, and it wasn't easy to break through. Kuan Mingzi had no choice but to borrow Yang Wu's power to enter this canyon. "Have you figured out the situation here? How do you want me to help you?" Yang Wu asked. Then he said, "Let them go, and I can help you wholeheartedly." "Do you think I'm stupid? If I let them go, what if you turn hostile?" Kuan Mingzi replied. Then he said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in their lives. As long as they can return to the immortal world, they'll be fine." Immediately after, he pointed at the divine light around them and said, "This place should be using Du Li's method to isolate the world. It needs the power of the immortal Tao to push it in order to break through. Let's release the power of the immortal Tao first and see if it can resonate. No rush. Let me observe for a while. Yang Wu waved his hand and said. Then he walked around and observed the situation of the terrain. He even opened his soul eyes. Suddenly, he found a trace of starlight in a corner. Soon, he realized what was going on. He said, "Scattered stars chess piece technique." What? Kuan Mingzi's body trembled, and he revealed a look of disbelief. Obviously, he also knew what the scattered stars technique was. It was a forbidden technique that used the stars as chess pieces and the illumination of the stars technique. Even ordinary immortals might not be able to master it. It was obvious that the origin of this place was too great. If you want to break the scattered stars formation, you have to wait for the stars to hang upside down. Only then can you find a flaw and break through the formation. Otherwise, you can forget about forcing your way in. Yang Wu sighed softly. Kuan Mingzi revealed a look of joy, but he quickly hid it. He said, "Even with the power of true Lord Erlang, you can't break it?" Yang Wu glanced at Kuan Mingzi and said, "Let the two of them leave first. I'll do my best to help you break the formation. I can swear on my name that I won't attack you." "Hee, I still don't trust you." Kuan Mingzi laughed. Then he said, "We still have one move that we can use. The shifting stars. I believe that true Lord Erlang can do it." Little Hay said, "Wishful thinking. With Master's power, he will definitely suffer a backlash if he uses the shifting stars. He can't break the formation at all. I won't let him take this risk alone. I will help him." Kuan Mingzi said in a certain voice. "All right, then we'll use the shifting stars to open the immortal graveyard." Yang Wu had no other choice. He didn't want his father and son to suffer anymore. Yang Jinan and Xietian both had their meridians sealed, so they couldn't speak. However, they knew that Yang Wu was being threatened by Kuan Mingzi. Their hearts were moved, but they were also worried. They didn't know what would happen if Yang Wu helped Kuan Mingzi. Wanting to lay down the shifting stars formation was not easy, even for immortals. It was a good thing that they didn't need to change the scattered stars formation. They just needed to open a gap. Yang Wu and Kuan Mingzi worked together to find the best place to break the formation. The Red Crown Crane guarded Yang Jinan and Xietian. Ziyu and Little Hay watched over the Red Crown Crane. For now, no one dared to act rashly. After a while, Yang Wu and Kuan Mingzi found the entrance to the formation. They threw out starry sky stones and laid down a small starry sky formation. It corresponded to the starry sky formation and reversed a corner of the formation to open the immortal graveyard. The formation has already been laid down. In order to open the formation, we need to use our immortal Tao energy. Once it is opened, no one can predict what will happen. I'll say it again, if you let them go, I'll help you with all my strength. If you insist on not letting them go, then I won't help you anymore. Yang Wu once again said this condition. You can let one person go. Who do you want to let go? Kuan Mingzi was treacherous. He had two people in his hands, and he would only let one person go, giving Yang Wu a difficult choice. Yang Wu knit his brows and said, "Let my father go." Yang Jinan struggled for a bit. If he could open his mouth, he would definitely ask for his grandson Xietian to be let go first. Xietian had his eyes closed, and there was no expression on his face. His heart hoped that Yang Wu would choose him, but he also hoped that his grandfather would be let go. When Yang Wu chose his grandfather, he let out a sigh of relief. However, he was also a bit dissatisfied with Yang Wu, and his heart was filled with contradictions. Yang Jinan was let go by the Red Crown Crane, and only Xietian was left. Yu immediately went forward to remove the forbidden technique for Yang Jinan, but it was a pity that Kuan Mingzi's technique was too high, and she had no way of removing it. She quickly said, "Husband, I can't remove the seal on father-in-law's body." Yang Wu nodded and did not say anything. It was impossible for him to ask Kuan Mingzi to remove the seal. When he was free, he would remove the seal for his father. This small star shifting array requires us to work together. You stand in the Qian position, and I'll stand in the Kuan position. We'll use the immortal Tao at the same time to reverse heaven and earth. When the starry sky shines down, it will be the time to break the array. There will only be an instant, so whether or not you can grasp it will depend on you. Yang Wu said, "Relax, I know what to do." Kuan Mingzi said. Then he turned to the red-crowned crane and said, "Old crane, bring him with you. Don't play tricks. Relax, if we can really go in, I'll only bring old crane with me. I'll leave your son with you." Yang Wu did not say anything else. He looked at the greatly changed Xie Tian, and the immortal Tao flowed around his body. He and Kuan Mingzi worked together to activate the star-shifting array. The immortal Tao activated the array, and the star stone released a dazzling light that pierced the 9 heavens, becoming one with heaven and earth. The starlight in the starry sky flickered and lit up the entire canyon. Waves of immortal light appeared in that instant, just like stars falling down. Reverse Star. Chapter 1843. The two peerless experts channeled the power of the immortal Tao at the same time. The stellar rotation formation began to operate, reversing the power of the scattered stars formation, causing the invisible power to ripple away. The two of them used all their strength, but the energy that was pushed away was very small, so they needed to use a bit more strength. Kuan Mingzi said, "Don't hold back. Otherwise, if you miss this chance, it will be very difficult to come by again. Since you want to return to the immortal world, then I will help you." Yang Wu thought for a moment. Then the immortal energy around his body surged, pouring into the star-shifting array. The stars in the sky seemed to be affected by the immortal energy, and the stars began to move. Kuan Mingzi did not dare to play any tricks. His final goal was to return to the immortal world. It would be best if he could obtain an opportunity here and reach the heavens in a single step. He also poured his immortal energy into it, working together with Yang Wu to move the stars. Strands of heaven and earth source chi surged out from the array. The two of them used their immortal energy at the same time, greedily absorbing this energy. Kuan Mingzi was even more certain that this sealed space was not small. His eyes became incomparably hot. Yang Wu's heart was also shocked. Could this really be the world's spirit land of the human world? In the human world, only the human world spirit had heaven and earth source chi. When the star-shifting array reached a level where one person could enter, Kuan Mingzi did not want to wait any longer. He thought through the mind of the immortal crane and said to it, "I'm preparing to go in. You bring that brat and follow me." In the next moment, Kuan Mingzi first raised a palm at Yang Wu, pretending to attack Yang Wu, while his figure charged into the space crack that had opened up. The immortal crane did not hesitate, bringing Xie Tian along as she charged in. Yang Wu could have charged into the space crack like Kuan Mingzi, but he was more worried about his son's safety, so he reached out a hand to grab Xie Tian. Moreover, a terrifying soul light shot out from his soul eye, preventing the immortal crane from killing Xie Tian. The red-crowned crane gave a strange cry and blocked Xie Tian in front of it, stopping Yang Wu from killing him. At the same time, it charged into the crack and suddenly changed. When it charged in, there was a terrifying power that attacked it. Pooh! The immortal crane was heavily injured, blood wildly spat out, and the energy that heavily injured it also spread towards Xie Tian. It was an incomparably cold, immortal energy. Kuan Mingzi was killing him inside. Even his own mount was killed without any hesitation. How ruthless of him! Yang Wu did not hesitate as he grabbed Xie Tian and pulled him over. The blue enchantress energy appeared, quickly stopping the ice-cold energy, preventing it from injuring Xie Tian. However, he was half a beat too slow, and some of the energy fell onto Xie Tian, instantly causing blood to flow from the corner of Xie Tian's mouth. Kuan Mingzi! Yang Wu roared out as his killing intent surged, but he could not charge in. The star-shifting array's energy was reflected, and the star energy quickly spun, forming an incomparably terrifying killing power that surrounded Yang Wu and Xie Tian. This was the might of heaven and earth that could even kill a half-immortal. Yang Wu did not even think as he threw out the moon holding Immortal Pagoda, giving him a bit of time. He pulled Xie Tian as he wildly escaped with Purple Yu and Little Hay. Hong Long. The moon holding Immortal Pagoda was an immortal weapon, but with the reversal of the star energy, it was still hit by the boundless energy. The immortal weapon was shattered, and the surrounding trees and rocks were turned to dust. The moon holding Immortal Pagoda did not shatter, but there were cracks on it. If there was a bit more energy, it would have been destroyed. Yang Wu's group ran away, but they were sent rolling to the ground by the aftershock. Luckily, Purple Yu's eyes were sharp, and she quickly caught Yang Wu's group. Pooh! Yang Wu could not take it anymore as he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling onto Xie Tian and Yang Jinan, especially Xie Tian, who was covered in the most blood. When he felt this hot blood coming from the same source, the deepest part of his heart was touched. He had just used all his strength to activate the star-shifting array and had used up all his immortal energy. When the array was reflected, the immortal energy had entered his body, causing him to be heavily injured. Luckily, his 13 sons were as stable as rocks, and the immortal energy imprinted in them had not been destroyed. Otherwise, his foundation would have been shaken. "Master," Little Hay called out in worry. "It's fine. Let me rest for a bit." Yang Wu replied with difficulty. He activated his immortal energy and quickly healed the injuries in his body. The most troublesome part was that the power of the backlash was incomparably strong. It was not inferior to the power of a peak subimmortal. The remaining power was not that easy to get rid of. After Yang Wu's injuries were healed, the power of the 13 sons exploded. He forcefully suppressed the power of the backlash and absorbed it into his dantian, increasing his strength. Perhaps only he would be so crazy as to refine the power of the backlash. Other people did not have this kind of ability. At most, they could only expel it from their body. Half a year later, Yang Wu finally recovered his spirit. He let out a long sigh of relief. What a sinister fellow. If I was the slightest bit careless, I could have fallen into his trap. Even the immortal crane was harmed by him. He is indeed a heartless person. Purple Yu sighed. The people of the Ice Jade Immortal Palace cultivate the heartless ice immortal Tao. They are indeed indifferent to all emotions. Yang Wu replied. Then he touched Yang Jinan and Xie Tian. He activated his immortal energy and quickly got rid of the forbidden power on their bodies. Pung pung. The power on their bodies fluctuated and blood directly exploded. If they did not have the strength of a true god, this kind of backlash would have been enough to take their lives. Yang Wu could not stop it. When they were injured, he quickly fed them immortal liquid to help them recover. Ku and Mingzi had frozen their meridians and dantian. If others tried to forcefully remove the seal, not only would they not be able to do so, they would also be injured by the cold immortal energy. With the help of the immortal liquid, Yang Jinan and Xie Tian's injuries quickly recovered. Yang Wu's eyes fell on them, and he sighed in his heart. A family can finally be united. In the past, whenever he thought of Xie Tian, his heart would be filled with guilt. He hoped that he would be able to forgive this incompetent father of his. After Xie Tian recovered, Xie Tian wanted to leave immediately. He still could not accept being with Yang Wu. But how could Yang Wu let him leave? Yang Wu's power covered him and suppressed him. He then asked, "How can you forgive, father?" "I don't have a father," Xie Tian replied without any politeness. Yang Jinan patted his shoulder and said, "Don't pout. We're all family, let's talk things out." Xie Tian wanted to explode in anger, but he still suppressed it. "Father, where have you been all these years? Mother and I were worried to death." Yang Wu asked Yang Jinan. "It's a long story. Xie Tian and I have been to the human world's 81 worlds." Yang Jinan gave a long sigh and then simply told them what had happened. Yang Wu and Ziyu Yu's eyes fell on his Xie Tian. They never thought that Xie Tian would have this kind of courage, actually challenging the strongest experts of the 81 worlds. Didn't that mean that he was the strongest person in the human world? However, seeing that Yang Jinan's strength was above Xie Tian's, he didn't say anything. Perhaps Xie Tian was also clear on this fact. Only Yang Wu didn't understand why Xie Tian would do this. He thought for a while and then said, "Let's return to the family first." He swept everyone up and directly returned to the Yang family. Ziyu asked Yang Wu why he didn't explore the immortal graveyard and let Kun Mingzi obtain the opportunities inside. Once the scattered star array was opened, it would be very hard to open it again. It would be very hard for him to do it alone. Even if he could do it, he didn't care about the immortal graveyard. He had other goals. After returning to the Yang family, Yang Wu didn't restrict Xie Tian and let him go. However, Little He secretly followed him, not letting him disappear. He and his father Yang Jinan had a deep discussion, wanting to know what was going on with Xie Tian. Xie Tian wants to collect the destiny of the human world, and the person who asked him to do this is his master. Yang Jinan directly said, "Have you seen his master?" Yang Wu asked. Yang Jinan shook his head and said with a sigh, "He is a mysterious person. He could be a demon or a foreign race. I can't find any trace of him at all." After pausing for a bit, he said, "I suspect that the other side is an immortal level being." Yang Wu knit his brows and said in deep thought, "It seems like the person behind this is very troublesome. I knew that you were captured by Kuan Mingzi because of his sound transmission. I feel that this fellow is secretly watching our every move. Other than an immortal level being, no one can be this strong." Then he asked, "Why does Xie Tian listen to him? He isn't young anymore. He knows how to distinguish between right and wrong." "You still don't know?" Xie Tian only wants to revive his mother, and his master uses this as a reason. As long as Xie Tian obtains the destiny of the human world, he can revive his mother. He is a good child. You mustn't hurt him. In these years, I've accompanied him through the human world. I understand him better than you as his father. Yang Jinan's words were very serious. "He is my son. How could I hurt him? Only if I don't find his master, this matter won't end." Yang Wu felt that this matter was a bit difficult to handle. First, Xie Tian didn't trust him, and he didn't know who the hidden person was manipulating everything. "Not good," Yang Wu secretly shouted. He disappeared from where he was and quickly appeared in another place. It was where Little He was, and Xie Tian had already disappeared. "Master, I'm sorry. That fellow directly used the power of space to take Xie Tian away. I couldn't stop him at all," Little He said with an apologetic expression. "It seems like it really was an immortal level being playing tricks, otherwise it would have been impossible for you to catch up." Yang Wu was even more certain of his thoughts. He said, "He is Xie Tian's master. Before he reaches his goal, he won't hurt Xie Tian. We'll immediately head to the Dragon Phoenix Abyss." "Master, have you thought it through?" Little He's eyes lit up. Without waiting for Yang Wu's reply, a voice sounded out. "If Yang Wu wants to see Xie Tian, then come over." Chapter 1844. Xie Tian was in the wilderness outside of the Yang family, not suffering any injuries. Yang Wu and Little He rushed over. Seeing Xie Tian safe and sound, they let out a sigh of relief. But Yang Wu still did not see Xie Tian's master. He couldn't help asking in a loud voice, "Since your excellency is Xie Tian's master, as Xie Tian's father, I should personally thank you for taking care of him over the years. Why have you been hiding and not showing yourself?" He opened his soul, and broke through the void, wanting to find the other side. In the next moment, a demonic figure appeared. It was an undead life form that was covered in demonic qi, making it impossible for people to see through it. Yang Wu could immediately tell that this was a puppet controlled by the other side and not their real body. "If you want to see me, then see me," Xie Tian's master replied. Yang Wu said with a frown, "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? You want to use a puppet to fool me? It doesn't matter what body it is. The important thing is that I have trained Xie Tian and hope that he can surpass me, saving his mother in the future. As for you as his father, you have never fulfilled your responsibility. Now is the time to fulfill it." Xie Tian's master said. "What do you want me to do?" Yang Wu asked. "Xie Tian, speak." Xie Tian's master said to Xie Tian. Xie Tian softly said, "Give me the destiny of the transcendent realm." "Just this?" Yang Wu said in a confused voice. "That's right. I have already gathered the destiny of 80 worlds, and am still lacking the destiny of 1 world. Once I gather the destiny of 81 worlds, I can revive Mother," Xie Tian said in a serious voice. Yang Wu couldn't help thinking of when he was in the All Saints Temple. When he saw the World Spirit and made a wish, the World Spirit could do things that mortals couldn't. It was the World Spirit of the human world. Only he didn't think that Xietian's master was this kind, gathering the destiny of the 81 worlds to revive Hoyudai. He must have some ulterior motives. Only at this moment, he couldn't say a single no. Otherwise, the relationship between father and son would become even worse. However, there was a very serious problem. If he handed over his destiny, would he be expelled by the will of the human world? This was indeed a very difficult choice. I can give it to you, Yang Wu replied without any hesitation. After pausing, he asked Xietian's master, "Can you hand over Xietian's mother's body?" "He, you don't trust me?" Master Xietian said with a cold smile. Then he said, "Xietian, your mother's life is in the hands of you and Yang Wu. Whether you believe this master or not, it's up to you." After saying that, he disappeared. "Give me your destiny." Xietian stared at Yang Wu with red eyes. "Before I give it to you, let me ask you, have you seen your mother's body all these years?" Yang Wu asked. "It's none of your business," Xietian replied without any courtesy. Then he said, "If you don't give it to me, I will never forgive you in this lifetime." "All right, come over." Yang Wu didn't have a choice. Now that his destiny was split in two, half of it was with Ziyu. He didn't say it clearly. He was still on guard against Master Xietian. What kind of game was he playing? Xietian came over, and Yang Wu also came forward. Seeing his son that was similar to him, his heart filled with pain, and he couldn't help saying with a sigh, "Father has wronged you, but I will do anything you want me to do without any hesitation. I hope that your mother can live again." In the next moment, he gave up on the destiny in his body and transferred it to Xietian. After Xietian obtained the 81st karmic luck, there was a faint feeling that came from his body, like there was something calling out to him. Before he even had time to figure out what was going on, there was a power that descended on Xietian, pulling him into the void. This was his master's method. Yang Wu opened his soul eye, and a void palm print flew out. At this moment, his methods were extremely powerful, and the power of his attacks was comparable to that of an immortal. However, at this moment, his body seemed to be suppressed by a terrifying power, and he could not use the power of the immortal Tao. The strength of the 13 suns was also completely muted, and his attacks were completely ineffective, which shocked him greatly. "You've lost your destiny, and you still want to act presumptuously here? It won't be that easy, haha." The other side wildly laughed, and then disappeared without a trace with Xietian. Yang Wu was filled with regret. He had given his destiny to Xietian, and his strength was too strong. This world had a strong repulsive force against him, making it impossible for him to display his strength. If he wasn't a native of the transcendental world, he would have been expelled from this place, or even directly suppressed. "Little Hay, why aren't you chasing?" Yang Wu reprimanded. Little Hay drooped and said, "The space in front of us is sealed. We'll only be beaten back if we rush over. That guy's methods are heaven-defying. He's definitely an immortal realm expert." Yang Wu was very helpless and said to Little Hay, "Let's go. We're going to the Dragon Phoenix Abyss." At this point, he could only place his hopes on the mysterious essence Qi in the Dragon Phoenix Abyss. As long as he could obtain the mysterious essence Qi, he would be able to gather 9 kinds of mysterious essence Qi and perfect the supreme 9 profound arts. Perhaps he could become an immortal in one step and no longer need to be led by the nose. However, before going to the Dragon Phoenix Abyss, he still had to see Yu and ask her for shared destiny. Otherwise, without his destiny, it would be too difficult for him to do anything in the Dragon Phoenix Abyss. After Yang Wu returned to the Yang clan, he met Yang Jinan and Ziyu and told them what happened. They were both shocked. Yang Wu was already known as the #1 person in the immortal realm, but he still couldn't do anything to the other party. From this, one could see how strong the other party was. Just who is it that is so scheming to collect this destiny? With his strength, it's enough to be the #1 person in the mortal realm. Yang Jinan sighed. Yang Wu raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "I know. He wants to get close to the realm spirit." "What realm spirit?" Yang Jinan was puzzled. The mortal realm originally only had one realm, but now it's divided into 81 realms. The realm spirit is the core power of the mortal realm. I've seen it before. It's the core power of the heaven and earth-sourced chi of the mortal realm. If one obtains it, one can become an immortal in one step. Yang Wu explained simply, then continued, but that's not right. If the other party is an immortal realm expert, he shouldn't be thinking about the realm spirit. That's hard to say, Ziyu said, then said, if an immortal realm expert becomes the only immortal realm expert in this realm, won't it be of great use to him? What you said makes sense. In any case, the other party has big plans. I can't wait any longer. You, give me your portion of destiny. I have important matters to attend to, and you should bring father back to the divine world first. I'm afraid this place is no longer as safe as it used to be, Yang Wu said. Ziyu didn't hesitate at all. She returned the destiny that Yang Wu had given her to Yang Wu. Yang Wu, who had regained a portion of destiny, once again felt that he had become one with the heaven and earth. Following that, Yang Wu sent Ziyu and Yang Zhenan back to the divine firmament battlefield and let them return to the divine world first. Yang Wu brought little hay and quickly headed in the direction of the Dragon Phoenix Abyss. In a hidden place in the transcendent realm, Xiatan loudly shouted to his master, "Master, I've already gathered 81 kinds of destiny. Where is my mother? My good disciple, what are you in such a rush for? Aren't I bringing you to see her now?" The undead demon race being appeared and said. After that, an ice crystal coffin appeared, and there was a beautiful woman lying inside. It was Hou Yudai, who was Xietian's mother. Many years ago, she had already died, but she was still alive inside the ice crystal coffin, not looking like a dead person at all. "Mother." Xietian saw the woman in the ice crystal coffin and revealed a gentle voice as he called out. In these years, he had seen his mother very few times. Her appearance had almost changed. "All right, I've seen your mother. Now, give all of your fate to me, and I'll revive your mother," said Master Xietian. "Master, you haven't even seen me with your true appearance. How can I believe you?" Xietian asked back. "My good disciple, you don't want your mother to revive? Daring to speak to Master like this." Master Xietian said in a dissatisfied voice, "I can give you the destiny, you can take it," Xietian said as his body's aura erupted, instantly becoming a divine spirit of this world. This situation was the same as when Yang Wu received the approval of the transcendent world's will. He also had this feeling. His power shackled the ice crystal coffin, forcefully moving the ice crystal coffin away to prevent it from being damaged. "Good brat. I expected you to have bad intentions. It seems like it really was like this." Master Xietian roared out as spatial energy tore, forcefully pulling the ice crystal coffin back. He loudly shouted, "You've already used a method on the ice crystal coffin. If you try to steal it, I will destroy it." Xietian was so scared that he didn't dare act recklessly. He loudly shouted, "I'll give you all the destiny you want, but leave my mother behind. Otherwise, even if my mother can't revive, I won't let you succeed." "Ungrateful brat," Master Xietian cursed before replying. "All right, give me the destiny first and I'll give her to you. First, remove the method on the ice crystal coffin. You're not qualified to discuss conditions with me. My mother has already been dead for several hundred years. It's unknown if she can revive, but I'm the only one who has collected these 81 destiny, so it's impossible for you to collect more. Moreover, you can't steal my destiny. It will automatically scatter. When the time comes, you'll be drawing water with a bamboo basket, so you should properly think about it." All right. I never thought that a brat like you would grow to this step. Then I'll satisfy you." Master Xietian replied a few times before removing the method on the ice crystal coffin. Then he asked Xietian for more destiny. Xietian didn't play any tricks and transferred all his luck to the undying demon race. When Master Xietian confirmed that all the destiny was in his hands, he gave a long laugh. Ha! Very good. You can go to heaven to accompany your mother. Pung. Chapter 1845. Beyond the Milky Way of the human realm, there was a boundless void that stretched as far as the eye could see. Sakura was still sitting cross-legged in the sky, peering immortal formation. The Void Emperor and Emperor of Grand Harmony's realms had plummeted. They used all sorts of methods, but they couldn't break free of the formation that Sakura had meticulously prepared for them. Karmic luck continued to pour into Sakura, making him a subimmortal. The Void Emperor and Emperor of Grand Harmony looked much older than before, as if they'd completely given up on struggling. They'd never thought that they'd be schemed against by a junior to this extent. You've already taken a large amount of our power. Why don't you stop now? The Void Emperor said weakly. Don't worry, I'm still lacking a bit of karmic luck. Once I've accumulated enough, I'll definitely let you go, Sakura said smugly. Emperor of Grand Harmony didn't say anything. He kept holding on to his last bit of power, thinking to himself, when I get out, I'll definitely slaughter this dog. Sakura still patiently peeped at the power of these two, and when he reached a certain extent, he finally revealed a cold smile. It has been hard on the two of you during this period of time. Now let me free you. In the next moment, a dagger filled with immortal light floated and shot toward the Void Emperor's forehead. The Void Emperor had long been restrained by the sky, peering immortal formation. He couldn't move and lost all his power. The dagger pierced through him, and even his soul was destroyed. A subimmortal had lost his life just like that. Emperor of Grand Harmony roared when he sensed the killing intent. I'll take you down with me. He'd been compressing his power all this time and gathering it in one place. When Sakura wanted to kill him, he threw caution to the wind. Bang! Emperor of Grand Harmony chose to self-destruct. Sakura had long been prepared for this. He activated the formation and reversed heaven and earth, dissipating the power of the explosion. Isn't it too late to self-destruct now? Sakura wasn't injured at all, and the immortal formation wasn't destroyed. After putting away the immortal item left behind by the Void Emperor, he flew toward the human realm. Now that he was blessed with providence, he could enter the human world to find the location of the realm spirit. Not long after he left, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was the appearance of the Void Emperor. He sat cross-legged at Sakura's original position and activated the sky, peering immortal array that had yet to be removed. My good disciple, let's see who will obtain the world spirit's power in the end. Transcendent World's Dragon Phoenix Abyss. When Yang Wu and Little Hei came to this place again, they couldn't help but think of their youth. This place was considered a forbidden ground, even for God-level experts. Now that Yang Wu had reached the peak of the true God realm, he was no longer afraid of the dangers here. He circulated the supreme 9 mysteries formula and felt the existence of the mysterious essence chi. Master, after that passage, I don't know where it leads to. There's boundless baleful chi of heaven and earth, as well as the origin chi of heaven and earth. It's like the primordial space where heaven and earth first separated, Little Hay said as she recalled. This is the human realm. If it's not a passage to another realm, then it could be a forbidden space that leads directly to the human realm. No matter what, I have to replenish the last of the mysterious essence chi and find out if the supreme 9 mysteries formula is the strongest immortal art, Yang Wu replied. The supreme 9 mysteries formula was the immortal art he had obtained from the primordial boundary steel of the immortal world. It was also the reason why he had been banished to the lower realm to be reborn. I'm fine with it. I'm just afraid that Master's reborn body won't be able to withstand the baleful chi of heaven and earth. You have to be careful. It's rare for you to be so considerate of me. Allow me to return to the immortal realm, and the seal on your body will be completely undone. At that time, you can go to Mother's place to steal immortal peaches again. I'm innocent. I don't have a guts. If you don't have a guts, how did the immortal peach tree grow in my body? That was an accident. It was an accident. Unknowingly, they had once again arrived before the dragon phoenix tree. It was still alive and well. Its dragon-shaped roots were planted into the ground, and its phoenix-like branches covered the surroundings. Its cultivation level had reached a higher level, and its vitality was even more extraordinary. It had once traded with Yang Wu and obtained immortal elixir. It could be considered a divine tree that had entered the true God realm. Why are you two here? The dragon phoenix tree greeted Yang Wu and Little Hay when it saw them. Woof, woof. We want to get a few dragon phoenix fruits from you. Little Hay jumped over and said, if you want to eat, then take them. The dragon phoenix tree was generous. It tossed a few dragon phoenix fruits to Yang Wu and Little Hay. The man and dog caught the fruits and ate without hesitation. It was the dragon phoenix tree's treat for its guests. I want to go to that passage. Yang Wu directly stated his intentions. I knew you would come here for this. You know better than anyone how dangerous that place is. Are you sure you want to go? The dragon phoenix tree asked. Of course. Yang Wu nodded. Then he said, but before that, you should leave this place with me. Maybe something will happen soon, and there won't be much point for you to stay here. Why should I leave with you? The dragon phoenix tree asked. Because I can help you become more advanced and live longer. The power of the immortal Tao surged on Yang Wu's body, releasing wisps of immortal qi. It made him look like an immortal had descended. The dragon phoenix tree sensed the immortal Tao qi and was subdued. If it could obtain the immortal qi, it might be able to transform into an immortal tree one day. If you come out there alive, I will go with you. The dragon phoenix tree immediately made a decision. Okay, then just wait. Yang Wu nodded in response and asked it to open the mysterious passage. The ground under the dragon phoenix tree cracked open, and a passage full of murderous aura appeared. Yang Wu and Little Hay directly stepped into it. Waves of murderous aura surged. It could kill immortal realm creatures, but it was not very effective against them. There were many remnant items on the left and right of the passage. There were sacred items and divine items, but Yang Wu and Little Hay did not care about these things. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the passage. There was an ancient stone door. After opening the stone door, they would enter an unknown space. Master, you must be careful. Be careful. Don't die. Little Hay reminded. The response it received was a slap from Yang Wu, smashing it to the ground. Yang Wu said, don't say such inauspicious things. He circulated the Sovereign Nine profound arts and confirmed that his sense of the profound essence qi was growing stronger. Only then did he take out an ancient bronze eye. This was an item he had obtained many years ago. This was the key to opening the stone door. Yang Wu was very bold in both his previous and current lives. At this point, there was no reason to retreat. He threw the ancient bronze eye over and embedded it in the stone door. The stone door slowly opened, and waves of murderous aura surged out, accompanied by the qi of heaven and earth. Yang Wu and Little Hay acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The power of the immortal Tao surged from their bodies, forming the black tortoise battle armor and dispelling the murderous aura. At first, the battle armor was able to withstand the murderous aura. However, as more and more of it entered, the murderous aura seeped into the battle armor and began to corrode the flesh. Even a true god expert would not be able to withstand it. This was the terrifying aspect of the murderous aura of heaven and earth. Yang Wu continued to ignore it as he circulated the supreme Nine Mysteries mantra. Regardless of whether it was the baleful qi of heaven and earth or the source qi of heaven and earth, he absorbed them all. His immortal foundation's power continued to circulate, reducing the damage to his body. As for the immortal immortality peach tree, it absorbed all these powers to strengthen itself. Let's go. Yang Wu saw that the stone door was about to open, so he rushed over with Little Hay. Whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying, murderous aura of heaven and earth rushed over. Even a monarch-level creature would not be able to withstand such primitive power for long. Yang Wu also felt a great pressure. However, the immortal Tao surged, forming a powerful defense. Then, the black disc shield appeared, and the bronze cauldron floated above his head. It released boundless immortal light and forcibly blocked the murderous aura of heaven and earth. Yang Wu opened his soul eye and looked at the vast space outside. He felt as if he had entered a primitive space. Only the qi of heaven and earth and the boundless murderous aura remained. There was also the qi of primal chaos, the qi of yin and yang, and even the extremely rare black and yellow qi. Could this be the energy core of the transcendent realm? Yang Wu could not help but wonder. That is possible. There's a lot of primitive power. Master, you can go into seclusion here and break through to immortal ascension. Little Hay shouted excitedly. Don't be so happy. The murderous aura of heaven and earth is seeping in very quickly. My body might not be able to withstand it. The black disc shield might not be able to withstand it for long. I think the bronze cauldron is also in danger. Yang Wu revealed an anxious expression. Then let's hurry up and find the mysterious essence qi. As long as we can get the mysterious essence qi, we can leave this place. Little Hay quickly said. Yang Wu did not say another word. He pushed forward in the direction he sensed. The primitive power in all directions was enough to make even immortal ascension realm creatures' eyes turn red. The immortal peach tree in his body also repeatedly shouted, Master, let me out. I can absorb the power here and bear fruit. Yang Wu ignored it. The murderous aura of heaven and earth was too terrifying. He would definitely die if he touched it. He did not want to joke around with his life. This place was hazy, and it was difficult to see the situation in the distance. They could only move according to the direction they sensed. The pressure on Yang Wu grew stronger and stronger. He muttered, Don't tell me we have entered the world spirit space? Once, when he reached the first level in the All Saints Temple, he was fortunate enough to see the world spirit. It was located in a place filled with qi of heaven and earth. Although this place contained other kinds of primitive qi, it was very similar to the place where the world spirit was. His sense of the mysterious essence, qi, grew stronger and stronger. He did not know where he had arrived. The black disc shield was almost disintegrated. Yang Wu pulled Little Hay directly into the bronze cauldron. Under his protection, they continued to move forward. After an unknown amount of time, they saw a snake formed by the qi of heaven and earth. It looked like a real snake. It wriggled into the depths of the cauldron. They could not see where its head was, nor could they see where its tail was. Such a shocking scene stunned them. You are here. Chapter 1846. A faintly discernible voice drilled into Yang Wu's ears, and a hazy figure appeared in front of Yang Wu and Little Hay. It had the appearance of a woman, incomparably sacred and incomparably mysterious. Yang Wu looked at the appearance condensed from the source qi of heaven and earth and cried out involuntarily, You're a realm spirit? Or goddess Nwa? Yang Wu never thought that he would come directly to the center of the human realm from the mysterious passage and see the human realm's realm spirit again. He had seen a realm spirit once in the All Saints Temple, but he felt that it was a dream. This time, however, he felt that it was very real. This realm spirit had the body of a long snake, and the upper body was that of a woman. She hadn't fully appeared, but he was already incomparably shocked. There was an ancient legend that was also circulated in the immortal realm. Goddess Nwa created the human realm and gave birth to the human race. She represented the only god of the human race, a supreme existence. In the immortal realm, Goddess Nwa also had an incomparably high status. Unfortunately, she had already passed away. Yang Wu never thought that he would see a supreme existence like Goddess Nwa here. He immediately confirmed that Goddess Nwa was the human realm's realm spirit, and that the human realm was destroyed. Was she harmed? A series of questions hung in his mind, making him feel a bit confused. You can say that. The creature with the human form and snake body replied. After a pause, she continued. There was once a creature that called me Nwa. Yang Wu greets Goddess Nwa. Yang Wu was completely certain that she was Goddess Nwa, and the legend of her creating humans was definitely not false. This was the most ancient creature, even older than the immortals. No need for formalities. Goddess Nwa then said, I've seen you before. This time, you came in time. If you came a bit later, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me again. Why do you say that, Goddess Nwa? Yang Wu asked. Do you remember that I told you about the human realm collapsing? I remember. They want to steal the power here and become even stronger. Yes, they're already here. They're plundering the power of this place. They'll find this place very soon. I won't be able to stop them then. Once they've absorbed the power of this place, I'll disappear along with them. The human realm will completely collapse, and all living creatures will die. Do you want to see this tragedy happen? Is there anything I can do for you, goddess? Yang Wu asked with a frown. You've cultivated the technique I created, and there's mysterious essence qi here that can complete your technique and help you become even stronger. Take over my position as the guardian of the human realm and drive away all the creatures that want to destroy this place. Repair the human realm and let the great Tao return to one. Are you willing? Goddess Nwa said. At the same time, an incomparably dazzling, mysterious essence qi appeared near her. It was Yang Wu's mysterious essence qi. It was the last type of mysterious essence qi that Yang Wu needed. Once it was completed, the Regal Nine Mysteries technique would become the strongest immortal technique. The Regal Nine Mysteries technique was created by you, Goddess Nwa. Yang Wu was stunned. Back then, I created this technique to repair the Great Tao. Unfortunately, there were some people who didn't want to see the human realm intact, and they didn't want me to exist. Back then, after I was heavily injured by them, I could only leave this technique behind. When the fated person succeeds in cultivating it and finally comes to see me, I'll be able to remove the burden of protecting the human realm. Goddess Nwa calmly explained the past. So when Goddess Nwa saw me for the first time, you already knew that I cultivated this technique? However, I also gave you a choice and asked if you were willing to stay. At that time, you also refused. Now, I will give you another chance to choose. I can give you the profound essence qi to complete your Xian formula and help you reach the sky in one step. But you have to deal with those guys with ulterior motives and become the guardian of a human world. If you're not willing, I will send you out now, and you can forget about the last profound essence qi. Except for this profound essence qi, there will not be any other profound essence qi that can complete your Xian formula, but it is enough for you to live well. Yang Wu said without hesitation, I have no other choice. Goddess Nwa, you've already calculated this day. I promise you, I'll protect the human realm. There were countless creatures in the human realm. He couldn't bear to see the human realm destroyed like this. Moreover, whether it was in his previous life or this life, he was born and raised in the human realm. How could people forget their roots? Perhaps this was the true meaning of his reincarnation. You didn't disappoint me. Take it, Nwa said. The ball of mysterious essence qi that was like a sun enveloped Yang Wu. Yang Wu released the supreme Nine Mysteries formula and accepted the mysterious essence qi. In an instant, Yang Wu felt as if his body was enveloped by the sun. The boundless power almost refined his entire body, causing him to scream in pain. This ball of mysterious essence qi was used to supplement his yang-deficient body and help him become even stronger. The 13 suns erupted at the same time and absorbed the mysterious essence qi. The immortal Tao imprinted in it emitted an inexplicable brilliance, as if it was alive. Immortal Tao flew out and began to intertwine above the ball of mysterious essence qi. There was a feeling of 13 suns merging into one. Ordinary emperor-level experts could ascend to the immortal realm after 9 suns merged into one. However, Yang Wu's 13 suns merged into one also meant that he could advance towards the immortal realm. This was a major turning point. It was also at this moment that some living beings finally arrived at the central region. The first to arrive was Kuan Mingzi. A celestial pot floated above his head, and there was also a celestial seal in front of him to protect him. He looked at the vast qi of the world and said excitedly, "This is the central region of the mortal world, the source of all qi. Ha! There's hope for my 9 sons to become one." He didn't rashly go to the central area. Instead, he frantically absorbed the qi of heaven and earth here and carried out the final step of merging the 9 suns into one, entering the immortal realm, and then collecting more power. No, if this is the central area of the human realm, then can I meet a realm spirit and obtain its power? Kuan Mingzi cultivated for a while, but he didn't manage to absorb too much power. Only a large amount of baleful aura surged towards him. He couldn't help but think of a possibility. His eyes flashed with greed. Then, he continued to move forward boldly. Sure enough, he saw the human-headed, snake-bodied goddess Envoy. You're able to come here because you're lucky. You can make a wish. If I can do it, I'll do my best to satisfy you. Goddess Envoy said, I want to obtain the power here. Kuan Mingzi said excitedly. Okay. Goddess Envoy said, whoever could obtain luck would be able to obtain a gift from her. She would never be biased. Even if she could sense Kuan Mingzi's ulterior motives, she would still help him. Kuan Mingzi was overjoyed. The chi of heaven and earth surged towards him, helping him cultivate. He immediately entered a state of cultivation and didn't think about anything else. Everything would wait until he entered the immortal realm. Then he would think of a way to occupy everything here. In another direction, Sakura also came. After he took a peek at the human realm's luck, he immediately used a secret technique to communicate with the human realm's world spirit and directly move to the center of this place. Just like Kuan Mingzi, he requested to stay here and cultivate. Goddess Envoy also agreed to his request. I want to become an immortal in a single step, haha. Sakura cried out in ecstasy in his heart. The great Tao here was complete. The chi of heaven and earth was rich. As long as he borrowed the environment here, he could complete the final step of merging the 9 suns into one and become an immortal. This was the dream of every expert, the dream of immortality. Not long after Sakura came in, Void Emperor also came. This guy didn't truly die. He used the death substitution immortal technique, and the one that died was only a fake body. This one was his real body. After he absorbed the human realm's luck, he also smoothly arrived here. However, he didn't appear in the same place as Sakura. I can fulfill your wish. Goddess Envoy said, I want you. Void Emperor's eyes shone with an indescribable brilliance. Immortal chi lingered around his body, and his aura soared to the heavens. After seeing through the baleful aura here, he didn't seem like a sub-immortal at all. He was a true immortal realm expert. You have evil intentions. Leave. Goddess Envoy shouted and waved her arm. A powerful repulsive force crushed towards Void Emperor. Void Emperor's figure flew backwards, but he didn't die immediately. He had luck on him, which wasn't something that Envoy could easily get rid of. Envoy, don't struggle. Give the human realm to me. I can become a supreme immortal. The Void Sovereign roared. Immortal chi gushed out from him as his strength grew. He opened his mouth and sucked in a large amount of energy into his stomach. His strength rose steadily. Boundless immortal light floated around him as a gigantic black hole was formed. The energy here was being sucked into the black hole. And in the faraway immortal world, in a supreme cave dwelling, there was an immortal-level creature devouring the energy here. This time, I'm going to devour all the energy of the world's spirit. The immortal realm expert said with an incomparably proud look. Such a powerful method could only be done by immortal venerables. Female Snail was the world spirit of this place. She possessed unfathomable methods. Back then, when those powerful existences from the ancient era wanted to seize her power, they were all chased away by her. This time, she would not let the Void Emperor succeed so easily. Boundless power surged and slammed towards the Void Emperor, wanting to destroy the huge black hole. An immortal weapon emerged from the black hole. It was a huge black bell. Under the Void Emperor's control, it enveloped Envoy. Boundless immortal Tao energy erupted. How terrifying was that? At the same time, a sinister voice rang out from another direction. Want to devour Envoy's energy alone? It's not that easy. This lord will also take a share. Chapter 1847. This person was Xie Tian's master. This was the undying demon race's clone and not his real body. However, to some experts, the strength of the clone was not much weaker than the real body. After this undying demon race's clone came to this space, his body suddenly underwent a large change. He changed from the undying demon race to a middle-aged man. His aura was outstanding, and his immortal aura was faintly discernible, there was no trace of demonic chi at all. If Yangwu was here, he would definitely find that he was similar to the Medicine God Temple's Medicine Emperor. The only difference was that this person was younger and more energetic. He was no one else but the Medicine Emperor. He had been looking for a chance to enter the center of the human world for many years. Only when Xie Tian appeared did he finally have a chance. Although he was the Medicine Emperor, his body had already been taken over by an immortal spirit. He was no longer him. As for who he was, only he knew. The Medicine Emperor appeared the same as the Void Emperor, wanting to devour the spiritual energy of the human world. He took out a magic cauldron, and the cauldron kept growing, enveloping the heaven and earth energy here. This magic cauldron had a special origin. It was called the Demonic Dragon Immortal Cauldron. It was refined from the Demonic Dragon Immortal Bone and Demonic Dragon Immortal Scale. Its devouring power was not inferior to the Void Immortal Bell the Void Emperor had used. This was a top-grade immortal weapon, and it was devouring the energy here. Navois angrily said, "You still haven't given up on your evil intentions. Leave this place for me." She continued to wield the power of this place. Her snake body rolled and slammed against the two immortal weapons. The surging heaven and earth energy contained an incomparably terrifying killing power. Even immortal-level beings would die under the pressure of this power. The Void Monarch and Alchemy Emperor found it hard to bear. Their bodies were on the verge of collapsing, and blood spurted out from their mouths. They hurriedly hid under the immortal weapons. Boundless immortal chi floated around their bodies, fusing with the immortal weapons and continuing to increase the devouring power. However, that was not all. Each of them sent out another two immortal weapons. One was the Immortal Extermination Halberd, and the other was the Heaven Cleaving Saber. These were immortal weapons filled with offensive power. They were controlled by the power of the immortal Tao from afar, constantly attacking Voix. As long as they could disperse Voix, they would be able to smoothly absorb all the energy here. At the same time, Kuan Mingzi and Sakura both felt the turbulence in this space, which awakened them from their cultivation. It seems like someone is still spying on the power here. I have to quickly fuse with the 9 suns. Kuan Mingzi thought to himself. Immediately after, he circulated the immortal art at full speed and frantically absorbed the energy here, further integrating the 9 suns into one. Sakura didn't have Kuan Mingzi's ability, but he was also frantically absorbing the power here. He was worried that the opportunity here would soon have nothing to do with him. Yangwu, who was at the center, wasn't affected. He was still surrounded by the densest source chi of heaven and earth. No matter how turbulent the outside world was, it didn't seem to have much to do with him. After the Supreme 9 Profound Arts obtained the last type of Profound Essence Chi, the 9 types of Profound Essence Chi fused into the Profound Arts, causing the Profound Arts to completely evolve. A brand new method of operation moved in Yangwu's body, as if every pore of his was a place to devour energy. With every breath, a lot of energy entered his body through his pores. The power of the 13 suns reached its peak, and his entire body was filled with the power of the immortal Tao. This power became incomparably perfect, and a lot of heaven and earth source chi gathered into a furnace, surging within his immortal bridge and forging his immortal body. When the power of the immortal bridge completely evolved, his immortal body would become complete, and he would ascend to the heavens and become an immortal in a single step. Little Hei wasn't protected. She felt the surging waves of energy here. Her canine eyes shone brightly. She could vaguely see the afterimages of battle. She couldn't help but think to herself, someone is seizing the power of the boundary spirit. Everyone knew that the power of the boundary spirit was the opportunity to become an immortal. However, since ancient times, not many people have been able to reach this place. Now, many people had come here. Did this mean that the boundary spirit this time was going to be dangerous? Master, oh master, you should hurry up and break through, Little Hei muttered. While the fierce battle was taking place here, the 81 realms all suffered different degrees of disasters. Some places suddenly experienced violent earthquakes and lost many lives. Some 10,000-year-old volcanoes suddenly erupted, burning the land within a 1,000-mile radius to the point where not even a blade of grass could grow. Some places experienced avalanches. It was very rare for such huge natural and man-made disasters to completely erupt at the same time. The living beings of the mortal world all felt a strong sense of unease. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, causing them to feel fear. After an unknown amount of time, Nvois appeared beside Yangwu. Her power had become very weak. The boundless chi of heaven and earth was constantly collapsing. She wiped away her grief and said, "Your breakthrough is too slow. Let me lend you a hand. I hope that you can quickly break through and be able to deal with them. Once the power here collapses, the 81 realms will be completely destroyed. The mortal world will be completely finished. Countless living beings were born because of me, and they will also die because of me. However, they are all innocent. I don't want them to die. My hope is on you." A large amount of chi of heaven and earth once again entered Yangwu's body. It was extremely dense. Compared to where Kuan Mingzi and Sakura were, it was unknown how many times denser it was. "Goddess Nvois, you have to hold on. Little Hay, go help her. Even if you have to break the seal, you have to help her." Yangwu transmitted his voice to Little Hay. Then 2 immortal weapons flew out and flew towards Little Hay. They were the lightning hammer and the electric fork. These 2 divine weapons could control the power of lightning. Little Hay barked and straightened its body. Its left and right paws grasped the 2 immortal weapons. Goddess Nvois directly moved it to the front of the battlefield, facing the Void Emperor and Alchemy Emperor. The 2 of them each held a top-grade immortal weapon and crazily absorbed the chi of heaven and earth here. "Lord Immortal Emperor is here. You dare to act recklessly? I'll make you all die a horrible death." Little Hay's immortal chi erupted. The power of the seal was on the verge of exploding. The lightning hammer and the electric fork attacked the 2 immortal weapons at the same time. Nvois wanted to help Little Hay. The chi of heaven and earth turned into chaotic lightning to strengthen the offensive power of the immortal weapons. In just a moment, the 2 overbearing immortal weapons were blocked. "So it's the immortal pet of true Lord Erlang. How dare you spoil my plans? You'll die just the same." A cold snort was heard from the black hole. The power of the immortal Tao was continuously transmitted, controlling the immortal exterminating halberd to smash down madly. The power of the halberd swept in all directions, suppressing the lightning hammer. On the other side, the Heaven Splitter Saber was also infused with the power of the immortal Tao, slashing towards the electric fork. The 2 immortal weapons were controlled by immortal venerables from a distance. They fought with Little Hay, giving Nvois some breathing space. At the same time, in the mortal world of the transcendent world, the barbarian god mountain suddenly shook violently. The majestic divine mountain began to crumble. Suddenly, a powerful divine light flickered in the barbarian god ancestral temple. A huge shadow soared into the sky. When the barbarian god mountain completely collapsed, the shadow crashed into the heavenly stairway. Not only was the heavenly stairway not destroyed along with the barbarian god mountain, it turned into a boundless immortal stairway and swept towards the center of the mortal world. Soon, the immortal stairway crashed into the region. A huge shadow appeared, and a wild voice rang out. "Finally, you can't suppress this immortal venerable anymore." The giant shadow was filled with a strong, domineering aura. His upper body was naked, revealing his powerful muscles. There were also streams of immortal Tao intertwining around him. His bell-sized eyes were filled with hostility. This was the god of the barbarian race. When the Void Monarch saw him, he shouted, "Chiyu, I didn't expect this big guy to still be alive. However, he's only an immortal spiritual body now." Yao Di also looked at the huge shadow and said, obviously they knew this new guy. He was immortal venerable Chiyu, who once roamed the 6 worlds. He was born with brute force and possessed all kinds of innate abilities. It was said that he was the descendant of immortal venerable Pangu and was also one of the main culprits behind the collapse of the mortal world. Once, he was severely injured by Emperor Xianyuan, and his immortal body was destroyed. He was only left with a stream of immortal spiritual qi, which was suppressed by Envoi under the barbarian god mountain. Now that Envoi was attacked and the world around her was unstable, he was able to break through the suppression and arrive here directly. An immortal spiritual body can also be reborn. This will be my place of rebirth. Envoi, it's time for you to give up your position. Chiyu shouted and punched towards Envoi's snake body with his bare hands. The huge fist was actually able to move the boundless chi of heaven and earth here. It was truly terrifying. Envoi swung her snake tail, and the boundless chi of heaven and earth formed a torrent that collided with Chiyu's attack. Terrifying chi waves rolled and rippled outwards. Puff! Sakura, who was far away, was affected by these chi waves. Before he could break through to the immortal realm, he vomited a mouthful of blood and frantically retreated in fear. What happened here? Why is the power so unstable? Sakura shouted and looked towards a direction. He could barely see Chiyu's huge figure and that long snake body colliding with each other. He was scared out of his wits. I'm afraid I can't stay here for long. I'll leave after I collect some chi of heaven and earth. Sakura knew when to stop. He hurriedly thought of all ways to collect more chi of heaven and earth. Right now, he was only half a step away from successfully breaking through. He couldn't let all his previous efforts go to waste. Unfortunately, Envoi had already retracted the power, and he couldn't collect even a trace of it. There was even more power rippling towards him. That was the baleful chi of heaven and earth. After he lost the protection of Envoi's female body, how was he going to withstand this baleful chi that even immortals couldn't withstand? Not good. Sakura shouted madly. He used his immortal weapon to block in front of him and desperately tried to escape from here. Unfortunately, without Envoi's permission, he couldn't get out at all. The baleful chi of heaven and earth rolled over like a torrent, and Sakura was directly corroded into nothingness by this billowing baleful chi. He couldn't be any more dead. His dream of becoming an immortal was close at hand. However, this close at hand became the distance between heaven and earth. It could no longer be realized. Chapter 1848. Sakura had died, but Kun Mingzi was much luckier than him. Using the last of the chi of heaven and earth he absorbed, he refined the immortal crystals in his body. The 9 suns merged into one, and the chains of the immortal Tao merged. His power once again spread to every part of his body. Streams of immortal chi nourished his meridians, acupoints, and organs, forming a faint layer of light. That was the body of an immortal. After he became an immortal, the baleful chi of heaven and earth rushed over. He was able to block it with his powerful icy chi, but he was also swept away. Some of the baleful chi seeped into his body, and he was so scared that he quickly forced it out of his body. He had just become an immortal. If he was injured by these forces and left behind sequelae, it would not be good. Fortunately, after he became an immortal, his strength was incomparably strong, and he blocked the baleful chi of heaven and earth. Moreover, the immortal seal, under the infusion of his immortal chi, released immortal might, and finally blocked several waves of attacks, stabilizing his realm. Kun Mingzi was reborn. He was full of vitality, and his immortal chi was awe-inspiring. He shouted with great joy, "Haha, I finally became an immortal again." The power around him had been sucked dry, and was used by Envoi to deal with the Void Emperor, the Medicine Emperor, and Chiyu. Kun Mingzi stretched his body, and then looked into the distance. He saw the battle clearly, and saw that there was a different kind of power behind him that was not affected at all. He was immediately moved and murmured, "Could that be the core power?" Thinking of this, his heart burned with passion, and then he quickly rushed in that direction. When he got close to the incomparably dense chi of heaven and earth, a greedy look appeared on his face. He could not see Yang Wu inside, so he took out a divine bottle and enveloped the chi of heaven and earth, wanting to absorb it completely. Before he could do anything, a force like a snake's tail whipped over. Bang! Mingzi could not block it in time, and was sent flying while vomiting blood. He only felt that his bones and tendons were almost broken, but in a breath, he quickly recovered. This was the strength of the immortal realm. It was an absolute immortal body. Only an extremely domineering power of the same level could destroy every drop of the immortal blood in order to truly kill them. Looks like that really is the core power. Since someone has already restrained most of your power, leave this core power to me. Kunming-zi murmured. Immortal chi surged out of him. He turned into a beam of icy light and shot towards the ball of energy. However, no matter how many immortal chi of heaven and earth, there was a force of heaven and earth. Repulsive force descended on Kunming-zi and wanted to forcibly send him away. Away! Normally, with her ability, even if Kunming-zi was an immortal, he would still be repelled and forced to leave. But now it was a little difficult. She could only stop Kunming-zi from getting close to Yangwu, and buy some time for Yangwu. Yangwu was different from ordinary people. Although he was successful in fusing with Yang Kei-Xian's essence, when he entered the immortal realm, it was very difficult. The power of the 13 suns was fused into one, and all the power was converted into immortal chi, which required time. The Supreme Nine Mysteries formula had been activated to the extreme, but it was still difficult to completely complete the breakthrough in a short period of time. Now, he had completed more than half of it, and he was only half away from becoming an immortal. At that time, he would have the advantage of time and place, and he would not be afraid of any living creature. At this time, Yang Wu's body was like a furnace that was being burned by 10,000 flames. It was filled with the source chi of heaven and earth, and it seemed like it would explode at any time. However, there was also an endless suction force that kept absorbing and refining this power. The power of the 13 suns in his body was gathering and entering his dantian. Whether the only divine palace could withstand the power of the 13 suns was the key to his immortal ascension. Others could cultivate the immortal bridge and become an immortal body, and they could become an immortal. However, he felt that he had to completely condense this power into his divine palace and form a dantian that was like an immortal elixir. Only then could he succeed. His dantian was replaced by the immortal peach seed. Now, all the space in his dantian was filled with power, and he was afraid that it would not be able to hold on for long. The immortal peach tree was also absorbing this power, and it was growing rapidly. It had become a mature fruit tree, and many peach blossoms were blooming. Some of them were even on the verge of bearing fruit. Perhaps when he became an immortal, it would be the time for him to bear fruit. All kinds of cultivation experiences from his 2 lives appeared in Yang Wu's mind. Then he muttered, "The immortal peach seed is still an external object. Even though I've already cultivated it into my dantian and branded it into my divine palace, it is still flawed. Even if I use it to become an immortal, I will not be able to reach the peak in the future. This is the time for me to make a decision. At this point, if I destroy my dantian, it might destroy all of my power, but I already have the ability to reconstruct my dantian. Destroying it is equivalent to rebirth, just like the cycle of life and death. I will go all out." He made a decision that no one else would have thought possible. He drew out all of the power from his dantian's divine palace and fed it back to the other 12 suns and countless acupoints. He said to the immortal peach tree, "Pull out the peach seed. That is your root. From now on, you and I will be completely separated." "Master, are you sure you want to do this?" the immortal peach tree asked. "Don't talk nonsense. There is not much time left." "Hurry up," Yang Wu shouted. "Okay, then I will really move it out." The immortal peach tree responded and activated its power. Its roots moved, and the immortal peach seed was pulled out as well. This process was not pleasant at all. Yang Wu felt as if his body had suddenly become empty. The power of the 12 suns and the power of all of his acupoints seemed to have lost its core. It was completely out of control. In the end, it would cause him to go crazy, and he would explode and die. The Supreme Nine Mysteries formula. "Now is the time for you to show your ultimate power." Yang Wu roared and crazily circulated the Supreme Nine Mysteries formula. His meridians flowed and guided all of the power in his body toward his dantian. There was no longer any dantian there. He used this power to reconstruct his dantian and condense it into the ultimate 13 suns. He also gathered the power of the 13 suns there and condensed it into an elixir of immortality. This was equivalent to refining his own power into an elixir. Fortunately, he was an alchemist, and his alchemy skills had already reached the level of perfection. Many powers fused together, and the chains of the immortal Tao kept tangling with each other to form a ball of power. It was crazily kneading and condensing into an elixir of immortality. The source chi of the universe kept seeping into his body, nourishing it. He was quickly moving toward the immortal body. It would not take long for him to complete the final step and enter the immortal realm. This was the process of going from life to death, and then from death to life. It seemed simple, but it was undoubtedly a trip to the gates of hell. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, Yang Wu was miraculously using the Tao of life and death to turn danger into safety. He had finally taken the most important step. In another direction, Navois attacked with all her might. This was her territory, and she controlled countless powers. Her palms struck out continuously, as if tearing the heaven and earth apart. The two immortal weapons that were devouring her power were constantly sent flying. Outside the immortal realm, immortal lights would fly in from time to time and fall into the two immortal weapons. It was as if two immortal sovereigns were absorbing and devouring the power here at the same time. Chi was also attacking. Not only did he want to absorb the power here to strengthen his immortal spirit body, but he also wanted to destroy Navois and gain the absolute control of this place. You guys are harboring evil intentions. You only want to strengthen yourselves, and you have never shown any mercy to the living beings in this world. I will never let you succeed. Navois shouted, full of unwillingness. Endless snake shadows crazily attacked their opponents, forcing them to retreat step by step. Only Chi was fighting with his bare hands. Punch after punch, he was like a barbarian god with boundless brute force that could break the heaven and earth. You are not the only one who created this world. My ancestor, Pangu, also created this world. You just patched it up and became the guardian of this place. Now, you should return it to me. Chi Yu shouted. His immortal body was constantly exploding under Navois' power, but it was regenerated time and time again. His battle chi was incomparably terrifying. On the other side, the Void Palms launched sneak attacks from time to time. One after another, the Void Palms struck towards Navois' vital parts. The Void Bell also enveloped over madly, devouring all the power of heaven and earth. As for Yao Di, it was unknown whose incarnation he was. He also had the power of an immortal sovereign helping him. The huge cauldron kept spinning, and a lot of immortal Tao energy appeared one after another, crashing into Navois' body. While absorbing her power, it also prevented her from regenerating. However, the two of them were not having a good time. A lot of baleful chi had corroded their bodies. If it wasn't for the powerful immortal Tao energy surrounding them, they would definitely be finished. Little Hay, on the other hand, wielded two immortal weapons to deal with the other two immortal weapons. For the first time, he felt incomparably vexed. He couldn't help but shout, "You guys are too weak for this immortal emperor." In the next moment, immortal chi erupted from all over his body. The power of the seal was forcibly broken. His body grew bigger, and he opened his mouth to spit out an incomparably pure, true samadhi fire. It landed on the heaven-splitting saber and forcibly incinerated it. Meanwhile, the lightning hammer and lightning fork combined and crashed into the immortal destroying halberd, destroying that immortal weapon as well. Little Hay spat out a mouthful of blood. He suffered a backlash from breaking the seal and was unable to continue fighting. When he saw Kuan Mingzi getting closer and closer to Yang Wu, he dragged his injured body and rushed back. The lightning hammer and lightning fork both attacked Kuan Mingzi. Rumble. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. The rolling power of lightning was like a dragon as it blasted towards Kuan Mingzi. When Kuan Mingzi sensed danger, He waved his hand and blocked the lightning. Then he threw it back at Little Hay, electrocuting Little Hay until his entire body convulsed. Why is the howling celestial dog here? Kuan Mingzi was puzzled. Then he stared at the ball of chi of heaven and earth and cried out, "Could this be Yang Wu?" When he thought of this, an immortal weapon appeared in his hand. Carrying a strong killing intent, he slashed at the ball of energy. "True Lord Erlang, don't even think about becoming an immortal again. Let me send you to hell." Kuan Mingzi roared. When the immortal weapon was about to come into contact with the ball of energy suddenly shrank. A wave of energy struck out first, and a voice rang out, "You can't." Chapter 1849. Yang Wu had successfully broken through. Removing his original dantian and using the immortal pill to condense it in his dantian had become the key to his immortal ascension. The supreme 9 mysteries formula could circulate the heavenly cycle to the limit. The power of the 12 suns gathered and formed the 13th sun again. This 13th sun fused with all his immortal Tao power, and even his immortal root was refined into it. The immortal root was the foundation of immortal ascension. When the 13 suns merged and the immortal root merged, it could nourish the body. When the immortal root fell into the newly condensed 13th sun, Yang Wu entered the immortal realm. This step came naturally, as if everything was supposed to be like this. In an instant, the supreme 9 mysteries formula spread its power throughout his body. The power of the immortal root was distributed to every part of his body. His body completed the final transformation and became an immortal in one step. When Kuan Mingzi's attack came, he could easily block it. At this moment, his strength was too strong. It was hard to describe. It was as if he had stepped from the immortal realm to the immortal king realm. In fact, he was still in the immortal realm, but his combat strength was much stronger than ordinary immortals. The surrounding source chi of heaven and earth was devoured by him, but his aura was still rising steadily. He took Kuan Mingzi's immortal weapon with his bare hands. His palm was not injured at all, and his eyes shone with 2 beams of immortal light. Kuan Mingzi only felt 2 waves of immortal power hit him, forcing him to quickly retreat. "You actually took that step too." Kuan Mingzi was a little panicked. In the same realm, he would never be a match for Yang Wu. "Only you're allowed to break through, but not me. This doesn't make sense." Yang Wu laughed and disappeared in front of him. When he reappeared, a fist slammed into his abdomen, sending him flying and vomiting blood. This fist was like an immortal mountain crashing over. Instantly, Kuan Mingzi felt that his newly condensed immortal body was about to explode. Yang Wu was too strong. Every move contained the complete might of the immortal Tao. The human realm had been shattered long ago. Aside from here, there was no other place that had a complete martial Tao. Coincidentally, they were here. Not only did they possess the most primitive power, they also possessed a complete Tao. It was because of this that they were able to successfully break through. After Kuan Mingzi was sent flying, he maintained his last bit of consciousness and frantically retreated. He hated that he was born with 2 more legs. He cursed in his heart. Why is the difference so big? Why is it so big? He really couldn't imagine that the 2 of them had just stepped into the immortal realm, but the disparity in strength was so great that it was hard for him to accept. Just as Yang Wu was about to give chase, Little Hay's voice rang out. "Master, hurry and save Her Highness Envoy. She can't hold on much longer. Consider yourself lucky." Yang Wu cursed. The nether ice wing blade flew out and slashed towards Kuan Mingzi, while he flew in the opposite direction. The nether ice wing blade caught up to Kuan Mingzi and slashed towards him, cutting Kuan Mingzi's immortal body into 2 halves. He couldn't block it at all. "Get out of my way." Goddess Kuan quickly reassembled her physical body and erupted with majestic power. Boundless immortal chi surged and pushed the nether ice wing blade away. The nether ice wing blade didn't roll away. Instead, it condensed into Yang Wu's appearance and sneered, "Let's fight." Any wisp of immortal chi could condense into a clone. This was the terrifying thing about immortals. The nether ice wing blade was comparable to an immortal weapon. It possessed part of Yang Wu's power and could deal with Kuan Mingzi. I don't believe that a mere clone of yours can do anything to me. Kuan Mingzi roared and attacked continuously. The domineering power of the immortal Tao condensed into a glacier, trying to destroy Yang Wu's clone. In fact, he really couldn't do anything to a clone. Yang Wu's doppelganger was extremely fast, and its attack power was equally strong. It forced Kuan Mingzi to retreat, but it was obviously impossible to kill Kuan Mingzi. After becoming an immortal, as long as one had a drop of immortal blood, they would be able to live again. It was too difficult to kill them. Otherwise, Tsang Tsang and the other immortals wouldn't have been so easily suppressed. Yang Wu didn't have time to care about Kuan Mingzi. He had already charged Envoi's side and roared. If you want to touch Envoi, you'll have to ask me first. At this moment, all of his immortal Tao power erupted. Boundless immortal light shrouded him, forming a terrifying aura. The thunder hammer and electric fork he grabbed released boundless power of thunder and lightning. They surged towards the Void Emperor and the Alchemy Emperor. Rumble, rumble. Yang Wu's thunder-controlling technique unleashed such an attack. It was as if the god of thunder and goddess of lightning had appeared. He controlled the thunder immortal Tao and could destroy everything. He forcefully entered the battlefield and completely enveloped them. No matter where they came from, he would fight them first. The Void Emperor and the Alchemy Emperor clearly felt the pressure. They were only possessed by immortal venerables and couldn't display the combat strength of immortal venerables. When facing Voi's attack, their corporeal bodies were already on the verge of being destroyed. They couldn't withstand Yang Wu's wave of attack. Fortunately, Qi was at the side. Even though he was only an immortal spirit body, he was still very powerful. Although he wasn't an immortal venerable, he was comparable to an immortal emperor. He was the main force suppressing Voi. After receiving Yang Wu's help, Nvois withdrew all of her power and fought Qiyu with all of her strength. Obviously, it was much easier for Qiyu to take down Nvois. True Lord Erlang, if you get involved in this mess, you might not be able to return to the immortal world alive. The Void Emperor shouted. He held up the Void Bell. There wasn't much energy left in the surroundings to absorb. Nvois kept it all. He used the Void Bell to resist Yang Wu's lightning hammer while threatening. Junior brother, if we work together to take down the energy here, not only can we become immortals in a single step, we can also become immortals of a world and have a high status in the immortal world. You should retreat for the time being. The Alchemy Emperor faintly said. Yang Wu continued to suppress the two with boundless lightning. He had already made up his mind to destroy their corporeal bodies so that they wouldn't be able to use the immortal Tao to attack across the world. What surprised him was that the Alchemy Emperor was actually here. Moreover, he felt a familiar aura, as if he was related to Xie Tian's master. When Voi sent a message to his mind, he immediately understood that this fellow was Xie Tian's master. Moreover, he wasn't the Alchemy Emperor himself. He had been controlled by an immortal venerable and was just a puppet. I don't care who you are. You don't have to leave today. Yang Wu roared. He waved the lightning hammer and the electric fork left and right. Wave after wave of energy exploded, bombarding them at the same time, forcing them to retreat continuously. True Lord Erlang, you're courting death. The immortal venerable controlling the Void Emperor was enraged. A large amount of immortal Tao energy descended on the Void Emperor. He raised the Void Bell and broke through the lightning bolts, pressing down on Yang Wu. The Alchemy Emperor didn't go all out and was clearly retreating. He wanted to reap the benefits of the battle. It's not certain who's courting death. Yang Wu didn't show the slightest fear. The lightning hammer and the electric fork were merciless. Boundless chaotic lightning energy exploded, causing the Void Bell to ring unceasingly. Wave after wave of energy kept shaking the surroundings. Although Yang Wu was strong, the Void Emperor was controlled by the immortal venerable. With the help of a top-grade immortal weapon, the Void Emperor couldn't do anything to him. Yang Wu didn't give up just like that. A soul bell flew out, and a cauldron also flew out. One soul and one cauldron flew out at the same time. The soul bell buried the soul, while the bronze cauldron exploded with boundless firepower. Together, they suppressed the Void Emperor. The Void Emperor broke through the attacks here and attacked Yongwu. The immortal pill in Yongwu's body surged violently. The immortal chi was astonishing. The battle armor absorbed most of the opponent's power. His figure was still retreating rapidly. His immortal chi continued to circulate. Wave after wave of energy continued to clash with the Void Bell. Finally, the Void Emperor couldn't withstand his fierce attacks, and his body began to crack. Stinky bug, how can you do evil without the help of your body this time? Yongwu scolded excitedly. Is that so? Even so, I can still destroy you. In the distant, immortal world, a cold snort sounded. The Void Bell knocked away all of Yongwu's immortal weapons and fiercely slammed towards him. This was a bottomless black hole. Once he was enveloped in it, even if Yongwu became an immortal, all of his vitality would be obliterated. Yongwu was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to have such power. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill him. At the crucial moment, a power swept over and forcibly sent the Void Bell flying. It was the Lady Snail who had lent him a helping hand. However, the moment Envoy rebelled, Chiyu's attack fell again and directly broke a section of her snake body. That section of snake body turned into a lump of heaven and earth source chi and was swallowed by this violent guy. He was still dissatisfied and said, "It's still a bit lacking. After I shatter you, the power of the world's spirit will be mine. Yongwu, I'll give you my power. In the future, you'll be the guardian of the mortal world." After Nhwa said that, she bound all of her power and turned it into a snake shadow that surged towards Yongwu. In an instant, Yongwu felt an incomparably surging power enter his body, helping his aura to rise crazily. That immortal pill kept on growing. His immortal realm strength surged and broke through all the bottlenecks of the immortal realm. He reached the immortal king realm and was even heading towards the immortal emperor realm. If it wasn't for Yongwu's immortal pill being special, this bit of power would have immediately made him explode. He didn't dare to let this power continue endlessly. If that happened, he would be like Envoy and could only stay here for the rest of his life. He shouted, "Envoy, just help me. Don't pour all of your power into my body. I can't take it anymore." At the next moment, he summoned all the immortal weapons back and blasted them towards Chiyu. He was like the only god here, able to devour mountains and rivers, able to destroy heaven and earth. Every move seemed to be able to carry the power of heaven and earth, causing boundless pressure to be exerted on his opponent. Bang! The immortal weapons landed and forced Chiyu to stop. "Brat, spit out the power for me." Chiyu was also amazing. He was a human who grew up in the mortal world and had been hiding here for many years. He absorbed the fate here and wasn't rejected. Punch after punch, he met Yongwu's attack head-on. He ignored all the pressure from the immortal weapons and was extremely domineering. Chapter 1850. Chiyu is definitely an ancient immortal venerable. His strength had reached the pinnacle and was extremely domineering. After continuously devouring a large amount of heaven and earth source chi, he had recovered quite a bit of his combat strength, but he still hadn't recovered to his peak. At most, he had reached the level of a mortal emperor. Naturally, Yongwu couldn't fight him with his current strength, but after receiving the power bestowed by Envoy, his combat strength wasn't any weaker than Chiyu's. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to his previous life. That unparalleled strength allowed him to look down on all the experts in the world. After exchanging a few blows with Chiyu, he felt incomparably delighted. He couldn't help but let out a long howl. "Awesome! This is really awesome!" You, the shaman immortal, had once been beaten to a pulp by Yellow Emperor. I didn't expect you to endure until now. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape this fate. Yongwu directly used the immortal techniques of his previous life. The two immortal weapons erupted at the same time. The thunder hammer bombarded unceasingly, while the electric fork filled the surroundings, completely trapping Chiyu within. The immortal Tao that had been transformed by the heaven and earth source Chi was incomparably pure. The Tao of destruction was unusually domineering. No matter what level the living being in front of him was, he would be able to destroy it. This was his invincible belief. The enemy in front of him was also one of the strongest living beings in ancient times. He had fought with the strongest living beings before. He wasn't afraid of Yang Wu's attack at all. His whole body unleashed a thick defensive force, wrapping himself up layer by layer like an immortal mountain. He crashed heavily towards Yang Wu. The power of thunder was destroyed. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he madly pushed forward, trying to overwhelm Yang Wu with his momentum. Yang Wu abandoned the two weapons. The power of the two doppelgangers was still urging them to unleash the power of thunder. His palms began to form a complicated seal. He said faintly, "Try this seal of mine. Immortal Emperor, tyrannical seal." At this moment, he was like an immortal emperor. Boundless immortal Tao force condensed into an incomparably solemn battle shadow. Just like in his previous life, when the immortal armor covered his body and killed thousands of demons and devils. When a seal fell, even an immortal venerable would have to retreat. In his previous life, people said, "Who in the world doesn't know you?" That was because he was the invincible, true Lord Erlang. It was difficult for him to find a worthy opponent in the celestial world. And now, he displayed such a method, fusing together the power imbued into him by Her Highness Nvois, causing the imprint to fly out. It was ethereal and had enough power to destroy everything. A giant axe appeared in Qi Yu's hand. His eyes lit up as he shouted, "Take my axe as well. Heaven-splitting earth-splitting axe." At this moment, he was like the reincarnation of Pangu. A primordial aura spread out in all directions. When the axe descended, the heavens and earth were split apart. Who could block it? The two attacks collided, shaking the entire area. Surging heaven and earth baleful qi spread out in all directions. Kuan Mingzi and Yao Di were forced to retreat far away. They couldn't get any closer. Looking at the weakened Voix, they still didn't want to give up. They still wanted to seize some of the heaven and earth-sourced qi from her body. However, little He was staring at them. After Yang Wu became an immortal, the seal in the depths of little He's body was finally broken. Its strength was rising steadily towards the immortal emperor realm. It was extremely powerful. Woof! Woof! This immortal emperor has finally been unsealed. I've been waiting for a long time. Is there any place in the 3,000 worlds that this immortal emperor can't go? Little He barked excitedly. Its strength had never disappeared. It was just that it had been sealed. Now that the seal was unsealed, it had recovered. Little He's eyes locked onto Kuan Mingzi and Yao Di. It turned into a black line and appeared in front of them. Its front claws were hanging down and clawing left and right. No one could stop its incomparably sharp claws. In the past, it had followed its master's previous life to conquer the East and West. It was so famous that it wasn't even afraid of immortal venerables. "Let's work together and take down this dog." Yao Di shouted. "All right." Kuan Mingzi answered while changing his position and quickly escaped from this place. Originally, this place was under the control of Nvois. Now that Nvois' strength was greatly reduced, there was no way for her to control this place. Moreover, Kuan Mingzi had reached the immortal realm. If he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Yao Di was the same. He didn't think that Kuan Mingzi would risk his life to fight with him. With the help of an immortal venerable's aura, he fought little He and directly abandoned his body. The demonic dragon immortal cauldron broke through the void and disappeared. Little He only managed to kill Yao Di and didn't manage to grab the demonic dragon immortal cauldron. Its other claw broke through layers of the void and landed on Kuan Mingzi, leaving a claw mark on Kuan Mingzi's body. Immortal blood dripped down. If little He chased after Kuan Mingzi now, it might be able to stop him. However, it was worried about Yang Wu's safety and didn't chase after him. Instead, it turned back and rushed towards Yang Wu. A mouthful of true samadhi fire was spat out from its mouth. In an instant, the immortal fire covered the sky and fell on Yang Wu's back, intending to burn him to death. When the battle between Yang Wu and Qi Yu became more intense, little He's intervention really gave Qi a headache. Fortunately, his defense was amazing. Little Hei's firepower couldn't hurt him immediately. He waved his axe left and right, and the vast axial forced Yangwu back. At the same time, Little Hei's firepower was split into two, creating a path. Then, an immortal staircase was summoned by him and suppressed Little Hei. This heavenly staircase was like 1,000,000 tons falling. It kept growing bigger and bigger. Immortal chi surged, enough to connect heaven and earth. Even though Little Hei was an immortal emperor, it still felt the pressure increase greatly. With a loud cry, an immortal seal flew out and collided with the heavenly staircase. This was the immortal thunder seal. It was refined from a corner of the immortal thunder mountain. After it spat out the imprint of the power of the immortal Tao, the immortal chi was mighty. Bang! The heavenly staircase collided with the immortal thunder seal. It was like Mars colliding with Earth. Boundless immortal chi surged, and specks of starlight scattered in all directions. After dozens of collisions, the immortal thunder seal collapsed on the spot. Blackie didn't retreat just like that. An immortal item flew out from the universe in its body. It was an immortal chain, and it coiled around the heavenly staircase. It shouted, "Master, your immortal weapon is here." An immortal spear flew out. It was very similar to the double-edged three-dragon spear that Yangwu was famous for. It was the three-tipped immortal spear, a top-grade immortal weapon. It roared like a dragon and flew in the direction of Yangwu. In addition, another immortal sword flew out. That was the immortal slaying sword. Boundless immortal might transformed into streaks of sword chi, revealing boundless demonic and demonic phantoms. They were all souls that had died under the immortal slaying sword. Although true Lord Erlang was born in the lower world, his talent was so high that no one could surpass him. He killed demons and devils all the way and became the #1 war immortal. After ascending to the immortal world, he was even more powerful. He was the #1 war immortal of the immortal court. If it wasn't for offending the Jade Emperor of the immortal court and being willing to be demoted to the lower world, who would dare to compete with him? How could Chi not know that these two immortal weapons were the source of Yangwu's power? He smashed down with his axe in anger, like a falling immortal mountain, trying to knock the two immortal weapons away. But he didn't know that Yangwu laughed and said, F***CK him. The immortal chi of the two immortal weapons exploded, as if they were responding to Yangwu's words excitedly. They didn't dodge and directly collided with the power of the axe. Boundless power rippled out again. The spear and sword were awe-inspiring, but they didn't fly away. Instead, it was as if someone was controlling them and they were fighting back crazily. Rumble, rumble. The deafening sound kept ringing. Yangwu, on the other hand, attacked again and again. His punches and palms contained the power to break heaven and earth. His attacks were so dense that it was impossible to guard against. Chiyu's defense was unparalleled. His two axes were wide open and no one could get close to him. The power of his continuous attacks was much stronger than the previous one. However, if this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for him. It wasn't easy for him to intercept the source chi of heaven and earth, and he could completely reform his immortal body. If he continued to waste his energy like this, he would have waited for so many years in vain. However, he was very unwilling to retreat just like that. He roared, "Take 3 of my moves." Chiyu threw away the axes and let them deal with the immortal weapons. He put his palms together and waved them at Yangwu angrily. It was as if he was worshipping Buddha, but in fact, he was worshipping the heavens. It was called the worshipping style. This was an ancient worshipping ceremony. It was a ceremony to pray for the gods and immortal spirits to make the world have good weather. Chiyu was already an immortal venerable. How could Yangwu withstand this move of his? Even the Jade Emperor of the immortal court would have to think twice. In an instant, a ray of immortal power fell down like a blade, splitting heaven and earth into two. Nothing could stop it. Yangwu instantly felt a sense of crisis. Even in his previous life, it was rare for him to encounter an opponent of this level. Furthermore, there was such a strange move. It seemed simple, but it contained a will that was difficult to defy. It made him unable to dodge and could only take it head-on. Who's afraid of who? Yangwu was also incomparably brave. He roared and raised one of his palms. Endless immortal light surged and directly slapped at this move. A black tortoise appeared, as if it had come alive. It roared nonstop and clashed fiercely with the black tortoise. This was the black tortoise immortal palm. The power of immortal Tao seemed to be able to create things. That was why the black tortoise seemed to be alive. Bang! When the two moves collided, the black tortoise was directly cut into two halves. The blade move paused a lot, but it was still hanging down. Yangwu punched again from a distance and shattered this move. He had to use two moves to block this move of his opponent. It was obvious how strong his opponent's attack was. And after he landed this move, Qiyu had already launched a new move. Beast Summoning Move. He seemed to be chanting some ancient words. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of savage beasts appeared behind him and rushed towards Yangwu. Every one of them was incomparably huge and filled with demonic qi. Sword come! Yangwu roared. The immortal slaying sword appeared in his hand like lightning. With the sword in hand, he had the world. Thousands of sword qi pierced out. Demon slaying move. This was dream back to the peak. One move to kill a demon, one move to kill a demon. No one could escape from this boundless sword qi. Pu. Many demons were cut into pieces. It was unknown how long it lasted before it completely stopped. Yangwu, on the other hand, was sent flying while vomiting blood. His sword also broke through Chiyu's defense and left a few sword wounds on his opponent's body. Take this, the last move. Qiyu roared. He was like a demon god, punching down with both fists. Barbaric Fist Firmament. Chapter 1851. The barbarian race used the barbarian fist to conquer the world. Qiyu was the ancestor of the barbarian race. His barbarian fist had reached the pinnacle. When he punched out, there was no other power other than endless brute force. This special space was greatly affected. This was an ancient war god. The weak Nvua shouted, Yangwu, be careful. She wanted to help Yangwu, but her surging power was rejected by Yangwu. Yangwu summoned another immortal weapon. It was the three-tipped immortal spear from his previous life. He transformed into the strongest war immortal. The supreme 9 mysteries formula surged. 9 types of profound essence qi erupted, condensing into an incomparably primitive, profound yellow qi. The long spear fiercely pierced forward. In an instant, the heaven and earth lost their color. This seemingly simple spear attack contained the power of heaven and earth as one. There was nothing else other than the spear. The spear's momentum was like a dragon. It fiercely collided with the domineering fist energy. The spear and the fist heavily shook. Rumble, rumble. The two waves of power continued to collide. It was as if the space was going to explode. At the same time, a huge disaster was happening in the 81 worlds of the human realm. Countless living beings died because of this disaster. Cries of agony could be heard everywhere. Even the immortal realm experts couldn't stop the disaster from happening. Moreover, they felt a great pressure descending. It made them tremble in fear. They faintly felt that the human realm would be destroyed. No matter how worried they were, it wasn't something they could stop. The disaster didn't disperse for a long time. All living beings were living in fear. In the battlefield, Yangwu was sent flying. Immortal blood spurted out. His aura rapidly fell back to the immortal realm. It could be seen that his all-out attack just now had exhausted the power that Nvua transmitted to him. Qiyu didn't retreat half a step. He was like an invincible war god, majestic and awe-inspiring. However, his immortal spirit body had become much more illusory. The power of rebirth that he had painstakingly accumulated was once again consumed. Forget it. If I can't even deal with a brat like you, how can I still have the face to stay in this world? What's more, you and my barbarian tribe are fated. I hope you can leave a place for my barbarian tribe to live. From now on, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Qiyu sighed, and his immortal spiritual power instantly collapsed and dissipated in this world. The female snail took the opportunity to absorb this power, once again recovering some of her original appearance. Yang Wu stared blankly at this scene. He didn't know why Qi Yu gave up on the chance of rebirth. Just now, he clearly felt that Qi Yu was really strong. It wouldn't be difficult for him to revive. Nwa seemed to know what he was thinking. She said, "He only wanted to replace me. He knew that he couldn't do it, so he didn't force it. Anyway, this obsession can't leave the human realm. Otherwise, he would collapse without a doubt. It's better for him to return to the heaven and earth. He can redeem some of his sins and leave a chance for the barbarian race to reproduce. So he's already dead. But an immortal spirit is already so terrifying. It's enough to see how terrifying he was when he was alive." Yang Wu sighed softly. We don't have time to pity the people here. Accept my power and let the human realm return to its original state. You want me to become the new realm spirit. Are you not willing?" "I'm not willing," Yang Wu said with certainty. "Why? Don't you know that they want to steal my power so that they can reach the heavens in a single step?" Navois was very confused. "It's because I know that I feel that there's even less need to have your power," Yang Wu replied. Then he said, "Even if I have your power, I can't repair the human realm. I will also become their target. In the end, I'll end up like you." Navois thought for a moment and said, "It's actually different. If you accept my power, I can use my broken body to repair the heavens. The human realm will return to its original state, and the great Tao will be complete." "What?" Yang Wu was instantly shocked. The human realm spirit is related to the human realm. In the past, they wanted to refine all of my power. Without any other choice, I could only fight with my life on the line and drive them away. I even heavily injured them and killed them. This also caused the human realm to split into 81 parts. Although I've been accumulating power for many years, its recovery is extremely slow. The only thing I can do now is to use my body to repair the heavens. Otherwise, the human realm will never return to its original state. Moreover, with the weakening of my power this time, there will be more realms collapsing. When that happens, it will cause a chain reaction and the human realm will be completely destroyed. So you must accept my power. You won't be bound by the human realm. On the contrary, you will receive its feedback and become the supreme immortal spirit of the human realm. No matter where you are, the human realm's power will be at your disposal and you can defeat strong enemies." Navois opened her heart and said. Yang Wu fell in a deep thought. After a while, he said, "Why does Empress Navois insist on doing this? Actually, after I return to the immortal realm, my power can also increase rapidly. I can also protect the human realm for you. You don't have to do this." "No, it's too late. Most of the origin energy here has already been intercepted by them. They will refine that energy and increase their power further. Moreover, they won't have to worry about being rejected by the realms anymore. They will soon come to collect the last of my power. You must accept it, otherwise the human realm will be destroyed." Navois said anxiously. She paused for a moment and said, "All the living things in the human realm are my children. Can you watch as your children perish in front of you? Since I was the one who gave birth to them, I have the obligation to protect them with my last bit of heart." This was the great heart of a mother's love. Yang Wu was already a father. For example, when the peerless geniuses met with misfortune, he thought that he would rather be the one to die instead of them. "Okay, if that's the case, then I won't delay it." Yang Wu made a prompt decision. "All right, then get ready. I'll transmit power to you, and you'll be in charge of protecting the human world from now on," Nua said, and the mother Qi of the world surged, shrouding Yang Wu once again. The supreme 9 mysteries formula was activated crazily. The energy flowed into his meridians in perfect harmony and rapidly increased his cultivation level. At this moment, Yang Wu finally understood why Nvois chose him. It was because he had to cultivate the supreme 9 mysteries formula to be able to resonate with Nvois' energy. Only then could he accept this energy and not be killed by it. If it was someone else, even if they could come here and absorb some energy, they would not be able to accept Nvois' inheritance. Yang Wu only felt boundless power entering his dantian and strengthening his celestial elixir. Moreover, the process of the human realm growing from nothing flashed past his mind from time to time. It was like the reappearance of ancient history, allowing him to understand the meaning of life. In the void, immortal palace of the immortal world, immortal Qi was steaming here. Thousands of miles of land lingered like dragons and phoenixes. The scene was picturesque. Since Zhenwu came here, the reputation of the Void Immortal Palace had plummeted. Many experts of the Void Immortal Palace were angry, but there was nothing they could do. Zhenwu had entered the immortal venerable realm, and his aura engulfed thousands of miles. Other than the Void Immortal Venerable, who could fight with him? Who would dare to provoke him? Not long ago, the first guardian of the Void Immortal Venerable, the multi-handed Immortal Emperor, led an army to fight with Zhenwu. After a few rounds, Zhenwu defeated him completely. The Void Immortal Venerable was not popular in the immortal world, and few people came to help him. Zhenwu did not violate the rules of the Immortal Court, so the Immortal Court could not send people to deal with him. They could only let him continue. One day, the Void Immortal Venerable came out of seclusion. Zhenwu, I let you go before. Now you don't know what's good for you, and still dare to provoke me. Don't blame me for being merciless and erasing your immortal venerable realm. The Void Immortal Venerable stepped out of a black hole. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone with black light. His slightly plump body was covered with immortal armor. Boundless dark, immortal light flickered. He looked peerless. He was not a human being, but a void worm. After he obtained good fortune and cultivated into a spirit, he was ranked among the immortals. Later on, he had many immortal opportunities and reached his current strength. This time, he came out of seclusion because he had a countermeasure. He had just nourished himself, and his strength had improved greatly. Even if Zhenwu had entered the immortal venerable realm, he would not be his opponent. It should be known that there were differences in strength among immortal venerables. Zhenwu's eyes were like lightning, and his aura was like a dragon. His stalwart figure stood up. Without saying a word, he blasted out a destructive fist light from a distance and greeted the void immortal venerable. Immortal Qi rolled out from the fist, controlling the heaven and earth. The immortal light was so oppressive that even the heaven and earth were shaken. The immortal world was different from other worlds. The immortal Qi here was incomparably dense, but the gravity here was also much stronger than any other world. Even if there was a battle between immortals, it would not be able to destroy the immortal world. Therefore, a battle at their level could be fought with all their might. No matter how big the commotion was, it did not matter at all. The void immortal venerable opened his mouth and spat out a ray of black immortal light, suppressing the fist light. The black immortal light contained strong corrosiveness, corroding Zhenwu's fist energy. Zhenwu took a step forward, as if he had crossed thousands of miles. A boundless aura surged as he roared. "Stinky worm, you destroyed my force and killed my companion. Today, you and I will fight to the death." His chi contained immortal might, and his fist was like a shocking dragon. Zhenwu was indeed an invincible expert. His battle made the heaven and earth lose their color, alarming many powerful figures in the immortal world. Many immortal venerables and immortal emperors looked over from a distance, watching this shocking battle. These immortal beings had immortal bodies and were indifferent to the 7 emotions and 6 desires. They would never rashly start a battle to the death. The enmity between Zhenwu and Void had been going on for a long time. Now it was time to see who was stronger. Everyone felt that Zhenwu's aura was like the sky, and they all thought that he might be the winner. Zhenwu is indeed a genius. After taking the step of immortal venerable, he has such an invincible aura. He can be ranked as an invincible immortal venerable. Zhenwu Immortal Venerable's battle has alarmed the 3 worlds. The Jade Emperor will definitely watch the battle. He should feel proud. Void has the ability to escape into the void. He can go anywhere in the world. It won't be easy for Zhenwu to kill him. If Erlang Immortal Lord is here, I wonder if he or Zhenwu is stronger. What a pity. Chapter 1852. The battle between Zhenwu and the Void Immortal Venerable was indeed the focus of everyone's attention. Both of them were immortal venerables. In the immortal world, immortal venerables were the most powerful existences. It was extremely difficult for countless immortal-level creatures to reach this level. Once they reached this level, they would become a giant immortal spirit. One of Zhenwu's fists was like a dragon, while the other was like a black tortoise. The two immortal beasts, one on the left and one on the right, were vivid and lifelike. They pushed the void immortal venerable away. The void immortal venerable's Tao of the Void was ethereal and difficult to defend against. A black hole appeared, twisting the true dragon into pieces. Another force surged, binding the black tortoise, making it difficult for it to move. They were not only using various immortal-level techniques, but also their immortal realm strength. Zhenwu's fists were torrential, looking insufferably arrogant. However, the void immortal venerable had entered the immortal venerable realm much earlier than Zhenwu. He had used all kinds of techniques, making it difficult for Zhenwu to defend himself. Suddenly, endless palms came from all directions, forcing Zhenwu to defend himself. "Zhenwu, you're still too young," the void immortal venerable shouted. Zhenwu still didn't speak. The immortal armor on his body was so thick that the void immortal venerable's palm force couldn't hurt him at all. His power kept compressing, and when it reached a certain limit, immortal chi surged out. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Space lock." In an instant, the boundless immortal chi condensed as if it was completely frozen. The void immortal venerable's palm also seemed to be locked and couldn't move anymore. An inexplicable aura was released, and a domineering attack exploded with him as the center. The fist shattered the void. This was the ultimate punch that Zhenwu had comprehended over the years to kill the void immortal venerable. It was his peak strength, and he didn't hold back at all. He only wanted to shatter the endless void. "Stinky Bug, you and I have no grudges, but you've done some heartless things. You can become an immortal, but you still don't know your humanity. Today, I, Zhenwu, will kill you here," Zhenwu shouted with strong confidence. Bang! Bang! The space of the world of immortals continued to crumble as immortal chi swept out in all directions, threatening to destroy all of the palaces in the vicinity. The peerlessly domineering attack caused the spectators in the distance to be dumbfounded. They were all used to big scenes, but in the face of Zhenwu's powerful attack, they still felt suffocated and found it difficult to resist. The void immortal venerable also felt a strong threat. An insect shadow appeared behind him. He wanted to retreat from the void, but he found that countless voids had been completely sealed. It was not impossible to break out, but it would take some time, and this time was enough for Zhenwu to kill him. "Zhenwu, if you want to risk your life, I'll fulfill your wish." Void immortal venerable couldn't escape. The void bell appeared in front of him. Boundless power slammed on the void bell. Bursts of bell sounds collided with Zhenwu's fist. Dong dong. A series of bell sounds rang out. Immortal chi rolled out. The nearby immortal realm creatures all retreated further away. Many immortal palaces were shattered and collapsed. The Zhenwu fist landed on the bell of void. Yi Fuqian thought that this punch would be able to shatter the bell of void, but he felt an even more shocking power from the bell of void that stopped his punch. His eyes twitched. A shadow rushed out from the bell of void. His palms carried the power to topple mountains and overturn seas as they slammed toward him. Puff! It turned out that the shadow that came out of the void bell was another void immortal venerable. This was his real body. The true martial immortal coughed up blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't understand why the void immortal venerable had refined his true body into the void bell. The clone outside was only his avatar. This move, secretly crossing Chunsong, was really hard to guard against. "I said you're too tender. I'll keep you here and then send you to see Erlang immortal venerable," the void immortal venerable said faintly. His real body and clone joined hands to suppress Zhenwu. Their strength was many times stronger than before. Zhenwu's momentum was gone. He knew that it was very difficult to deal with the void immortal venerable. He directly broke out of the encirclement and didn't dare to continue fighting. Zhenwu was defeated again in this battle. The name of the void, immortal, venerable, once again shook the immortal realm. After the void, immortal, venerable took a short rest, he went into seclusion again. In fact, he had another clone. He went to an immortal mansion in front to see an immortal venerable named Mo Long. This was a reclusive powerhouse. He had always been a loner. Even though he was already a celestial venerable, his reputation wasn't very prominent. Many years ago, he had an alchemy competition with Shennong, immortal venerable, and Taishong, immortal venerable. In the end, he lost and went into seclusion. Who would have thought that he was the immortal realm creature behind the Medicine Emperor? Taoist Mo Long, can you come out and meet me? The void immortal venerable called out faintly as he came to the immortal mansion. Not long after, a burly figure appeared out of thin air. His whole body was shrouded in demonic immortal chi. A pair of dragon eyes emitted immortal light, making it difficult to look directly at. He asked, "You've digested your power so quickly. It seems that Brother Mo Long has admitted to that matter, but there's still a step to be completed. If we don't go over immediately, I'm afraid that true Lord Erlang will benefit from it," the void immortal venerable said. "Yes, but have you thought about the fact that this is the only chance to reach the supreme great path in the human realm? Unless we just want to increase our strength, we'll still have to fight to the death in the end," Taoist Mo Long replied. "That's a matter for the future. Now, we have to stop true Lord Erlang first. Otherwise, we won't have any chance and will suffer from his crazy revenge," the void immortal venerable said. After a pause, he said, "To be honest, I just fought with Zhenwu. He's a good brother of true Lord Erlang. If they join forces, we won't be able to win in the future. It's better to get rid of them while they're still young." "I have the same idea," Taoist Mo Long said with killing intent. Taoist Mo Long said with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Then he continued, "Now, we can all come to the human realm in person, and we will no longer be suppressed by the great Tao. We will set off immediately, and I have a way to make true Lord Erlang willingly give up everything he has obtained." "Okay, let's go," the void immortal venerable replied. The two immortal venerable celestial bodies turned into streams of light and left the immortal realm. The two immortal venerables were extremely fast. Even though they were separated by countless voids, it didn't take them too long to reach the human realm. The immortal court had immortal rules. Immortal level creatures couldn't harm creatures from the lower realm for no reason. Even if they arrived at the human realm, they couldn't destroy the human realm. Otherwise, the experts who became immortals from the human realm would gang up on them, and they wouldn't be able to resist. This time, they were going for Nvua's world spirit power. They wouldn't destroy the human realm. At this moment, Yang Wu was accepting the power of the world spirit. He went from the immortal realm to the immortal king realm, and then from the immortal king realm to the immortal emperor realm. This time, it was different from the last time. With the experience of his previous life, there weren't any barriers to breaking through in this life. Moreover, the Supreme Nine Mysteries formula was a formula specially created to absorb the power of the world spirit. It was naturally much easier for him to accept this power. His figure was faintly discernible. The source chi of heaven and earth floated around him. He sensed every blade of grass and flower of the human realm. The evolution process from birth to death, and then to rebirth, allowed him to understand the truth of the Tao of life and death. It was a kind of Tao of creation. The world originally didn't have a spirit, but it had a spirit because of evolution. With a spirit, one would live, and without a spirit, one would die. The cycle repeated endlessly. Immortal light emitted from his body. The source chi of heaven and earth opened and closed. His chest contained the universe. He was like a fairy that was born by the heavens. He became incomparably ethereal. Little Hay clicked her tongue and said, "Master is going to ascend to the supreme throne in this life." In his previous life, true Lord Erlang was already unrivaled in the immortal world. He was titled as the #1 war immortal of the immortal court. How could that be an undeserved reputation? And in this life, after obtaining the power of the world spirit of the human realm, there would definitely be more extraordinary aspects. It was all because when Yang Wu obtained the inheritance of these powers, he also saw all kinds of cultivation in the human realm in the past, including how the former 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors stepped onto the peak, or how the ancestors of the War Clan carried forward the War Clan. He also saw how the old man, riding a bull in Kunlun, obtained it in one step and ascended to the immortal world. Many comprehensions were clear in his mind. It was a kind of all-encompassing great Tao that finally gathered into his Tao of invincibility. At this moment, he finally understood why so many immortal-level creatures still wanted to compete for the world spirit of the human realm. Just these comprehensions could save thousands of years of cultivation. As for the Void Immortal Reverend and Taoist Mo Long, although they suppressed a lot of source chi of heaven and earth to increase their strength, they were definitely not like him, who could feel the evolution of the human realm's history and experience all kinds of mysteries. And when Yang Wu's power became stronger, Nvua's power became weaker. Once he absorbed all of her power, she would no longer exist in this world. Nvua did not mind at all. She only needed to leave a strand of power to mend the heavens, and that would be enough. I can sense that they are rushing towards the human realm. Nvua said to Yang Wu, "Is that insect them?" Yang Wu frowned and asked, "Yes, they devoured the fortune here, so they are not rejected by the world. As long as they come close, I will sense it immediately." Nvua replied, then said, "It seems that they don't want you to finish digesting my power, so they are rushing over. Let them come. I'm not afraid of them now." Yang Wu said confidently, "No, your realm is still quite far from theirs. I will continue to help you, so you have to speed up your absorption. Don't let everything I've done go to waste." Nvua said with certainty. Yang Wu said without hesitation, "Don't worry, I will protect the human realm. When the battle starts, you will mend the heavens, and I will fight them in the sky beyond heaven." "Why? Once I mend the heavens, I won't have any power to support you. Because after you mend the heavens, the human realm's fortune will be reorganized and restored. For me, it will bring endless benefits, and I will be able to win." "All right, I'll listen to you." "Yes, then I'll go stop them." Chapter 1853. Yang Wu had obtained most of Nvua's power and merged it with the will of the human realm. With a thought, he appeared outside the human realm with little He, blocking the path of the Void Immortal Venerable and Taoist Mo Long. "Are the 2 immortal venerables looking for me, Yang Wu?" Yang Wu calmly looked at the 2 figures that were rushing towards him like shooting stars. Yang Wu had already recovered to the realm of his previous life, the Immortal Emperor realm. Although he had not entered the Immortal Venerable realm, his combat strength was not inferior to the Immortal Venerable realm. He was given the title of the number 1 Combat Immortal. Now, he had cultivated a different immortal body. His combat strength was stronger than his previous life. Facing the 2 immortal venerables, he did not have the slightest fear. The Void Immortal Venerable's 2 black, hole-like eyes stared at Yang Wu and shouted, "You have already absorbed Nvua's power? Since you know, why don't you scram? This will be my territory in the future. Whoever has any ideas about it will be my enemy." Yang Wu replied in a domineering manner, "We are not afraid of Nvua, the original realm spirit. Why would we be afraid of you, a mere immortal emperor realm brat?" Taoist Mo Long sneered. After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, I am your son's master. I even saved your son's life. Shouldn't you be thanking me?" Yang Wu narrowed his eyes and said to Taoist Mo Long, "You have been plotting in the human realm for so many years for the realm spirit's power. Now that you have each taken a part of the power, you should be satisfied. Do you still plan to absorb all the power of the human realm and refine it? Don't you know that this action will completely destroy the human realm? What does sacrificing the human realm count for? Moreover, the human realm has already left its seed in the God realm. It is their honor for these low-level creatures to die for us." Taoist Mo Long said coldly. The Void Immortal Venerable said, "That's right. After we absorb the power of the world spirits, we can also use great abilities. It won't be a problem for the human realm to exist for another 1 or 2 eras. Why are you so stubborn?" "It's not that I'm stubborn. It's you all who are stubborn. World spirit power is incomparably scarce to begin with, and I've even been seriously injured before. Right now, all of that power belongs to me. You all should know when to stop and shouldn't launch a large-scale invasion. Yang Wu replied again. Since the power is in your body, then hand it all over. Taoist Mo Long shouted and grabbed at Yang Wu angrily. A dragon claw covered the sky as it swept down. The dragon's might was awe-inspiring. You want to hurt my master? Have you asked for this immortal emperor's permission? Little Hay shouted and rushed out. She waved her dog claw and collided with the dragon claw. Little Hay had also recovered her immortal emperor strength. Although her attack was extremely powerful, she was still a lot weaker than Taoist Mo Long. Even though her dog claw was crushed, the dragon claw was still heading towards Little Hay. Little Hay's speed was unparalleled. She turned into lightning and circled behind Taoist Mo Long. Then, she spat out a mouthful of true samadhi fire. The true samadhi fire engulfed the area, but it only burned the afterimage of Taoist Mo Long. When he reappeared, he had already landed behind Little Hay. Once again, he clawed at Little Hay, causing her to scream miserably and roll away. Even your master doesn't dare to attack me. How dare you, a howling celestial dog, go against the heavens? Taoist Mo Long was peerless. His strength was incomparably powerful. His chi shrouded the void. The dragon claw that was everywhere continued to attack Little Hay, not giving Little Hay any chance of survival. Yang Wu didn't make a move. No one knew better than him about Little Hay's ability. She wouldn't be taken down so easily. The immortal thunder seal smashed out. Boundless lightning force blasted out, blocking the attack of Taoist Mo Long. Not only that, she also spat out a huge cauldron. It was the Shin-Nong Immortal Cauldron. Boundless immortal chi was released, growing bigger and bigger until it was as heavy as a mountain. This was Little Hay's true strength. She could unleash the strength of a peak immortal emperor with a flip of her hand. She could even threaten an immortal venerable. Child's play. Taoist Mo Long harumphed coldly and flicked his finger. Two immortal lights shot out like meteors. The immortal force collided with the immortal seal. The immortal seal crumbled in an instant, unable to withstand the power of a single finger of an immortal venerable. The immortal cauldron was sent flying away with a series of ear-piercing noises. This was just Little Hay's tactic to disturb the enemy. With a long howl, she shrunk her body into the shape of a wheel and rushed towards Taoist Mo Long Windfire Wheel. This was her own powerful technique. She used her body as an immortal weapon and turned it into a windfire wheel, releasing boundless true samadhi fire. Streaks of true flame shot towards Taoist Mo Long at an astonishing speed. Even an immortal venerable like Taoist Mo Long narrowed his eyes and had to concentrate to deal with it. He flicked his 10 fingers and shot out streaks of finger light, colliding with the windfire wheel. However, they were all sent flying by the windfire wheel. Taoist Mo Long, I'm afraid you will suffer if you don't take this seriously. This howling celestial dog isn't an ordinary guy. Void Immortal Venerable said. Then his eyes fell on Yang Wu and said, I've just killed Jin Wu. Now, I'll kill you and clear all the obstacles in my path of obtaining the world's spirit force of the human world. Having said that, he crossed his hands and a black hole shrouded Yang Wu. The terrifying suction force tore the void apart. Yang Wu's figure unconsciously got closer to the black hole. Yang Wu took advantage of the situation. When he got close to the black hole, his strength erupted like a flood. A terrifying seal blasted towards the black hole. In his previous life, he was already able to fight against an immortal venerable when he was in the immortal emperor realm. In this life, he had returned to the immortal emperor realm and forged an invincible immortal body. The power he could unleash was even more terrifying than his previous life. This seal was like a small world. It slammed into the black hole, causing it to be stuck. The suction force couldn't pose too much of a threat. When he punched again, the black hole immediately collapsed. Void Immortal Venerable raised his eyebrows and said, It seems like you've really obtained the majority of the world's spirit's power. I'm going to refine you into a human pill and devour you. In the next moment, 3 black holes appeared at the same time. The suction force became even more terrifying. They were like 3 black suns, releasing boundless power that shrouded different directions, leaving Yang Wu no way to retreat. The power of these 3 black holes was even stronger than the previous one. After releasing the suction force, it could tear anything apart on the spot, even if it was an immortal item. In the distance, some of the floating void rocks were sucked in and instantly turned into powder. Yang Wu felt that his body was about to be torn into 3 pieces by these 3 black holes. It made him feel incomparably uncomfortable. Not only that, but there was also a continuous force that passed through the void and blasted towards him. This was the means of an immortal realm expert. The omnipresent attack was filled with the power to destroy the world. Yang Wu seemed to have transformed into the Black Tortoise. His powerful force deflected the suction force. A 3-tipped immortal spear appeared in his hand. He became one with the spear. Shadows of the spear were like rivers, crashing madly towards the 3 black holes. Passive defense wasn't his habit. Only by taking the initiative to attack was the best defense. Zhenwu boxing. An invincible, domineering aura emerged from his body. His fists were like the reversal of the sun and the moon, breaking the sky. The shadows of the fists were filled with explosive force, shattering one of the black holes. The power of the 3-tipped immortal spear fell, smashing another black hole. Yang Wu didn't go to destroy the last black hole. Instead, he directly rushed over with his spear. Both man and spear directly pierced into the black hole. It made people feel that he was seeking his own death. Once he entered the black hole, wouldn't it be a dead end? However, something strange happened. The black hole rapidly shrank, turning into a void bell, and fiercely clashed with Yang Wu's 3-tipped immortal spear. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, a burst of sparks erupted. Yang Wu's figure was sent flying backwards. His ears were buzzing from the impact. The void immortal venerable followed him like a shadow. The void bell fell from the sky, smashing down, wanting to take down Yang Wu in one fell swoop. Kill. The void immortal venerable's strength had improved. Even Zhen Wu, who was at the same level as him, was no match for him. How could Yang Wu, who had yet to enter the immortal venerable realm, be his opponent? Yang Wu's reaction was extremely fast. He smashed out the thunder hammer and the electric fork. The 2 immortal weapons attacked at the same time. Boundless chaotic immortal thunder bombarded unceasingly. The void immortal venerable felt his scalp go numb. He cursed inwardly. This guy is indeed more difficult to deal with than Zhen Wu. In the next moment, an immortal rope that had merged with the void swept out, binding Yang Wu. Void immortal rope. It was as ethereal as a snake. It broke through the void and arrived beside Yang Wu in the blink of an eye. Yang Wu waved his 3-tipped immortal spear, but he couldn't hit it. Even if he changed his figure to escape, it could still catch up with him. As long as he was bound by it, he wouldn't be able to escape. The nether ice-winged blade slashed out, blocking the void immortal rope, preventing it from binding his body. The void immortal venerable snorted coldly and said, "Let's see how long you can struggle." In the next moment, he slapped down from the sky. 2 void palms erupted with an unstoppable attack, enveloping Yang Wu. His cultivation level was higher than Yang Wu. As long as he forced Yang Wu to clash with his strength, he would be able to exhaust Yang Wu to death sooner or later. Yang Wu had no choice. He blasted out the immortal Emperor's seal, clashing head-on with the void immortal venerable. The immortal Emperor's seal was destroyed. A palm shadow swept across, shattering a large area of space. Some nameless stars in the distance were directly destroyed. The void immortal venerable didn't think that Yang Wu would be destroyed just like that. He seemed to have turned into an immortal spirit of this world. A large area of space was covered by his immortal sense. When Yang Wu appeared from the void, he immediately sensed it. The 2 of them once again engaged in a fierce battle. A battle of this level wouldn't end in a short time. In the human realm, Nvois had already sensed the attack of a strong enemy. When Yang Wu appeared, she began to mend the sky. Now, The human realm no longer needs my protection. He is the new guardian of the human realm. He will definitely be able to defeat the evil. Navois said faintly. Her infinitely long snake body began to bind the 81 worlds together. She used her power to seep into the 81 worlds and fuse them together. Chapter 1854. The mortal world had been broken for tens of thousands of years. All of a sudden, it was enveloped by the chi of heaven and earth. The levels of the mortal world were exploding. Everywhere, the forbidden lands and treasured lands were emitting an immeasurable amount of light. Many saint flowers and divine herbs were emerging. The power of the great Tao became clearer and clearer. Many living beings were comprehending the great Tao, and their realms were rising rapidly. What is happening in my celestial world? Why is there such a phenomenon? There's also a large amount of chi of heaven and earth surging out. Something big must have happened. A true dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise have appeared at the same time. What is going on? Is this a phenomenon of great prosperity? The heavens and earth are moving. The great Tao is obvious. My realm has broken through just like that. Am I the child of destiny? There is a great tribulation in the heavens and earth. If we pass it, the mortal world will return to its original state. If we fail to pass it, all of us will die. Let us pray together that the mortal world will pass the tribulation of this era. The sun and moon have appeared at the same time. What a strange phenomenon. The heavens and earth seem to be recovering. Will there be great fortune after a great calamity? The experts from various earths were constantly calculating all the changes. They were not sure if it was a sign of great prosperity or a sign of great calamity. All the living beings were feeling uneasy. However, this was not something that any of them could change. They could only wait quietly for the final result to arrive. Navois' power continued to disappear. The 81 Earths began to merge together. The barriers between the Earths completely disappeared. Those Earths that were close to each other were completely shocked. The Earths collided, and a natural disaster accompanied it. Many living beings died because of this. All of this was because Navois' strength was not as strong as before. Now, she was sacrificing herself to forcefully merge the Earths. Even so, she was unable to protect the lives of those living beings. Children, after experiencing nirvana, you will live a better life. Navois said faintly. Her voice reached the minds of every living being, making them feel as if they were in a dream. They could feel the care and concern of a mother. The God-level powerhouses of the various worlds began to move. They took the initiative to rescue the weak creatures trapped by the disaster. It was time for them to display the demeanor of a powerhouse. Usually, they couldn't be bothered with the life and death of the weak. Even if they died, they felt that they deserved it and didn't deserve any sympathy. However, Navois' voice had stirred up their primitive compassion and made them understand how great boundless love was. This was also a rare opportunity to show the kind side of the human race. After saving these weak creatures, they realized that helping the weak was much more enjoyable than killing them. Sensing this scene, Navois felt that everything she had sacrificed was worth it. Her serpentine body kept on fading and fading. Most of her body merged into the human world and became one with the human world. She also inserted the chaos sky-mending stone into the joints of each of the 81 realms, completely stabilizing their realms. She used the last bit of her power to create a battle in the infinite space outside the human world. She said, "Let me show you who is saving the human world and saving your lives. In the future, he will be the only immortal in the human world." Suddenly, the battle in the outer space appeared in front of all the living beings in the human world, shocking them. What's going on in the realm beyond heaven? Could it be that this battle has affected the changes in our realm? Is that voice the immortal of our human world? Where is she? The battle in the realm beyond heaven can't be real, right? I must be hallucinating. What kind of power are those two forces colliding? Could it be the legendary battle of immortals? That figure can't be Yongwu, right? He's fighting for us? Those two fellows are so scary. Are they preparing to attack our human world? The living beings in the human world were watching this battle and were filled with deep shock. At the same time, they couldn't see if this scene was real, but the power of the collision was deeply engraved in their hearts. There was also that tall and straight figure protecting the human world behind him, preventing the two more powerful beings from attacking. No matter how stupid they were, they could tell who was the good guy and who was the bad guy from the scene transmitted by Voix. At this moment, Yang Wu became more and more courageous as the battle went on. His combat strength had already surpassed his previous life and could easily kill an ordinary immortal. However, the strength of the void immortal venerable was beyond Yang Wu's imagination. After he obtained a portion of the qi of heaven and earth, his realm had reached a new level. The void techniques he used were madly suppressing Yang Wu, forcing him to retreat. If this continued, Yang Wu would definitely lose. On the other hand, Little He was dealt with by Taoist Mo Long. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't compete with Taoist Mo Long. Its body was covered with wounds. If it wasn't for its tough life, it would have been completely wiped out. Stop struggling. You can't protect the human world, the void immortal venerable said faintly. The void immortal venerable said faintly. His voice drifted into the ears of the living beings in the mortal world. They all heard it clearly. Don't waste any more time. Let's kill them quickly and seize the boundary spirit. I feel that the boundary spirit's power is about to disappear. Taoist Long sent Little He flying with a palm strike and went to deal with Yang Wu together with the void immortal venerable. Yang Wu forced the void immortal venerable back with a single move and retreated to a distance. He summoned Little He back to his side and touched Little He's bloody body. He smiled and said, "Don't try to be brave. Stay behind and support Master. I'll kill them together." "Master, they're very powerful. Are you sure you can kill them together? Why don't I drag one of them down with me first?" Little He said with a strong sense of viciousness in its eyes. Yang Wu laughed and said, "Don't worry. They may seem very powerful, but this place is closer to our territory. They will definitely lose. You should retreat first. We already have luck and will not be rejected by the human world. If you have any other tricks, just use them. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive," the void immortal venerable said. "Let's attack at the same time and give him a quick death. Don't delay any longer," Taoist Mo Long said. "Let's see what tricks he is first." No matter what Voix does, the boundary spirit's power won't disappear. At most, we can refine the human world and make it our private property. It's the same, the void immortal venerable said with a faint smile. "You won't have such a chance," Yang Wu said faintly. He held the three-tipped immortal spear in one hand and the immortal beheading sword in the other. A set of armor formed on his body. His battle chi was incomparably powerful. The power of the human world kept surging towards him. This was the powerful support given to him after the completion of the human world. Just as he was about to attack, a voice sounded from afar. "Yang Jian, your brother is here to help you." A figure broke through the sky and rushed over. It was Zhen Wu. He was holding a head in his hand. It was Kuan Mingzi's head. Kuan Mingzi didn't die. He had become an immortal. How could he die so easily? However, he was panicking in his heart. It wasn't easy for him to become an immortal again. When he returned to the immortal world, he bumped into Zhen Wu. Zhen Wu casually grabbed his head, and there was no room for him to resist. "Good brother, you and I can fight side by side again." Yang Zhan felt refreshed after seeing Zhen Wu. With Zhen Wu's help, he didn't need to fear the void, immortal, venerable, and Taoist Mo Long. Sure enough, something has changed. Taoist Mo Long sighed softly. He paused for a moment and said, "But no one can change this fact. You guys can come out." Taoist Mo Long waved his arm, and several immortal-level creatures appeared. The void immortal venerable also laughed. "Do you really think we're the only ones here? We've been guarding against you, Zhen Wu." As his voice fell, a black hole appeared, and a team walked out from it. These were all immortal emperor-level creatures. They were enough to deal with Zhen Wu if they joined forces. "You guys really came prepared. This time I really have to go all out. Black Tortoise, wake up now. What are you waiting for?" Zhen Wu roared in the direction of the mortal world. In the 5 islands outside the transcendent realm, the 5 island countries shook. An incomparably huge creature emerged from the ocean. It was a huge black tortoise. The 5 islands were on its body. With a slight shake, the 5 islands fell to another location. It shook its sleepy eyes and said faintly, "Master, I'm here." In the next moment, its huge body flew up and quickly appeared outside the mortal world, arriving at the heavens beyond heaven battlefield. Black Tortoise was Zhen Wu's mount. It was once an immortal emperor-level existence. Many years had passed. No one knew if its strength had improved. Kill them all. Taoist Mo Long ordered the immortal-level creatures he brought from the universe. Yes, immortal venerable. Those immortals responded and attacked Zhen Wu. The void immortal venerable also said to his subordinates, "Kill him." The subordinates of the void immortal venerable besieged Yang Wu. These creatures were celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Each of them held a different immortal weapon and released an incomparably powerful immortal chi. They combined into a formation and attacked Yang Wu, not giving Yang Wu any space to break through. Yang Wu's mind was blank. Scenes of the mortal world kept flashing in his mind. A completely different immortal Tao flashed across his mind. He said faintly, "Let me fight for the mortal world." Then, a spear pierced out, carrying an immeasurable amount of immortal light. Like a meteor, it crashed into the formation of the immortal emperors. The immortal beheading sword drew an immortal Tao. A vast expanse of sword chi was so shocking that it cut through the formation of the immortal emperors. 2 or 3 immortal emperors' immortal bodies were broken on the spot. They couldn't resist at all. Yang Wu's immortal Tao power became even stronger. However, when he and Zhen Wu were stalled, the void immortal venerable and Taoist Mo Long rushed towards the mortal world at the same time. Don't even think about getting close. Navois used her remaining strength to stop them from moving forward, not letting them get close. "It's useless. Don't struggle." The void immortal venerable said faintly. "Refine the mortal world," Taoist Mo Long said. The 2 immortal venerables attacked the mortal world at the same time. Chapter 1855. The strength of the 2 immortal venerables was extremely powerful. When their power shrouded the mortal world, the 81 worlds that had been fused with great difficulty immediately felt like it was collapsing. Many of the living beings felt a terrifying pressure. Some of the weaker living beings spurted out blood and died directly from the pressure. Many mountains and rivers were collapsing unceasingly. Natural disasters were happening again. Who are these 2 bastards? They're going to destroy our mortal world. Who can save us? I don't want to die like this. Instead of dying in such a cowardly manner, why don't we rush over and fight them? Oh God, I'm willing to contribute my strength. I only hope that you can save us. Let's pray together and contribute all our strength. I hope that the Guardian will be stronger and help us eliminate the strong enemies. Their prayers fell into the ears of Niwa. She could sense it clearly. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. She transmitted her voice to Yang Wu. "Prepare to accept the strength of the mortal world. It will help you reach the sky in a single bound." Yang Wu was in high spirits. His spear and sword were crazily attacking in all directions. His doppelgangers were also attacking the enemies together with the lightning hammer and the electric fork. However, it was impossible for him to deal with these immortal emperors in a short period of time. He had to put in a lot of effort to get rid of them. If this continued, the mortal world would be finished. When he heard Niwa's voice, he could sense the prayers of countless living beings in the mortal world. Bit by bit, their strength was gathering towards him, strengthening his realm. He could clearly feel their longing to live, their longing for him to protect the mortal world and their home. At this moment, his mind was filled with the memories of the past in the transcendent world, the joys and sorrows with his family and friends. He saw the 5 heroes of the proud sword frantically cheering for him. "Go, Master! Go, Master!" He saw the clansmen of Yang family shouting, "Master is invincible! Master is invincible!" While he was in a daze, several immortal weapons were launched towards him. The overbearing force almost shattered his body. True Lord Erlang, is this all you've got? A ferocious-looking immortal emperor roared and smashed his twin hammers at Yang Wu's head. Another one wielded a long sword and turned into a ray of light, stabbing towards Yang Wu's back with great destructive power. Isn't it easy for you to see my strength? Yang Wu said and opened his third eye. Boundless immortal Tao power gathered in his eyes and landed on the immortal emperor with the twin hammers. In an instant, it pierced through the immortal emperor's divine, court immortal soul. Ah! The immortal emperor cried out softly and retreated frantically. At the same time, the immortal slaying sword slashed back at an incomparably fast speed. Before the sneak attacker could react, a large head was chopped off. I won't lose, Yang Wu shouted and circulated the supreme 9 mysteries formula, crazily absorbing the power of countless living beings in the mortal world. His strength rose steadily. The 3-tipped immortal spear pierced out again, instantly breaking the formation of these immortal emperors. The thunder hammer and the electric fork combined to form a terrifying, chaotic immortal thunder domain, completely submerging these immortal emperors. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk the incomparably terrifying immortal thunder continued to explode, bombarding these immortal emperors until they were battered and exhausted. It was very difficult for them to resist. At this moment, Yang Wu only felt that his combat strength had reached an unprecedented state. He faintly grasped the feeling of being one with the mortal world. He ignored these immortal emperors and flew towards Void, immortal venerable, and Taoist Mo Long, roaring, "Your doomsday has arrived." With a slash of the immortal slaying sword, an incomparably dazzling sword shadow broke through the layers of the void and arrived in front of Void, immortal venerable, and Taoist Mo Long. Its power was stronger than before, rising straight to the level of immortal venerable. Not only that, he also felt that there were countless forces supporting him from behind. Every move seemed to carry the power of countless living beings in the mortal world to suppress Void, immortal venerable, and Taoist Mo Long. The two immortal venerables felt the pressure brought to them by Yang Wu, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Although Yang Wu was strong before, he was absolutely not a threat to them. But now, he could threaten them. Void, immortal venerable, you hold him back first. I have a way to deal with him, Taoist Mo Long said. Void, immortal venerable struck out a palm, blocking Yang Wu's attack, and asked, "Don't tell me you want to take it all for yourself. I also need to have the ability to do so," Taoist Mo Long replied. After a pause, he added, "You just need to hold on for a while." "All right." Void, immortal venerable responded and faced Yang Wu head-on. However, when he got close to Yang Wu, he instantly felt uncomfortable. He only felt that there were countless living beings behind Yang Wu standing together with Yang Wu. It was as if there were countless living beings attacking him. Those united forces were incomparably condensed, and the power was actually able to threaten him. It made him irritated, and he lifted the void bell to suppress Yang Wu. "This time, I will not show any mercy. I will suppress you." Void, immortal venerable was finally serious. He unleashed his full strength, and black holes appeared one after another, crushing towards Yang Wu. 9 black holes appeared in the sky, and the boundless tearing force was incomparably terrifying. It seemed as if heaven and earth would be torn apart. This was the most overbearing immortal venerable's immortal Tao power. Yang Wu's combat strength was surging. He looked up to the sky and roared, "I will let you see the power of the number 1 immortal warrior." 9 immortal slaying swords. One sword after another slashed towards the left and right. There was no power that could stop this overbearing attack. It attacked the 9 black holes separately. The 3-pointed immortal spear combined with the power of his soul, eye, and stabbed towards the void immortal venerable's forehead. Immortal slaying spike. This was Yang Wu's strongest attack. There were countless forces combined with him, and the power was extremely powerful. It broke through layers of power and reached the void immortal venerable's forehead in the blink of an eye. It scared him out of his wits. He sensed that Yang Wu's attack would definitely severely injure his immortal soul. Once his immortal soul was injured, it would not be easy for him to recover. He escaped through the void, but the spear was everywhere and continued to stab towards him. "Get out of my way!" The celestial venerable of void swung the void bell, and the sound of the bell reverberated, but he still couldn't send the celestial spear flying. He was forced to revert to his original form, which was the appearance of an ugly insect. He spat out a mouthful of void immortal power and blocked Yang Wu's attack. "Taoist demon dragon, are you still not done yet?" Void immortal venerable shouted. Yang Wu had already attacked again. The immortal slaying sword contained his immortal Tao of life and death. It reversed heaven and earth, and even an immortal would be killed. In the past, his slaying sword technique used his spiritual force and the power of the sword technique to kill. Now it was combined with the wishes of countless living beings. The power of the will was incomparably strong, and the power of the slash could destroy heaven and earth. Even an immortal venerable would find it difficult to resist. The sword slashed out, cutting through the void immortal venerable's power of the void, leaving a long bloody mark on his body, almost cutting his insect body in half. However, the void immortal venerable was also amazing. He quickly healed the wound. The void claw reached out, as if it could freeze heaven and earth. Many sharp claws kept falling, trying to tear Yang Wu apart. Void 8 claws. The void immortal venerable was a void insect. His immortal technique naturally could not be separated from the void insect's Tao. The fleeting power could not be captured, but it could not hide in front of Yang Wu's soul eye. The three-pointed immortal spear stabbed out crazily again, and the immortal slaying sword continued to slash down. The sword light was like an upside-down river. The attack became more and more fierce, and the living beings supporting him also increased. The living beings in the human world kept joining in. Their power was extracted by Nvois and transferred to Yang Wu, making Yang Wu stronger and stronger. "You must win this battle," Nvois prayed. At this time, Taoist demon dragon suddenly cast a spell and broke through one of Nvois' positions. Suddenly, a living being was pulled out from the human world. "My good disciple, come to master." Taoist demon dragon gave a cold laugh. The one being pulled over was Xie Tian and another woman. She was like an empress, noble and elegant. She was the alliance master of the medicine god alliance, Chao Jifei. After Xie Tian saw Taoist demon dragon, his face turned gloomy. He could imagine Taoist demon dragon's plan and immediately shouted, "I won't let you succeed." Then he planned to self-destruct to end his life. "My good disciple is really smart, but it's a pity you can't do it," Taoist demon dragon said. His power was binding Xie Tian, making it difficult for him to self-destruct. On the other side, Chao Jifei had already seen Yang Wu fighting in the sky beyond heaven. She was worried about him. Seeing him get injured again and again, her heart ached. Now, seeing Yang Wu up close, she was satisfied and went all out. "True Lord Erlang, look who I brought to see you." Taoist demon dragon shouted at Yang Wu with two people. Yang Wu was fighting with the Void Immortal Senior and had the upper hand. Hearing Taoist demon dragon's shout, he was distracted and immediately sensed the situation on the other side. His heart instantly turned cold. "Let them go, and I can let you leave this place." Yang Wu looked at Taoist demon dragon with a gloomy face and said, Huh, your words are really funny. Now I order you to surrender, otherwise I don't mind letting you taste the pain of losing a child." Taoist demon dragon gave a long laugh and then said, There's also this delicate beauty. She should be your confidant. I don't know if her death will affect you." Without waiting for Yang Wu to reply, Chao Jifei loudly said, "Yang Wu, don't worry about me. Kill him. My death can be exchanged for thousands of lives. I'm satisfied." When the living beings of the human world heard her words, they were filled with respect for Chao Jifei. "Since you want to die this much, I'll let you die," Taoist Mo Long shouted, and a powerful force surged out from her body. In an instant, her plump body was torn into two halves, leaving only her head intact. This method was simply too cruel. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Chapter 1856. Chao Jifei was known as the most beautiful empress. There were countless people who pursued her, but they were all rejected by her mercilessly. Moreover, she had already said that she had a lover. For many years, other than managing the alchemist union's affairs, she had been concentrating on cultivating. She had already reached the top of the divine realm. Even if her body was destroyed, her head was still fine and she was not dead. However, Yang Wu's liver and guts were torn apart when he saw this scene. He had always cared for the people around him, but he felt endless guilt towards Chao Jifei. He had already had intimate contact with her, and both of them loved each other. However, she was too stubborn and did not want to go to the divine realm with him. All these years, they had been separated. When they finally met again, it was in this kind of situation. He was so angry and uncomfortable. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, suffocating him. Immortal chi swept in all directions like a storm, shaking the space and cracking it. Everyone could feel how terrifying his anger was. Yang Wu's soul, I angrily glared at Taoist Mo Long. He wished that he could kill Taoist Mo Long on the spot with his soul light. Unfortunately, the other party was a venerable immortal. He was very strong and had the power to block his soul eye attack. Once he couldn't kill the other party would be angry and might kill Xie Tian and Chao Jifei. I'm telling you, don't be impulsive. If you dare to act recklessly again, I guarantee that she will immediately turn into ashes. Taoist Mo Long said incomparably calmly. What do you want? Yang Wu said with a calm face. I said, I want you to be captured without a fight. Taoist Mo Long emphasized. Then he said to the Void Immortal Venerable, Void Immortal Venerable, why aren't you using your immortal rope to capture him first? The void rope swept out and bound Yang Wu. Yang Wu wanted to dodge, but he didn't do so. He was really afraid that Taoist Mo Long would kill Chao Jifei and Xie Tian. When he was bound by the void rope, the living beings of the human realm were in despair. They kept shouting for Yang Wu to resist and not give up. Human nature also had a selfish side. When faced with life and death, it would often be exposed. They were willing to lend their strength to Yang Wu because they hoped that Yang Wu would be able to defeat the two immortal venerables in one fell swoop. Now that Yang Wu was willing to be bound, they were extremely disappointed. Haha, you are indeed a true and righteous man. Taoist Demon Dragon laughed wildly. Then he glanced at the void immortal venerable with a murderous look and said, Go and refine his immortal body. A black hole appeared and enveloped Yang Wu. A terrifying, devouring force began to erase Yang Wu's immortal energy. Yang Wu was like a boulder. Even if his body was being torn apart by the terrifying, tearing force, and his flesh began to crack and bleed, he still looked at Taoist Mo Long with a firm gaze and said, Let him go, and I'll let you do whatever you want with me. Do you still have a right to negotiate? Taoist Mo Long sneered. The power in his palm fluctuated as more than a dozen immortal nails flew out and shot towards Yang Wu. Puff! These immortal nails were aimed at Yang Wu's vital points, blocking his meridians and major acupoints. His immortal chi instantly dissipated and was difficult to condense, causing his cultivation base to plummet. Immortal locking nail. Zhen Wu, who had just broken through the encirclement, cried out when he saw this scene. Immortal locking nail, as its name suggested, was an immortal nail used to lock an immortal realm creature from exerting the strength of an immortal realm. Once it was nailed to a vital point, the person would be unable to use his strength and would be like a cripple. Zhen Wu was furious and rushed towards the Void Immortal Venerable in an attempt to save Yang Wu. Void Immortal Venerable grabbed Yang Wu's head and sneered, Zhen Wu, don't act recklessly. Otherwise, I will completely cripple him. How dare you? Zhen Wu punched towards the void, shattering a large area of space and exploding stars in the distance. Why wouldn't I dare? Void Immortal Venerable sneered. Demon Dragon Taoist took the opportunity to say, Zhen Wu, you should return to the immortal realm. The matter of the human realm has already become a foregone conclusion. It is not something you can change. Let my brother go first. Zhenwu said. Too naive. We don't have time to waste with you. If you don't leave, I will first cripple Yangwu and then destroy the human realm. You can't do anything to us. Void Immortal Venerable said. At this time, Yangwu said, Zhenwu, you go to the human realm and guard it for me. I will take care of the matters here. Although he was suppressed, he could still speak. Zhenwu hesitated, but seeing Yangwu's determined eyes, he could only quickly rush to the human realm and guard it for the last time. Little Hay and Black Tortoise could not help, so they retreated to the human realm and guarded it in different directions. Master, you must be fine. Little Hay transmitted her voice to Yangwu. Don't worry. Be prepared at all times. I don't want Xie Tian and Ji Fei to appear. Yangwu replied. Then he said to Void Immortal Venerable and Demon Dragon Taoist, you just want the power of the world spirit to become supreme existences. Have you ever thought that with the power of one world, only one of you can reach the peak? The two of you are not enough. Don't drive a wedge here. Hurry up and let Moi out. Otherwise, the human realm will be destroyed. Void Immortal Venerable said. Let him release her first, then I will let her out. Yangwu replied. Hee, for her? Why should I let her go? Demon Dragon Taoist laughed and crushed Chao Jifei's head on the spot. Don't! Yangwu roared madly. He wanted to struggle and rush over, but the immortal locking nail had firmly locked his power, and the void immortal rope had tied him up so tightly that he was bleeding profusely. He was simply powerless to save her, and could only watch as his woman died in front of him. If you don't do anything, I will send your son to the Western Paradise, Demon Dragon Taoist said coldly. Yangwu's heart was bleeding as he stared at Demon Dragon Taoist. He wanted to eat his flesh and chew his bones. As a person of two lives, this was the most painful thing. I'm here. Let them all go. Navois slowly walked out of the human realm. At this moment, she was extremely weak and only an afterimage was left. However, she was holding a piece of Heaven Min stone in her hand. It contained an incomparably rich power, which was her core power. The Void Immortal Venerable did not even say a word. He transformed into his original form and engulfed Navois. He even swallowed the Heaven Min stone. How could Demon Dragon Taoist let the Void Immortal Venerable succeed? He exploded Xietian and turned into a dragon shadow to snatch the Heaven Min stone. The two Immortal Venerables finally began their final battle. They did not have to worry about Yangwu's existence at all. Yangwu's eyes were bleeding. He spat out a mouthful of immortal blood, which shrouded the front. He then transmitted his voice to Little Hay. Little Hay, quickly gather their remnant souls. I don't want them to die. Little Black had already rushed out a long time ago, spitting out a mouthful of immortal lotuses, locking down this heaven and earth, collecting the remnant souls of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, they only appeared for a moment, giving Yangwu an affectionate look before completely disappearing. Master, I'm useless, Little Hay said with a drooping face. No. Yangwu let out a heart-wrenching scream. The Supreme Nine Mysteries formula crazily circulated. The immortal locking nails firmly locked onto him, not giving him any chance to struggle. However, Yangwu had already gone completely berserk. What power could stop him? An immortal tree in his body released a majestic amount of immortal chi. The power of the immortal leaf knocked away the immortal locking nails on his body. The immortal slaying sword could be activated again. It cut the void rope together with the immortal leaf. An immortal fruit melted in his body. Incomparably dense, immortal chi instantly flowed through his body. His strength instantly recovered to its peak and continued to increase. Fortunately, I've borne immortal fruits. Master, I can help you kill the enemy. The immortal peach tree's voice sounded. Even though it was separated from Yangwu's Dantian, it still wouldn't leave Yangwu's body to survive. In the next moment, an immortal tree appeared in Yangwu's hand. Its branches were like immortal spears, and its leaves were like immortal blades. Countless immortal chi flowed with all kinds of immortal Tao power. Immortal blood flowed in his eyes as he became one with the immortal tree. The aura he emitted was extremely terrifying. The immortal peach was the #1 immortal fruit of the immortal court. A single immortal peach could allow one to live forever. Any immortal realm creature that consumed it would be able to increase their immortal chi explosively. Yang Wu's strength instantly soared to the extreme, giving the two immortal lords a huge fright. At the same time, the heaven-mending stone shot toward Yang Wu's position. This was Nvua's final attack. Her voice sounded, "There's still one last step before the human world is complete. From now on, I'll leave it to you." After she finished speaking, all of her power completely dissipated. Only then did the two celestial venerables realize that their efforts were all for naught. Fortunately, the heaven-mending stone was still there. This was a heaven and earth wonder stone that contained the essence. If they could obtain it, they could make up for it a little. However, when they felt Yang Wu's power, they were instantly shocked. "Quickly kill him." Taoist Demon Dragon rushed. He held the Demon Dragon Immortal Cauldron and smashed it toward Yang Wu angrily. It was as if an immortal mountain was pressing down with terrifying power. The Void Immortal Lord didn't dare to be negligent. The Void Bell blasted out once again. Other immortal weapons also erupted, carrying endless immortal chi in an attempt to kill Yang Wu. At this moment, Yang Wu was in a state of rapid improvement. The immortal locking nail hadn't completely left his body. When their attacks arrived, he roared, "Kill!" When the last immortal locking nail had completely left his body, the power in his body erupted like a torrent. He waved the immortal tree and transformed it into endless mysterious techniques. It completely knocked away the two immortal lords' immortal weapons. It was like a natural immortal weapon, more terrifying than any other immortal weapon. "This is the immortal peach tree." The two immortal lords looked at the immortal tree in astonishment. This was a top-grade immortal tree that could only be planted in the Empress Mother's harem. Why was it in Yang Wu's hands? When they thought of Yang Wu's identity in his previous life, they instantly turned pale. There was a rumor that immortal Lord Erlang was the son of the Empress Mother and immortal. It was definitely not a coincidence that he was holding the immortal tree now. Run! This was the only thought in their minds. Not only were they afraid of Yang Wu's increased power, but they were also afraid of the Empress Mother's punishment. At this moment, the immortal tree had reached great success. It was comparable to millions of immortal weapons. With the endless power provided by Yang Wu, the boundless immortal chi cut the two immortal lords' immortal bodies into pieces. Yang Wu stared at Taoist Mo Long and slashed down with the immortal beheading sword in his other hand. He shouted, "How dare you kill my lover and my son? A living being like you is not fit to be an immortal." Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the sword force of a top-grade immortal venerable sliced the heavily injured Taoist Mo Long into countless pieces. When he wanted to reassemble himself, the immortal tree dropped down once again. The leaves pinned every piece of his flesh like immortal locking nails, making it difficult for him to reassemble his immortal body. No! For the first time, Taoist Mo Long felt despair. The Void Immortal Venerable was so scared that he wet his pants. He broke through the void and tried to escape, but two immortal weapons turned into a chaotic immortal lightning domain, trapping him within. Immortal lightning bombarded him, making it difficult for him to escape. He reverted back to his original form and continued to flee with all his might. However, the immortal vines broke through the void and entangled him. Even though he had the immortal weapon, he couldn't cut them off in a short time. Yang Wu had already arrived. The three-pointed immortal spear pierced through his glabella with boundless soul force, severely injuring his immortal soul. Yang Wu could defeat all living beings in the same realm, including Taoist Mo Long and the Void Immortal Venerable. Ark! The Void Immortal Venerable screamed miserably. He still wanted to escape using the immortal body severing technique, but Yang Wu wouldn't give him such a chance. The immortal tree dropped down, turning the boundless space into its territory, completely sealing the Void Immortal Venerable. Punish the leader. Yang Wu urged his power. The three immortal spear tips completely destroyed the Void Immortal Venerable's immortal soul, crippling more than half of his strength. The immortal Tao of life and death began to erode his vitality. His immortal chi flowed rapidly, scaring him into begging, "True Lord Erlang, you can't kill me. I hold an important position in the immortal court. If you kill me, the immortal court won't let you off." Yang Wu coldly didn't say anything. His heart was filled with endless sorrow. He wanted nothing more than to kill them, but could he save his loved ones? Yang Wu returned with the immortal tree. The immortal emperors who came with the two immortal venerables had already fled. Countless living beings in the human realm cheered wildly. Yang Wu defeated the two immortal venerables. They were saved. True Marshal rushed out and said, "How are you going to deal with them? They must die." Yang Wu said coldly, "Leave it to me. I'll bring them back to the immortal court. The immortal court will throw them into the immortal prison, destroy their immortal roots, and destroy their bodies. They will never be able to reincarnate." True Marshal said. Yang Wu lightly shook his head and took out the heaven-mending stone. This was a heaven and earth wondrous stone that was flowing with 9 different colors. He wiped off a trace of brilliance and said, "Since they want to seize the world spirit power of the human realm, then let them become a part of the human realm forever." In the next moment, he threw the heaven-mending stone up. The immortal peach tree continuously sent the bodies and souls of the two immortal venerables into the heaven-mending stone. "You're crazy. You want to seal us with this stone? Impossible." Taoist Mo Long transformed into his demon dragon form and shouted, "Let's talk things over. I'm willing to compensate." The void immortal venerable said, "No need. You guys can compensate me now." Yang Wu emotionlessly said. He brought the heaven-mending stone and the immortal peach tree in charge towards the human realm. The closer he got to the human realm, the more boundless power gathered towards him. This was the power of faith. It made him feel as if he had control over the human realm, refine the immortal, and mend the heavens. Yang Wu let out a loud roar and used the power of faith to gather unceasingly, completely sealing the two senior immortals and the heaven-mending stone. This power of faith wanted Yang Wu to become stronger and wanted the two senior immortals to die, which just happened to restrain their rebirth. In this endless life, they would eventually be annihilated by this power of faith, and their immortal chi would integrate into the mortal world, helping the mortal world to restore the perfect state of the great Tao. Yang Wu inserted the heaven-mending stone into the center of the human realm. Boundless immortal chi was released. The terrifying willpower began to fuse the cracks between the realms of the human realm. The human realm finally slowly formed a round astral body, forming a complete world. When this world was complete, Yang Wu suddenly felt as if he had become a supreme being. He was the heaven and earth of this world, the only immortal spirit in this world. Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, wind and lightning were all under his control. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He had arrived at the sky beyond heaven and grasped the endless laws of the immortal Tao. The life and death lotus crazily flowed, reversing the laws of this world. He muttered, "Xie Tian, Ji Fei revive." In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. The human realm had become the land of the human race. Everyone cultivated to the Jade Moon realm and the 9 Suns realm. Now, the 9 Suns realm was not the 9 Suns realm, but the 13 Suns realm. It was just that the traditional realm was not changed. This was a new cultivation method passed down by the guardian of the human realm. The human realm's martial prowess was not inferior to the immortal realm. It was already on the verge of catching up to the immortal realm. There was a number 1 power in the human realm called the Marquis Gang. Once the Marquis Gang was issued, no one dared to disobey. Countless creatures were proud to join the Marquis Gang. On this day, at the peak of the Marquis Gang's back mountain, there was a youth sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. Looking at the sun rising from the east, he was filled with vitality and yearning. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was feeling the joy of all living things reviving. A voice came from behind him. "Father, what's the point of sitting cross-legged here every day? You can sense everything with just a thought. There's no need to guard them like this." The immortal senior won't die so easily. If I didn't suppress them, as long as there was a slight chance, they could have escaped. However, there's no need to worry now. They have finally completely merged with the heaven-mending stone and the human realm. They can no longer do evil. The youth sitting cross-legged replied to the youth behind him with an evil smile. After a pause, he asked, "Where's your mother? Didn't you accompany her to the immortal realm? Why did you come back alone?" The evil youth held his head with both hands and lazily said, "Mother already has the strength to attack the immortal realm. She said she doesn't want to borrow your strength to break through and wants to rely on her own strength to do it. She wants to be more outstanding than the other concubines. Why don't you persuade her? Why is she always so stubborn?" The youth sitting cross-legged lightly shook his head and said, "Then," he said, "I'm going to return to the immortal realm. When I come back, I'll bring you guys to the immortal realm to become immortals. That's the best place to become immortals." Suddenly, the immortal chi transformed into a bridge and streaked over from the distant void. An immortal elder came over with an immortal decree in his hand. There were even many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals lined up on the left and right. It seemed incomparably grand. The immortal elder read the immortal decree with a smile. "By the order of the Jade Emperor, I specially summon true Lord Erling back to the immortal court. He will be ranked among the immortals and will be bestowed the title of #1 War Immortal of the immortal court. He will be bestowed the title of #1 Immortal of the human realm." The youth sitting cross-legged stood up and cupped his hands towards the immortal elder. "Yang Wu thanks the Jade Emperor for bestowing this title." Just as Yang Wu was about to cross the immortal bridge with the immortal elder, a beautiful figure quietly appeared. She was like an empress, beautiful beyond compare. She had her hands behind her back and smiled. "Didn't you say that you can bring your family along? How can you go alone, husband?" Not far away, there was also a peerlessly beautiful woman with a jade bow on her back. She lightly said, "I also want to go to the immortal realm." "Mother, aren't you in the immortal realm? Why are you back?" The evil youth blankly asked. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" The beautiful woman glared at her son, then looked at Yang Wu and asked, "Are you coming or not?" Yang Wu's smile was as bright as the sun. He fawningly said, Of course, of course. How can I not? Madams, please go ahead. Your husband will protect you." The evil youth loudly shouted from behind, "Father, you're a henpecked husband." After saying that, he laughed heartily and retreated. "You brat, you're rebelling. Scram to the immortal realm with me." No, I don't want to go to the immortal realm. I'm so handsome. I'm afraid those fairies will fall in love with me." "Shameless brat, are you as handsome as your father?" "Who's the shameless one?"